Greetings, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all our distinguished participants joining us from across the globe. Greetings, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all our distinguished participants joining us from across the globe. It is a great pleasure to welcome you to the Cybersecurity Revolution 2025. My name is Kibom Kim, and I am a professor in the Department of Forensic Science at Sungkyunkwan University, based in Seoul, South Korea. Whether it is currently raining with a temperature of 17 degrees Celsius. My areas of research include cybercrime investigation, digital forensics, and cybersecurity policy. It is both a privilege and an honor to serve as the co-organizer of this important conference for the first consecutive year. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to Executive Director Dr. Michael Joyce of the Human-Centric Cybersecurity Partnership at the University of Montreal for the outstanding leadership and unwavering dedication to this conference. It is also my honor to open our first session entitled The Role of Digital Forensics in the Age of Forgery and Manipulation. I will share recent research focused on the technical dimensions of digital forensics. I look forward to a meaningful and engaging discussion with all of you. This session will run for 2 hours and will conclude promptly at 11 a.m. Korean Standard Time, KST. Let us begin right now. Dear distinguished attendees, it is my pleasure to introduce the 5 esteemed presenters who will be sharing their valuable research with us today. All of our presenters are graduate students from the Department of Forensic Science at Sungkyunkwan University. Without further delay, let me begin by introducing Kyung-hee Kim, a master's student who will present on real-time detection of evidence tampering during the seizure of Chandi Messenger. Next, we have Kyun Kim, also a master's student, who will discuss on artificial intelligence-based approach to video forgery detection using structural and frame information. Our third presenter, Eunji Kim, a PhD student, will explore the current stage of illegal IPTV and the forensic approaches. Following her, Minyoung Jung, a master student, will address tracing messenger usage pathways through container analysis of video content in criminal investigation. Last but not least, Eunji Lee, a PhD student, will conclude with a presentation on forgery detection method for smartphone audio files. Each presenter will have a 20 to 25 minute presentation slot, followed by Q&A session, whether they will take 1 or 2 questions from the audience. You can ask questions directly or leave them in the Zoom chat and in YouTube. Let us begin with our first presenter, Kyung-hee Kim. It is my pleasure to introduce our first distinguished speaker for this session, Mr. Kim. He is currently pursuing a master's degree in the Department of Forensic Science at Sungkyunkwan University. His research interests lie in the areas of anti-forensics, watermark, credential, cloud forensics, and vulnerability detection. Today, Mr. Kim will present her work titled Real-Time Detection of Evidence Tampering during the seizure of Chandi Messenger. Let us warmly welcome him. Let us begin with the first presentation.
Hello, my name is Kyung Kim. As I introduced earlier, let me briefly introduce myself once again. I'm Kyung Kim, a master student in the digital forensic at Sungkyunkwan University, Department of the Forensic Science. It is an honor to present in this setting today, and I would like to thank you for the opportunity. I will be presenting on the real-time detection of the evidence tampering during the seizure of the Jandi messenger. The presenter is Kyung Kim, and the research who collaborated on this study are Jaemin Kwon, Sojong-ho, Sean Park, Eun-soo Yo, Sang-eun Lee, and Ki-won Kim professor. This presentation will follow the order for introduction, related work, experiments, and discussion. In Korea, objectivity, relevant evidence may be selectively collected during a search and a seizure, and all related or separate evidence may not be seized. Additionally, Korean does not have the data freezing system, make the collaboration of the data stored in the cloud a challenge. First, evidently, admissibility. During the collection of the electronic data from the device, such as the desktop, computer, mobile phone, and tablet PC, and technical measures such as use of light bulb, the calculation of hash value for the both the originally the copy to prove identity, and the generation of the identical hash value for the clone are employed to ensure integrity and authenticity. As electronic data can be easily alternated to or tempered within institutional and technical safeguards are essential to guard the integrity and authenticity of digital evidence, especially when data is collected by access cloud service through communication networks and download it onto a computer. Second is scope of the seizure. As with the seizure and search of general information storage media, cloud-based seizure and search are also limited to data related to the crime described in the warrant, and the seizure or search of location or information not suspected in the warrant is the requirement for the lawful execution of a warrant means that evidence collection beyond the scope of the alleged offense or the suspect in question is not permitted. The Supreme Court of the Korea has held that if evidence unrelated to the crime described in the warrant seizure it cannot in principle be used as evidence of guilty. However, if it is related to the crime that was the object of the seizure or closely related to the crime, it may be used as the evidence according to during the cloud-based seizure on electronic data relevant to the alleged past may be seized. Data to the offensive cannot be the object of the seizure. Relevance refers the both object and the personal relevance, and there must be concrete and specific connection. Korea does not have a data freezing system, and therefore technical measures are required to prevent and prove real-time detection of cloud data during the seizure. Second is related work. As shown at the bottom of the slide, I have to be list 4 studies. Most cloud service cloud provide authentication and input-output API, such as for file operation to support third-party application developer. Continuous efforts are being made to analyze API communication method and available API list in order to collect digital evidence that is otherwise difficult to obtain. On-site memory forensic is extremely limited, and software-based accusation can alter the system state, potentially affecting the integrity of the evidence. For example, there have been the virus attempt to collect data via the API from the cloud. The program we selected, the Jandy, supports the operating system in cloud, includes the Windows, Android, macOS, iOS, and the web. The reason for the selected Jandy is because it supported end-to-end encryption. I will explain various artifacts in more detail in the following slide. As shown in the bottom left corner, the experiments were conducted on both Windows 10 or Windows 11. Tested were separately performed on the web version Chrome and the standalone application. The goal of this experiment is to collect cloud data without using the ID password, credential, and prove anti-forensic activity. First of all, we analyze the API. Various tools can be used for the API analyze. API data can be collected through network analysis by accessing Jandy, the web browser, and using the development tool. API analysis can also be conducted using the pursuit to identify the necessary data for the sending request to the server. The analysis confirmed that the access token, team ID, and entity ID are essential. Based on the previous API analysis, we attempt to collect the access token, team ID, and entity ID from the local source. As a result, if there is a recording of the access Chrome, the access token and UUID can be obtained by the decrypt this path on the cookies file. In the Chrome, cookies are encrypted using the DP API and AES GCM 256 algorithm. However, due to the continuous updates to the response to the virus attack, and the decryption method must also be regularly updated. Recently, Chrome introduced a new encryption method called the app-bound encryption, or ABE, in response to frequent attacks. This method is known to be similar to Apple's keychain mechanism, making the decryption more challenging. The application is built on the Electron framework, and its application data is located in the C users and the username, app data, roaming, and Jandy directory. For API request, both the team ID and entity ID are essential. This value must be obtained from the ledger data within the app data, and then like this log file. If the team ID cannot be relevant from the local artifact, it is still possible to acquire it by sending a request to the relevant API using the access token and UUID. It's a right bottom, the picture is can find the team ID. And then based on the access token and the UUID we obtained earlier, we sent a request to the API and received the like JSON format and the JSON response, which included the team ID and members ID, like to a lot of the information for the team. And then this means that even if the team ID is not directly available on the local machine, it can still be acquired through the server-side communication with API request. Unlike the web version, the access token in the desktop application is encrypted only using the Diffie API and the AES GCM2025-6 algorithm, make it easier to decrypt compared to the Chrome. By the decrypt the roaming Jandy network cookies file, both the access token and UUID can be extracted. As shown this image on the right, the data is normally stored in the blob format or blob data and the live picture. Using the Python script, we were able to decrypt the blob data and obtain the access token and UUID in the plain text format. This result demonstrates that even though the data is encrypted on the disk, it is possible to recover meaningful credential through the local analysis. The access token is a JWT or JSON Web Token encrypted using the HS256 algorithm. By decoding the token, we can extract the various bits of the information, including the experiment time, and the associated email address. And this information can be used not only validate token and then also to link the evidence to suspect a specific user account. By including the access token UUID and then team ID and entity ID in the API request, it is possible to obtain response in JSON format. As shown on the left picture, the data visible within the Jandy application can also be retyped through the API request, as seen in the right image. This suggests that it is possible to acquire the evidence without interacting directly with the application interface, which helps prevent an unintended data modification by the investigator during the acquisition. And then left picture and then right JSON format picture is the same data. To demonstrate the real-time evidence destruction during the digital seizure, access token should be collected at the beginning of the search, and the API request should be automatic continuously sent. The response should be stored in the database format throughout the seizure process. By preserving the sequence of the database file and comparing their hash value, we can detect any data change or tampering attempt. As shown in the image blue, the then token must be collected at the start of the seizure, and then Polydit Polydit's API request must be sent. There is a risk that the third-party compliance may remotely delete data. By issuing API requests at the regular interval and store the result, we can generate the timeline of the data change to prove anti-piracy activity. An analysis of the database file uh, during the execution of the search warrant delivered the two instances of the evidence destruction or anti-forensic activity, as shown in the figure blue. To identify the specific details of these activities, comparativity analysis of the two files and capture immediately before and after each modification is required to sustain the occurrence of the anti-piracy behavior. This technique allowed us isolate exactly when and how evidence was altered or deleted. In conclusion, cloud-based data can be acquired by the issuing API request and analyzing the response. Throughout the search and seizure process, the response can be logged in the database format to monitor the integrity of the evidence. If the application contains an internal synchronization database, comparison between the cloud storage and locally cached data can help substantiate user action. This study proposed a particle method for the securing digital evidence and verifying anti-forensic activity in the real time, even without the direct access credential. This is the reference. And then thank you for your attention. If you have any question, I would be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the wonderful presentation. I sincerely appreciate your insightful work. Your research is thought-provoking and provide an excellent start to today's session. Through this study, it is expected that investigators will be able to detect in real time if a suspect tampers with data during the forensic acquisition of Jandy messengers. Now we open the floor for question. So first, I would like to give a question to you.
Yeah.
For the sake of overall understanding, may I ask a brief question? Why is real-time detection important?
Real-time detection is essential because digital evidence, especially in the cloud environments, can be modified or deleted remotely at any times, even during the seizure. Without the real-time monitoring, investigator may lose the critical data before it is the seizure. This method allows for the proactivity detection of the evidence. Tampering is It occurred thereby improving the reliability and admissibility of the collected evidence.
Yes, short question and long answer are so good. I have another question. Can the same method be applied to other messaging service messenger program apart from Jandy? Is it applicable?
If the API has been analyzed and the required parameter exists on the local device, the method can be applied. However, due to the recent rise in the credential stuffing and hacking incident, credential is encryption method are continuously being the update. So pre-activity analysis this essential.
Okay, thank you for the answer. The application of real-time detection in digital forensics is particularly timely and relevant, given the increasing sophistication of evidence tampering. We look forward to the further developments in this field. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, it is my pleasure to introduce our next presenter, Ms. Ki-hyun Kim, a master's student and a researcher at the Digital Forensic Laboratory at Sungkyunkwan University. Ms. Kim's research focuses on digital forensics with a particular interest on video forensics, recognizing its growing importance as direct evidence in cybercrime investigations. Through her work, she aims to contribute to the advancement of digital forensic methodologies and effective investigations of cybercrime. Today, she will be presenting her most recent research titled Artificial Intelligence-Based Approach to Video Forgery Detection using Structural and Frame Information. Please join me in welcoming her warmly. Please start.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ki-hyun Kim, and I am master degree in forensic science at Sungkyunkwan University. Today, I will be presenting our research on an AI-based approach to video forgery detection with a focus on structure and frame-based information. This presentation will cover the following. Then let's get started. First, let me explain the research summary. Recent advances in video editing, especially deepfakes, have increased their misuse in crimes. This study proposes a method to detect mobile video forgery using structure and frame-based attributes. We collected 1,720 videos from Android and iOS devices and applied AI models. Using comprehensive and hierarchical strategies, the comprehensive approach achieved 94% accuracy. Feature analysis revealed that SPS, GOP, and structural order were key to accuracy, and incorporating frame information improved performance by 10%, highlighting its importance in forgery detection. The details will be explained later, but for now, this is a brief overview. Next is introduction and objectives. The rapid spread of video tampering, driven by advanced editing technologies, has led to its use in various crimes like digital sexual crimes, copyright violations, and election law breaches. Verifying the authenticity of video evidence is crucial in investigations as it impacts the integrity in court. However, existing tools focus mainly on restoration, with a lack of proper methods for detecting video tampering. Also, there are some limitations of vision-based forgery detection. These methods require high resources and have certain limitations. Although much research has been done, its practical use is limited due to frequent undetected and burst detections. To address this, the objective of this study is to develop a video tampering detection method using extractable attribute information, specifically structure and frame-based information from videos. Next is background and related works. First, video structure refers to the information that is stored together as the video is created, edited, and encoded. This information is saved in a container called a box. The video structure includes details like playback duration, bitrate, codec, tracks, subtitles, and more. Due to the encoding feature of each application, the attribute information within the video exhibits unique structure values and order, which can be used to detect tampering. So there are two analysis methods in structure information. First is comparing the structure values, and second is comparing the structure sequence between video files. We used this technique in our study. Secondly, we used frame information. Frame information represents the composition and structure of video frames. This includes elements like SPS, PPS, and the GOP structure, which involves I, P, and B frame. The null unit is the basic unit for video data transmission and storage. Within this, SPS contains encoding-related feature, while PPS holds specific configurations, details about the frames. A group of pictures, GOP, defines the structure of video frames. It is designed to maximize compression efficiency by eliminating redundant data. The I, P, and B frames store the actual video information, which allows patterns and characteristics in the data itself to be identified and analyzed. Next, we reviewed previous studies. These studies have demonstrated the effectiveness of using structural information in AI-based classification for video forgery detection. However, so far, no research has combined both structural information and frame information together in a single detection approach. In addition, studies that apply various conditions or classify deepfake videos using these combined features have not yet been conducted. Next is methodology and experimental design. We conducted our experiments in the following sequence. Based on the learning results, we repeated the steps from design to pre-processing as needed. Through this iterative process, we were able to continuously increase the accuracy of our model. Next, I will briefly explain the experimental process. We used 4 Android and 5 iOS devices and selected 16 applications that support both recording and editing. We collected a total of 1,720 video files. Videos were recorded to create original files, divided into 5 durations. Also, we detailed the recording and editing types and included key information like OS in the file names for easy identification. Next, we generated pictures from the data and used them to train our models. We generated 2 types of attribute information as features. First, for the structure values, we set the values of each structure called box as individual features for the model. Second, for the structure sequence, We mapped each structure to a decimal value and arranged them into sequence. This sequence was then converted into a SIM-hash value, which we used as a feature in our model. We also generated features from frame information. First, for the GOP pattern, we compressed the extracted GOP sequences to define clear patterns for effective learning. We identified the longest common subsequences, calculated their repetition counts, and expressed them into a pattern and number of repetitions format. Second, we extracted and analyzed the SPS and PPS to obtain their structure values, which were also used as features in our model. Next, we performed classification for labeling during the video classification process. Considering factors such as the features from the basic data analysis and accuracy, we categorized the videos by detailed types. Through multi-stage classification, we were able to break the data down into more specific categories, allowing for more accurate analysis. Finally, we completed the dataset with labeled data. Using CSV files, we organized the features of each video file. During the training, we made sure to exclude file names and labels from the learning process to ensure the model focused solely on the feature data. Then we set up the AI training scenario. The AI model was implemented using both unsupervised learning and supervised learning approaches. Finally, to improve the model, we went through pre-processing and optimizations steps to create the final model. Starting with a basic model trained on structure, attributes, and order, we then performed feature extraction and removed any weird data during pre-processing. Through model fine-tuning and relabeling, we optimized the model's performance for more accurate results. Next is experimental results and tool development. We conducted various experiments to find the optimal combinations and calculate the best possible accuracy. Experiments were performed by altering labeling, feature combinations, and models, allowing us to compare the accuracy across different scenarios. The experiments aimed to analyze the optimal feature combinations and evaluate the performance across various classification scenarios. For the labeling process, 7 feature combinations, 10 labeling combinations, and 7 AI models were applied, leading to a total of 490 experimental conditions. First, let's look at the clustering results. When we set PCA at 0.95, case 6, which combines value, SPS, PPS, and GOP, showed the best performance. Compared to case 1 and case 2, which only used simple structure information, case 6 was able to capture more complex and rich features, leading to a significant improvement in clustering. Next, let's look at the overall classification results. We classified the 1,720 videos using 3 methods. First, original versus edited. Second, original versus edited and deepfakes. Third, detailed classification based on data options. At this point, we checked including SPS, PPS, improved performance. However, false positive occurred with iPhone 11 and base swapper in method 2 and 3. Next, in the stepwise classification, the inclusion of SPS PPS was the most critical feature for improving performance across all classifications. Light GBM and random forest delivered the highest performance in most scenarios. We also developed a tool, and I will explain its features one by one. First, we created a case generation feature. This allows us to perform the full process of data generation, training, and detection in a continuous flow. Second, in the training data generation feature, there are 5 options to choose from: structure features and frame-related features. Third, for the training function, we selected the features related to structure information and frame-related information. Fourth, for the detection function, after labeling the training data CSV file, the AI model analyzed the structural attributes and frame structures based on the labels and generates detection results. To summarize the analysis, the model performance ranking was XGBoost, random forest, light GBM, logistic regression. The combination of value SPS GOP achieved the highest accuracy, followed by value SPS with 90%. To analyze the contribution of specific attributes, we calculated the contribution for each classification type and averaged the performance metrics with equal weighting. The contribution order was SPS, GOP, and sequence. Finally, the conclusion is as follows. This study expanded classification by considering the wider range of applications and devices compared to prior research. By combining structure and frame-based information in the AI model, we achieved an accuracy of 94%. Incorporating frame information, SPS, PPS, and GOP improved performance by 10.85%, significantly enhancing accuracy compared to earlier studies. Future research should focus on improving feature extraction techniques, expanding data sets, and analyzing new video types such as deepfakes to further improve performance. Thank you for listening to my presentation, and I appreciate your time and attention.
Thank you for informative presentation. Thank you so much, Ms. Kim, for your outstanding and insightful presentation. And we will now open the floor for questions. Please do not hesitate to ask any questions. Okay. To begin, here are a couple of questions, 2 questions I have. Why did the force directions frequently occur with the iPhone 11 and the face swapper applications? Why?
Force detections between the iPhone 11 and face swapper likely occurred because, unlike apps like Snow or Soda, face swapper only offers image capture and deepfake editing. During original recording, the app is highly affected by the device used during capture. Further research is needed to understand why this issue is unique to the iPhone 11.
Yes, okay. Another question, is there any potential for data bias to affect the outcomes, the result of your study, your research?
We collected data from various applications and devices, building a substantial video data set. However, we observed data bias in cases where deepfake applications had a relatively small number of video samples. Therefore, future studies should generate additional video data to improve experimental reliability.
Okay. Once again, thank you for your valuable presentation and the kind answer. Thank you so much. Okay, next step. It is my pleasure to introduce our third presenter, Ms. Eun-jin Kim, a PhD student in the Department of Forensic Science at Sungkyunkwan University. Ms. Kim has conducted significant research in valuable areas of digital forensics. Her notable projects include the development of an international investigative assistance cooperation system, technology to protect K content, as well as the advanced development of next generation footprint search technology using machine learning. Her published papers include the design of an illegal IPTV tracking and investigation system based on ISD analysis, and the standard model for mobile forensic image development. Her research interests are centered on forensic techniques and policies related to copyright forensics and intellectual property crimes. Today, Ms. Kim will be presenting her work titled The Current State of Illegal IPTV and Forensic Approaches. Let us give her a warm welcome. Please.
Hello, everyone. This is Eun-jin Kim. First of all, it's a great honor to be here and to have an opportunity to share our research with you all. In this presentation, I will walk you through the current landscape of illegal IPTV, explain how illicit streaming devices, known as ISDs, operate, and propose a forensic framework and policy roadmap to enhance investigations and enforcement. First, I'm a doctoral student from the Department of Forensic Sciences at Sungkyunkwan University, and I'm specializing in digital forensics. For today's presentation, we will cover introduction, current status of illegal IPTV, analysis of ISDs, countermeasures for illegal IPTV, and conclusion. Our radio broadcasting ecosystem has evolved from analog to digital, satellite, cable, and now IPTV. In 2023, IPTV subscription in Korea exceeded 20.98 million, nearly 58% of all pay TV customers, generating 5 trillion won in revenue, up 5.6% year on year. However, rapid market growth and content diversification have led to a surge in copyright infringement. For instance, in 2024, about 160,000 infringing copies of TV programs were consumed online across various channels. These figures highlight the urgency of understanding and combating this threat. Copyright infringement has moved away from downloads like web hard sites and torrents and into real-time streaming, including illegal IPTV. Illegal IPTV service primarily target expatriate communities. The captured devices are located domestically, but the streaming servers sit overseas. Tracing these operators requires cooperation from ISPs and mutual legal assistance, yet investigation often grind to a halt due to lengthy delays and complex jurisdictional issues. Finally, a quick online search for Watch Overseas TV instantly returns step-by-step viewing guides, but prevention and enforcement measures continue to lag far behind. So our study had three main goals. First, to map the current status of illegal IPTV and evaluate existing countermeasures. Second, to conduct a detailed analysis of ISDs using packing captures on 4 popular devices. And third, to design a forensic framework and policy roadmap for more effective enforcement. We combine virtual reviews, case studies of domestic and international enforcement, and hands-on network forensics to achieve these objectives. What is illegal IPTV? Illegal IPTV refers to the unauthorized transmission of cable, satellite, or IPTV content over the internet. There are two main models: the download model, where users record broadcast footage and share files on web sites, and streaming model, which uses websites or ISPs to relay the broadcast in real time. Operators often pose as resume-made foreign providers, capturing signals domestically and streaming them through servers abroad. Early research is focused on download era protections, for example, watermarking filtering, HIS-based watermarking schemes, OTP and CAS-based DER, and fresh logging systems. However, these methods fall short against restreaming. More recent efforts include analysis of code channels, study of illicit streaming app code and traffic, and reverse engineering of the EV box protocol. Despite IS's forensic studies remain limited and mostly focus on apps rather than set-top hardware. In Korea, enforcement involves multiple agencies: the National Police Agencies, prosecutors, MCST's Special Copyright Police, and the Korea Copyright Protection Agency. In 2022, MCST and Interpol signed the International Cooperation Pact on Online Copyright Enforcement. In October 2023, MCST launched the Copyright Crime Forensic Unit, and KCLPA established a copyright crime analysis rep. Abroad, Singapore bans ISD sales and illicit telcos for traffic tracing. Italy operates a finance ministry task force, and the UK PIPCU and Sky formed a joint IPTV enforcement squad, and the EU introduced the Be Streamwise initiative. Overseas ISDs are treated as a distinct crime with dedicated policies, while Korea still lacks a cohesive strategy. We analyzed three major Korean cases. First, an operator who streamed 63 channels exports across 10 countries. Second, a service offering 200 live programs and about 4,000 VOD files. And third, a group that routed 28 channels through overseas servers. In each case, procedural hurdles arose due to cross-border server networks, heterogeneous devices, and inconsistent investigative standards. So international cooperation often took many months, undercrossing the need for a streamlined process. And we examined four ISDs, such as TV Box T95G Plus, U-Box Pro 2, ePlay IA, and Fun3, by capturing packets during key stages, pre-Venchi, channel switch, one meaning of viewing, and app exit. For TV Box T94 Plus, we confirmed KD player with PVR IPTV simple client, pulled through your playlist online. By analyzing network packets, we discovered that the broadcaster's original IP are being forwarded directly. In other words, these unencrypted streaming IPs are captured and retransmitted without any modification. The communication flow works like this. The IPTV host captures the broadcast signal, stores it in an M3U playlist, and the ISD that retrieves that playlist to stream the channels. On the U-Box Pro 2, the UPL Lite comes pre-installed, so viewers can stream immediately without any PVR setup. Our packet capture showed unencrypted broadcast data delivered via STUN-based P2P from multiple peer IPs. In this architecture, the IPTV host first captures the video, then an illicit IPTV server authenticates both the users and the ISD, and finally the stream is pushed through P2P server and CDNs to the device. ePlay i8 is tablet-style ISD stream without any external monitor. So we found 5 backend apps installed, but only one star live really work. In our packet captures, we saw connections to illicit domains like FindPick and Broker, along with multiple peer IPs. From this traffic, we determined that the device first authenticates the user via a API server, then pulls the channel lineup, EPG data, and peer address from the illegal IPT server, and finally receives the live stream over P2P. Finally, on FunTV3, we saw 5 backend apps installed, but everyone stalled at 80% during the update phase. We captured all packets up to that point and analyzed them. And we visit the domains worked in the traffic. Most of the update servers returned 403 errors, confirming that the services are defunct. However, a few domains were still live. We even found the APK file folder app, so further analysis of those remnants will be necessary. Viewing configuration and delivery protocols vary significantly by ISD model. Some boxes allow users to configure via add-ons and EVR, while others auto-authenticate and use pure P2P. Absolute firmware can block domestic analysis, carrying versus sampling. Network and access and pinpoint server IPs, domains, and authenticate tokens, providing concrete leads for investigations. The next step is countermeasure for illegal IPTV. Before we design the forensic framework, we organized our collected data based on the ISD analysis. We defined 3 core categories: IP information, and packet level details, and communication purpose. This classification helped us exactly which data to collect for each category. Based on the gaps we identified, we propose an end-to-end copyright forensics framework. Building on the digital forensics lifecycle of collection, analysis, presentation, and management, we structured our framework into 4 phases: data collection, pre-processing, data analysis, and law enforcement. To automate the entire investigative pipeline, from evidence capture through internal cooperation, we designed purpose-built APIs for each phase. We begin by entering each ISD into the system and capturing its traffic, either by dispatching investigators to high-usage countries or by patterning with local officers. Then simply plugging the device into our designated PCs so the module can harvest packets automatically. Next, the pre-processing stage splits those packets into IP metadata and communication payrolls, stores them separately, and enriches the IP layer through third-party lookups such as criminal IP. Data analysis module then sorts which packets by its communication purpose, grouping first by protocol and then by final distinctions in the payload, filters out IPs that do not affect the outcome, and finally visualizes the network by graphing only the key IP address. Finally, the law enforcement will compiles the analytical output into a formal report. streamlining both domestic and international legal proceedings. So to deploy the framework, we recommend establishing a standard SOP with clear laws for rights holders, CSPs, investigative agencies. Right holders must verify and report infringements proactively. ISPs should cooperate while protecting personal data, and agencies need jurisdictional alignment for signal hacks versus contained copies. We must expand international cooperation through MLAT channels and build anti-piracy networks in high-risk countries. So in summary, illegal IPTV poses a transnational threat that exploits diverse devices and networks. Current procedures are ad hoc and slow. Our forensic framework, our policy roadmap, aim to accelerate investigations, improve evidence quality, and strengthen global partnerships. Future work will delve into TLS-level packet analysis and domain history mining to further enhance tracking. So this is end of my presentation, and thank you for your attention.
Okay, fantastic presentation. Thank you so much, the presenter. Showed many experimental about the ISD. That's okay. So the presenter has a strong interest in investigations related to copyright infringement, particularly in IPTV related to crime. This study demonstrated that on analyzing network packet when user access IPTV servers via ISDs can provide valuable clues for tracking such activities. I think so. So I have two questions. The first one is you already analyze the packet data, but how do you handle the encrypted streaming in ISD analysis? I want to know about it.
Encrypted streams are major challenge in illegal streaming distribution analysis. So since most illegal IPTV services use HTTPS or encrypted TLS protocols, so we cannot directly inspect the stream content. Instead, we rely on traffic metadata such as packet sizes, timing patterns, or CDN usage and TLS handshake information to infer the nature of the traffic. And additionally, endpoint forensics, for example, analyzing the memory or cache of a ISD, can sometimes reveal decrypted content or stream URLs. So when possible, collaboration with CDN providers or ISPs can help identify suspicious streaming patterns even in encrypted traffic.
Okay, and thank you. After you analyze the ISD device and then you propose the framework for the law enforcement. So what additional research is needed if the IPTV tracking framework proposed by you is developed for law enforcement use? What further improvements are necessary for its practicable application to the field?
First, we need lawful techniques to decrypt TLS and QUIC traffic. Encrypted IPTV streams can be traced. And next, we should consider building an up-to-date ISD fingerprint database, allowing the framework to spot new pirate devices instantly. And finally, usability studies with police units will refine the workflow and shorten investigation times in rare cases.
Okay, thank you so much. And I hope that continued research will lead the development of effective technologies to combat copyright infringement through IPTV servers. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, it is my pleasure to introduce the first presenter, Mr. Minyoung Chung, a master's student in the Department of Forensic Science at Sungkyunkwan University. Mr. Chung has contributed to several research projects in the field of cloud forensics, image forgery detection, and anti-forensics. In addition to his academic background, he brings prior industry experience from working at media delivery operations, which further enriches his forensic perspective. Today, he will present on the topic, tracking messenger using pathways through container analysis of video content in criminal investigation. This research explores whether the specific messenger application used to transmit content can be identified solely through video file analysis, an innovative and timely approach to the digital forensic investigation. This presentation promises to be of great interest of all attendees. Please join me in giving a warm round of applause to Mr. Jung. Please.
Good morning and good evening, everyone. Today, I present our research title, Tracking Messenger Using Pathway Container Analysis of Video Content in Criminal Investigation. Now, let me introduce myself briefly. My name is Minyoung Jung. I am a master's student in Department of Forensic Sciences at Sungkyunkwan University. Also, I am currently working as a researcher at Digital Forensic Lab. From 2021 to 2024, I worked in media delivery in infrastructure operation focused on content streaming and distortion. Here is today's outline of my present. First, I'll start with an introduction of research. Then I briefly talk about some related studies. Next, I explain the technical background and what container analysis is. After that, I'll describe our methodology on experimental design. Then I'll share our experimental result and analysis. Finally, I'll end with a conclusion and discuss future work. Recently, the sharing of illegal videos through Messenger app has increased a lot. There includes finalmost pirated movies and deepfake and child protection videos. Even those law like this EU Digital Service Act or Korean takedown system exist. It's still hard to find who first to upload the video because the videos move those many apps and phone and path is very complex. Traditional forensic method use metadata, but its open is not enough. Few studies have to look at how videos moves across the different messengers. Our research title to fill it that. Next, I will talk about why we need a new method to track video sharing in messengers. I will also explain our method called container structure analysis. First, police need fast and clear way to find who shared illegal videos, but Messenger log are hard to check because they are deleted and inactive. So we look inside the video file itself using container structure analysis. We focus on SPS and PPS value. SPS means sequence parameter set and PPS means picture parameter set. When video is sent to the different apps to or systems, it is re-encoded. This changes the SPS PPS value. Each messenger apps make a different pattern. We can use the pattern to guess which web sent the video, and all forensic methods like the metadata and hash value are not already realized. Metadata can be removed and changed. Hash values change even with the small data edited. But SPS and PPS still help us track changes after recording. Now, let's look at the related studies and understand what is missing. Previous studies mostly look at the file format, watermarking, and traffic as multiple metadata, but these have some limit. First, file format analysis checks basic into-line, active type, and move and end it in AVI or MP4. It found file changes, but it cannot delete re-encoding by messenger apps. Next, watermarking and traffic analysis use ID code or network info. They have traffic streaming videos, but now how messenger change videos file. Last, smartphone metadata method use file name, size, or GPS, but its data is easy to change and cannot show what messengers do. Our study is different. We directed special changes in the container, especially SPS and PPS made by Messenger's app. I think we think it help us track how the videos was sent. Now I'll explain how some important technical details realized to video format and container structures. First, there are two key formats used in the mobile devices. Androids mainly use the MP4 format following the ISO, IEC 14.96 and 12 standard. iOS devices mainly use the format, MOV format, also known as the QuickTime file format. This video file format has the specially internal structure called the container. These structures mainly consist of the survival boxes, including active type, move, mdot, and track. The active type box and defines the file type and compatibility. The move box contains the important playback metadata and track and the indexing information. The mdot box status the actual video and audio data except by separating metadata from the video data, the file structure efficiently measures and playback and editing. One kernel component inside a container is called the the AVCC subtract which contain the SPS and PPS value. SPS includes sequence level parameters like resolution and frame rate. PPS contains compression and entropy encoding parameters. Analyze these SPS and PPS values allow to us to detect changes caused by the recording and videos are shared through the messengers and enabling forensic tracking of distortion and passes. Now I explain the messenger how we design our experiments. The main goal of our experiment was to identify videos transmission pathways through various mobile messenger apps. For this study, we studied two widely used mobile operating systems, Android and iOS. We choose three messenger apps and analysis: WhatsApp, KakaoTalk, and Telegram. We have special reason for selling these apps. WhatsApp is chosen because it has the highest numbers of global monthly active users. KakaoTalk is selected because of the most widely used messenger in South Korea, and Telegram introduced the strong emphasis on the privacy and encryption make it popular for illicit activists. The tables right show this express version of operating systems and messengers we use in our experiments. For iPhone, we use iPhone version 18.0 and 17.6.1. And for the iPhone, we use Android version 10. Through these choices, our experiments are set up to realistically expect actual video sharing scenarios in world investigation. Now I'll explain more details about our experiment. First, we made two types of sending videos. First type is send a video just recommended ones upon to others. Second time, the forwarding that videos again to another phone. Next, we made a different between the phones changing and how the message change. Phone change means send from the Android to iPhone or the other ways. Messenger change means using different apps like the WhatsApp, KakaoTalk, and Telegram. We already tested the two times of sending because it was more because it becomes too hard to track the changes. As you can't change the figures, and we tested the two-step. First, we made 45 cases of the first sending with different phone and messengers. Then we made 288 more cases of the sending, again with the new phone and or apps. This way, we can clearly see how to file the change after each send. Next, I'll talk about our experiment setting, how we prepare it. We use two-phone system, Android version 10 or high, and iOS version 17 or high. We also use the newest version of three messenger apps: Telegram, KakaoTalk, and WhatsApp. We had two ways to send the video. First sending means send a video one time. Second sending means sending against another phone. Each videos we used between the 2 minutes 45 seconds and 11 minutes long. We used 8 different original videos. We had 45 cases for the first sending and 28 cases for the second sending. So the total was 336 cases, but 6 of them failed because the file was too long. In the end, we tested 330 cases. The table on the right shows how we counted all of this. We set up help us to study how the videos change when sent to the different messengers and pod. Now I'll talk about how we save and check videos and what the tools we use. First, we had some problem because the video was too big. If the file was too long, the messenger made shorter by itself. When the sending again, only the shorter video is used. To check everything fairly, we use the same method for all tests. Each app has a limit. KakaoTalk is max 300 megabyte. Telegram is max 2 gigabyte. WhatsApp is 100 megabyte to fast internet or 64 to slow internet. We first check basic info like the videos timed on codec, but only SPS and PPS value were using Unicode on each messengers. So we choose them to track how to video were sent. To the deeper, we use a tool of the MP4 instructor and 010 editor and hex editor. The picture shows a real hex data was SPS and PPS increase in videos. This carefully way helps we see how video changed during the send. Now let's talk about what you find in the experiment. We send a video from the one Android phone and to the Android to the iPhone. We send to see how the SPS value changed when we use each messenger. Here we found first Telegram and KakaoTalk shows the clear and different SPS pattern to every time. Each app has its own SPS value. But WhatsApp has different. It has two type of the SPS patterns. This didn't change based on the phone. It was the same on the Android and iOS. It means even after one send, we can we can know which web was we use. Just with checking the SPS value, we can guess the messenger. The table on the right show what the SPS value came from the which web. It's too easy to different. Next question. Next page. Now I will explain the analysis from the videos made on iPhones. We send the videos to Android to another iPhone. Again, we look at the SPS value, Telegram, KakaoTalk, and WhatsApp. Here is found just one we send enough to tell where the videos came from. The SPS value shows that it was from iPhone and Android. So even this video was sent many times, we could still find out the original phone. This is user or investigation. The table was the right showed the SPS pattern from the iPhone and Android and iPhone to iPhone. You can see the different messenger to phone make the different pattern. These patterns help us to track how video move through each apps. Now let's talk about the second sending experiment. We send the video from the Android to Android and then again to the Android to all iPhone. We checked how the SPS value changed during this process. Here is found first. Even if we use the same app twice, like Telegram to Telegram and SPS to change. So just sending twice can already make the pattern different. Second, if we change the app in the second send, like Kakao to WhatsApp, and the SPS value was totally different. So changes the messenger making is a big different. Later, if we change the phone types, for example, from the Android to iPhone, new SPS changing also appeared. This is because the system of the re-encoded the video when it's switching OSs. The table on the right shows all changes in details. It clearly shows how in messengers and iOS and OS changes affect the SPS value. Now let's talk about another test we did. This time we first sent a video from the Android to iPhone. Then the video was sent again to another Android or another iPhone. First, we changed the iPhone system in the second send. We iPhone to Android. This SPS value changed again. Even states on iPhone also changed this SPS. Second, using the same messenger 2 times didn't stop the SPS flow to changes if the phone type changes. For example, Telegram to Telegram still gave the new SPS value if Android to iPhone were used. Third, when you change the messenger app in the second send, the SPS changes again. For example, Telegram to WhatsApp gave the very different result. This result shows the SPS can help us of the videos was sent between different phone to app, phone or app. The table on the right shows a clear example of this. It includes Android to iPhone to Android to iPhone to Android and Android to iPhone cases. This shows how forensic investigation can track out even complicated videos sharing paths. In this case, the video was made on the iPhone and sent to the Android phone. Then the same video was sent again to another Android or back to the another iPhone. First, when switching between the iOS and Android, videos was re-encoded. The encoding created different SPS pattern. And second, even if we use the same app twice, like the Telegram to Telegram, the SPS value was still different because of OS changes. And when we change the app, like KakaoTalk to WhatsApp, SPS pattern change even more. So looking at the SPS value, we can tell which app else the phone is the video when to dot. Finally, let's look at the tests that start from iPhones. First, videos were sent from the one iPhone to another iPhones. Then it was sent again to Android or to another iPhones. Even when the video also stayed within the iPhone, the SPS value changed a little. When the second send was to the iPhone, and SPS changed more because of the different system. Also, each messenger app, Telegram, KakaoTalk, and WhatsApp has their own unique SPS pattern. This means we can tell not just what phone we use, but also which messenger app we use. Now, let's summarize the key result from the one-time send experiments. We found that even just one send gives the clear information. SPS value always show two things: the phone systems and the messengers apps. It doesn't matter what phone receive the videos. we look at the first 5 bytes of the SPS value. SPS, each UFS systems made its own special pattern. You can see this pattern in this table on the right. So if we check the value, we can tell where the videos started and what web was used. This helps the forensics experience working the passenger faster and more clearly. Next, it looks at what we found the second send tests. We found 7 different SPS types. We grouped them checking the first five types of each SPS value. 6 of these types were already seen in the first and tests. But one new pattern appeared only in the second send types. This means most SPS patterns stay the same after 2 send, but some new patterns can appear. The table on the right shows all 7 types clearly. It tells us which messengers and pawn types made each one. One pattern was special. It came only after we second transmission. It help us know if videos was sent just one or more than once. This is helps the forensic team on the follow and video paths, and even though the pawn of the app changes. Finally, let's review what we tried to do what we found. Our goal was to study how illegal videos moved to the phone and messenger apps. We focused on Android, iOS, and 3 apps, WhatsApp, and KakaoTalk, and Telegram. To do this, we analyzed the SPS and PPS values in these video files. This helps us track how videos we once sent. From the first send, we could see which phone and apps were used. Even though we couldn't always know what phone will receive it, we could always tell where it started and which app was used. In second send, we found a more SPS pattern. This pattern shows what messenger we use. Our research can help focus investigation, track how the illegal videos more. This makes the digital investigation more accurate and stronger in more information. Finally, I'll end talk about sharing the limit of our study and future ideas. First, some limit we always tested Android and iOS and 3 apps, WhatsApp and Kakao and Telegram. We didn't study how software upgrade could change the result. We also found that Windows does not show the tenable SPS pattern, and we did not separate the file or sensor from the internet sharing like QuickShare. We should test different version of the app of the type app of the phone system more closely. We need to separate the file upload and directory sharing clearly. We should also include window and cross platform classes. In the future, we can use AI and detect SPS padding and patterns more accurately. The chart shows our ideas and future SPS spaces research. That concludes my presentation. Thank you for attention. Now we're happy to answer any question we have.
Okay, thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. And so I have a question. How can we account for changes in SPS values when different versions of messenger applications or operating system are used?
On the systems like Windows, Mac OS, including the more complex, many programs turn to changes on the videos when you send. For example, sending those the web browser can change the videos differently depending on the browser OS. Also, the messenger hours encoder can make sense the computer encoder. So SPS values become the hard to practice.
Okay, thank you so much for your excellent presentation and valuable answers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, it's the final session, final presenter. It's my honor to introduce our final presenter, researcher Eunjil Lee, who is currently pursuing her PhD in the Department of Forensic Science at Songyuan University. Her research spans a broad range of areas, including disk forensics, cloud forensics, and the application of artificial intelligence in forensic investigations. Over the past several years, she has contributed to multiple research projects and published several papers in these domains. Notably, she has recently published 3 papers in the international journals, including 2 presented at TFRWS, including TFRWS USA 2025. The title are Standard Model for Mobile Forensic Image Development, Identification of Data Wiping Tools based on deletion patterns in RFS $log file, and Forensic Recovery via chip transplantation in Samsung smartphones. Today, researcher Lee will be presenting her research on forgery detection method for smartphone audio file. She always researches the smartphone, Samsung smartphone. Please join me in giving a warm round of applause to our final presenter. Please.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm Eunjil Lee, a researcher in digital forensics, and I had the opportunity to present here 2 years ago. I'm very happy to be back this year to share my latest work with you. Today, I'm pleased to present on the topic forgery detection method for smartphone audio files. Let us begin the presentation. Here is an overview of today's topic. First, the background of this study. With the rapid advance of digital technology and smartphone, there has been a growing misuse of media for criminal purposes. As a result, audio files such as recorded phone calls are increasingly being utilized as digital evidence. However, for audio files to be admissible in court, it is essential to establish their integrity and authenticity. Due to characteristics such as media independence and vulnerability to manipulation, audio files often face challenges in being accepted as legal evidence. Although previous studies have attempted to evaluate evidential value and detect forgery in audio files, they have mostly focused on comparative analysis across various formats or applications. This highlights the necessity for research that can be identify potential tampering in an audio files without relying on original reference files. In this study, we targeted audio recording generated using an iPhone. 3 types of forgery were simulated: deletion, stream, and replacement. We utilized the default voice memo application on the iPhone, and the scenarios also included cases where the device's system times were altered, as well as recordings that were paused and resumed with the application. We then constructed various forgery scenarios and examined structural elements such as the file structure, timescale, and bitrate. Finally, we developed a code capable of automatically detecting sign of forgery when an audio file is uploaded. Next, the theoretical background. Audio files recorded using smartphone are typically saved in M4A format. The structure of an M4A file consists of several components, including the file type box, media data box, and movie header box. Here are the key elements within the movie header box that are particularly relevant to this study. Creation time refers to the timestamp when the file was first created. Modification time indicates the last time the file was edited. Duration represents the total length of the audio file. Timescale denotes the number of time units per second and plays a crucial role in regulating frame rates and audio sampling rates. Bitrate indicates the amount of data processed per time unit. Free space box is located at the lowest level of the M4A file structure and refers to segments of empty space that do not contain actual audio data. Now let us discuss audio file forgery techniques. The default voice memo application on the iPhone supports 3 core editing functions: deletion, trimming, and replacement. Deletion allows users to remove a selected segment from the beginning, middle, and the end of the recording. Trimming retains only the selected portion and discards the rest. Replacement substitutes a selected segment with a newly recorded clip. To illustrate the difference between deletion and trimming, consider a recording with a total duration of 1 minute and 17 seconds. If the first 17 seconds are deleted, then the segment is removed and the remaining 1 minute is preserved. In contrast, if the same 17 seconds are trimmed, only that segment is kept, while the unselected remainder is deleted. Thus, the key distinction lies in whether the selected portion is discarded or retained. Next, we consider the advanceability and admissibility of audio files. For audio recording to be accepted in court, it is essential to understand the characteristic of digital evidence and to establish both integrity and authenticity. While hash values are frequently used to verify integrity, there have been legal precedents where evidence was admitted despite discrepancies in hash value based on contextual factors. This indicates the growing need for objective method of detecting forgery in audio files that can be present in court, independently of hash value verification. Previous studies have explored both the detection of forgery in smartphone-generated audio files and the evaluation of their admissibility as legal evidence. Some research has identified distinctive file attributes that can signal manipulation. Other studies have even demonstrated the possibility of altering a file such that it is distinguishable from the original, raising significant concerns. This underscores the importance of developing a reliable and court-acceptable methodology for forgery detection that can support the legal credibility of audio evidence. In this study, we used 5 original audio files recorded on an iPhone 12 mini, each with different duration: 1 minute, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, and 60 minutes. For each original files, 3 editing techniques, deletion, trimming, and replacement, were applied at the beginning, middle, and end segments. This resulted in a dataset consisting of 5 original files, 45 Bayesian forgery files, and 45 time-modified forgery files. From this point forward, the basic forgery files and time change file will collectively be referred to as forgery files. Please refer to table for a detailed breakdown of the experiment file configuration. We observed that, regardless of length, all original files shared an identical internal structure. Moreover, specific indicator found in the file headers and the UData structure clearly signified that the recording had been generated using an iPhone. The file structure of basic forgery file was found to be identical to that original file. Two distinct values were observed for the time scale. When replacement was applied or a middle segment was deleted, the time scale appeared 44,100. Conversely, when trimming was performed or when beginning or end segments were deleted, the time scale remained 48,000, consistent within the original file. A similar pattern was observed in the bitrate value. For files involving replacement or deletion of the middle segments, the bitrate was 256,000. However, for files trimmed or with deletion at the beginning or end, the bitrate was 64,000, matching that of the original file. In the original file, the creation time matched the date values, which represent the actual start time of the recording. The time difference between the creation time and modification time actually matched the duration of the file. In contrast, forgery file exhibit discrepancies. The creation time did not match the date value, and the difference between creation and modification time did not equal the duration. This suggests that in case of forgery, the creation time reflects the start of the forgery or re-encoding process, while the modification time corresponded to the end or saving point of the process. In the flip box of the original files, metadata confirming the file's origin from the iPhone was identified. In forgery files, this information appeared earlier in the file structure compared to the original. Additionally, a distinct 32-character string was observed at the end of the data section within the flip box. Time change files were generated by manually adjusting the iPhone system times to closely match the original recording's end time, followed by the forgery operation. For modifying the device clock, the original time change file were transferred using USB cable and adapter. The file structure of the time change files remain consistent with the original recording. Moreover, the timescale and bitrate values align precisely with those observed in the basic forgery files. It was confirmed that the altered system time was reflected in the metadata. As with the basic forgery files, the difference between the creation time and modification time did not equal the duration. Interestingly, the date value intended to reflect the actual start time of the recording differed from the original. This discrepancy is presumed to result from the file being transferred via USB, with the transfer time being recorded as the date value in the metadata. Within the flip box, the same 32-character string found in the basic forgery files was observed at the end of the data section. This consistent pattern supports the structural similarity between the two types of the forgery files. To investigate whether it is possible to estimate the length of words or post segments, an additional experiment was conducted using a newly constructed dataset. The forgery identification file consists of 17 minutes and 70 seconds audio files with a forgery operation performed on fixed 44-second segments. In the forgery identification files, the file structure differs from the original. The flip box previously present in the original files was no longer observed, and the new structure had been appended at the end of the file. In the forgery identification files, the timescale and bitrate value were consistent with those in the basic forgery and time change files. In contrast, post-detection files exhibit a timescale of 44,100 and a bitrate of 256,000, identical to the value seen when replacing segments or deleting middle section. Within the newly added structure, the previously observed 32-character string appeared to be corrupted. The time difference between creation time and modification time did not match the duration, and the creation time did not match date value. These indicators confirm that the file had undergone forgery. Next is estimation of first segment duration. Consider a file with a date value of November 11, 2024 at 30:42 and the duration of 16 minutes and 33 seconds. Assuming the recording started actually at the data values, adding the duration gives 30:55, which we define as the minimum and time of the recording. However, the creation time in this first file is 40:01, indicating the point at which forgery or re-encoding began. Since forgery can only occur after recording ends, the creation time serves as the maximum end time. The gap between these two times, 3 minutes and 3 seconds, is entered as the estimated duration of the first segment. A similar approach was applied to estimate post duration. Our first file revealed two distinct patterns: replace segments or middle section deletion, trims or deletion at the beginning or end. In our first file, the date did not match the creation time, and the gap between creation time and modification time did not equal the duration. Additionally, the 32-character string typically found within the flip box appear at the very end of the box in the first file. Details on the estimating for segment length were discussed earlier, so we will skip that here. This study is limited in scope and is focused on the specific smartphone models and operating system. Future research should explore how variation in the file extension and platform affected the result. Nonetheless, this study is significant because it presents a method for detecting audio file forgery without needing accessing the original file. To evaluating the study finding, a detection script was developed. The validation code initialized with where value count equals zeros. If the file matches the file original structure, the original count is incremented. If forgery involves replacement or middle deletion, the middle count increases. If it involves trimming or start or end deletions, the etc count is updated. Once our comparisons are completed, the result is determined based on the highest count. The code is designed to display both of the final outcome and the reasoning behind it. Of the 22 files tested, 21 were correctly classified. The single misclassification resulted from an error in the flip box due to the file name issue, not a flaw in the detection logic. These results support the conclusion that the method can reliably detect forgery in M4A audio file. In conclusion, this study proposed a method to detect forgery in audio files, supporting their admissibility as legal evidence. By conducting forgery operation using the 3 editing feature of the iPhone's default video memo apps, the study identified key indicators such as timescale, bitrate, and back timestamp. Although the approach may face challenges with more sophisticated edit or in the other OS environments and file formats, it is meaningful that forgery can be identified without needing the original file. We hope this research will reduce legal disputes surrounding around audio files and support investigate procedure. That concludes my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Please feel free to ask any question.
Thank you for your excellent presentation. Your timing is so perfect. You concluded our session wonderfully. But time is not enough, but I will give a short question. Have you explored whether other metadata aside from timescale and bitrate, can also be utilized?
As we reviewed our range of metadata fields during our analysis, among them timescale and bitrate emerged as the most distinctive and reliable indicator for detecting forgery. Although other metadata elements were considered, these two consistently showed clear patterns that made them particularly effective for our purposes.
Okay. Thank you once again for your valuable answer and contribution. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have just 3 minutes. The first session of the Cybersecurity Revolution 2025 has now concluded. I hope you all found the presentations both informative and thought-provoking. There are numerous research ideas to explore in this session. I would like to extend my sincerest gratitude to 5 distinguished presenters for sharing their research and expertise with us. Your contributions has been invaluable. Finally, I would like to express my gratitude to Professor Chang from Deakin University, Australia, who will be taking over as co-organizer for the next session. He is also set to present intriguing research topics, and we warmly invite you to engage with his session. Thank you all for your participation, and I look forward to seeing you next year with even more exciting topic. Thank you so much.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Thanks to coming to this this section hosted by Deakin Cyber Research and Innovation Center. I'm Lennon Cheng. I'm associate professor in risk and policy at Deakin University. Together, we got another co-convener, Professor Chad Wellham, who is the deputy director of the Deakin Cyber Research and Innovation Center. Before I start, following our Australian culture, that I would like to acknowledge the traditional owner of the land where we log on from, and pay respect to the elders, past, present, and emerging. And if we have any indigenous or original people joining us, we especially like to welcome you and thank you for joining us. So today we will have two parts of this section. The first part would be a presentation from individual presenters, and the topic will be covering policing cybercrime in the Indo-Pacific region. So in the coming hour, also you'll listen to different presentations covering China, India, Canada, Vietnam, and Korea and Thailand. And the second half will be chaired by Professor Chip Whalen on a discussion on the new UN Convention on Cybercrime and its impact towards the region. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce our first speaker. The first speaker is a newly minted doctor, Dr. Zhou Yu Zhao. He is a PhD candidate at Monash University. We just got the result back. Congratulations, you. He he will be talking about cyber fraud and policing in China and crime displacement, which is very much based on what he has researched in his PhD. So I'll pass the microphone to you.
Thank you, Lennon. Thank you so much. So now I'm gonna share my screen. Okay. So, conclusion. Go back to first page. Sorry, can't see it. Okay. So thank you everyone for today's joining today's conference. So today I'm going to present the majority topic or research findings from my PhD studies, policing cyber fraud in China, especially focusing on how Chinese police react from the organizational level and technical level to the cyber fraud and the outcome of policing cyber fraud, which is crime displacement. I'm gonna briefly introduce the backgrounds and the research design or methodology and go into
I think it's lagging. Yep, are you back? Are you back?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Last time we're having Zhou to present at the moment. So
Hello.
we can't hear you. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Last time we have the first presenter presenting. So can you mute yourself, please? Are you back? We can't hear you. We can't hear you. Or obviously there are some technical issues. So I guess Marie, do you want to take over and do the first presentation?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I think that might be better, and we can have Yi later.
Okay, perfect. So I will share my screen. Great. So hopefully everything works well. Hi, everyone. My name is Marika Villeneuve-Dubuc. I am from the University of Montreal in Canada, currently a visiting student at Deakin University in Melbourne. So I will be sharing about my PhD project, kind of the preliminary results of it, because we've only done the Canadian data collection so far, and it is a comparative study between Canada and Australia. So it's an ongoing project, but I'm happy to be sharing a bit about that big project. So we'll be talking about the private sector perspectives on cybercrime investigations. So the challenges when it comes to collaborating with Canadian law enforcement agencies. So to give a bit of context, of course, if you're attending a cybercrime conference, you know that there is a massive increase in cybercrime incidents, such as ransomware, data breaches, and etc. And of course, Canada is also a victim country of this massive increase. And as we kind of know, since I'm the first to talk in this panel, there is some kind of major challenges for law enforcement agencies when it comes to investigating, prosecuting, disrupting cybercrimes, such as the lack of financial or human resources, training gaps between different cyber units, and outdated legal frameworks that they have to work with. And in the literature, it has been shown that there is a strong need to improve the public and private collaboration between law enforcement agencies and the private sector to effectively respond to cyber threats. Although that collaboration is not easy because we are working with entities who have different means, aims. Just to give a little bit of context about the Canadian policing system. So it is a 3-level of policing. So there is the federal level that covers the entire country and covers more broader, more organized, complex crimes. And then we have the provincial, which is kind of regional level of policing. And we have local law enforcement agencies. Something that is interesting to know in this context is that there has been a new establishment of a National Cybercrime Coordination Center, the NC3, that occurred maybe 3 years ago now, so it's still very new, and that aims to enhance national coordination between these law enforcement agencies. So for the research questions, like I said, my PhD project is a bit broader than what we will be tackling in this presentation, but in general, we want to know how does the experience of police officers and private companies in Canada and Australia exchange. Right, I just need to switch that. Thank you, sorry. So my research question is, how does the experience of police officers and private companies in Canada and Australia compare in the context of information sharing for cybercrime investigations? For this presentation, I will be only focusing on that, the private sector side and what they've shared with us about what they've experienced as being the main challenges when it came to collaborating with different levels of law enforcement agencies. So I won't cover all the research questions. That's only what we're going to be talking about today. When that will change. Okay. So for the data, the method, research design, it is a qualitative method study. So we use, in order to identify themes and sub-themes, there is a strong strong measures for confidentiality that has been put, because we are working with multiple law enforcement agencies and different people in the higher level of hierarchy and different cybersecurity stakeholders, companies. So yeah, that is definitely a big aspect of this project. We use the semi-structured interview format to allow and have more in-depth discussion with participants. So far we have 26 interviews in Canada. That covers almost equally. On one side, we have our participants from the private sector, cybersecurity stakeholders, which include incident response teams, private investigators, tech firms, banks, telecommunication companies. And on the law enforcement side, we have mainly investigators, some surgeons from the federal cyber units, provincial police, and municipal investigators as well. So we have that kind of multi-level that has been covered. And for the analysis, so we use NVivo to do the analysis, and we have the ethic committee has been approved by the University of Montreal. So to jump in, I can't see my time, so hopefully I'll be all right. But for the preliminary results, these are kind of the main themes that so far has been identified under the big umbrella of challenges. So to keep that in mind, the first thing that has came up a lot was the lack of clarity of legal framework. So participants indicated confusion. Even when chatting with them, they didn't know exactly what they were allowed to do, what they wasn't allowed to do, and that changed a lot depending on the participants. And that also caused a reluctance to collaborate without the proper legal protections, which is very understandable. But that kind of lack of clarity and that strong need to have a legal protection kind of influenced some participants to be more reluctant to collaborate. Also, one thing that was shared was the lack of the lack of communication channels that were standardized, because it kind of changed. Every participant has experienced a complete different experience and different means to communicate. Some was through email, some were only in person, some were on calls, some were sending documents through different ways. So it changed completely from each law enforcement agency. So that was kind of complicated precisely for big companies who they have to collaborate quite often with different law enforcement agencies. It became kind of really confusing as to how do we actually interact with these partners, public partners. So there was that. And also there was the multi-jurisdictional challenges. So the fact that, yes, there are, like I said at the beginning of this presentation, there are 3 levels of policing. And sometimes our participants from the private sector side shared that they felt that the information wasn't shared between other law enforcement agencies, and that sometimes caused them to have to repeat the information often, which is not great. Precisely if you're a victim of a cybercrime, then you have to repeat constantly your experience. That kind of caused a re-victimization over and over again. And also, one thing when it came to choosing to collaborate or not, there was definitely that was a theme that came up a lot, was the perceived risk of legal liability and reputational damage, because that was something that the private participants shared, that they were kind of always thinking as, should we collaborate with the public sector? How would it look like in the media? So that kind of media test, it has some kind of impact on our company if we do so. So that was definitely an influential factor as to whether or not they would collaborate with the public sector. So I inserted a few quotes, because I think it's always nice to see what people said. So the names are completely random. So just to give more insights. So our first not the first, but the first one in this case. So Casey, a cybersecurity incident response professional, said that the law enforcement takes a report and that's it. They don't have the tools, and the private sector is left to handle it. So we can clearly see here that from his experience, from their experience, there was a perceived lack of resources from the law enforcement part, and they felt that the weight to handle that incident came back to them. Another thing that came up, they shared, I harass them. If I don't push, nothing moves. So that's kind of something that happened a few times, that they felt that they had to communicate, they had to push the communication so that they could have some kind of feedback and see some kind of impact when they collaborated. Another participant, Jordan, a cybersecurity investigator from a private firm, said that in their case, they provide reports to the police, but they said that it's one way. They rarely hear any feedback or follow-up. So again, communication challenges here. The police investigations are stalled because they lack the expertise to deal with technological crimes. So again, a perceived lack of expertise to be able to handle these cases. Taylor, cybersecurity director from a consulting firm, they actually initiated a great initiative to counteract on that communication barrier. So they created a monthly meeting with a provincial law enforcement agency, and they say that it's the only way to keep things moving. So again, we can see that, we can sense that communication barrier once again. And another thing is that they said that when it's a municipal case, it just goes into a black hole and no one follows up. That was also something that kind of came up a lot. These barriers, these challenges that comes with the level of law enforcement agencies. It is quite known that smaller law enforcement agencies don't have the same capabilities as the higher ones, such as federal ones, and that kind of came back to us as to a big challenge. They just don't feel that nothing's going to happen if they report to a smaller local law enforcement agency. So I really have no idea how I'm going on time, but here I am on the discussion and conclusion. The main conclusions, well, the private sector, we can feel like we saw that there is kind of some frustrations when it comes to communicating and sharing information. There are some legal uncertainties. I didn't talk about the precise laws. I didn't want to bore everyone, but there was some questions a lot, and I felt it just by speaking with the people. At some point, they were asking me questions, so we can feel that there is a need to have more understanding of the laws when it comes to this. The problems when it comes to having a system that has different levels of law enforcement agencies and sharing information between them. So the implications for policy and practice, there's a need to enhance a more standardized communication protocol for in between these level of policings. And we do know that it's quite new, that there is a new center that is that should be focusing on that precisely, but it's still new, and we can see that there is a need for improvement still, and there should be a better legal framework to protect the private stakeholders during cybercrime cooperation, and increase trust building initiatives to foster reciprocal exchanges. Like we saw, there has been some great initiatives to keep that communication ongoing, such as meetings, to enhance trust and communication. So for the next steps of this project, I will be completing the remaining 24 to 30 interviews until saturation here in Australia, so that we can have a better comparative component, and also share the findings to inform policy and improve collaboration. So that is it for me. I believe we're doing the question at the end.
Yep. Thank you, MB. We'll do the Q&As at the end. But if you have any audience who got any questions, you can pass it to Michael, and Michael will pass it to us. Thank you, MB. Sorry, I forgot to introduce you. People also probably thinking about why Canada is included in the Indo-Pacific region. But MB is now a visiting fellow, visiting scholar at Deakin University as well, and she's collecting her data at Australia. And of course, when we're talking about Indo-Pacific, we'll try to broaden it to include US and Canada in some sense. So I think it would be good it would be a value added for people to really understand more broadly, not only the Asian perspectives, but also Western perspective as well. Thank you, MB. Yu, are you back?
Yeah, so sorry for the internet problem.
No worries.
Do you want
based
to
in China. PowerPoint and continue?
Yeah, sure. Okay. Okay. So today I'm going to introduce the majority part of my PhD thesis, policing cyberfraud in China, especially the structural and tactical responses, and also the outcome of cyberfraud policing. I'm gonna briefly introduce the background and go straightforward to research findings and do some conclusion limitations for the research. So the background, current research, cyberfraud has become one of the most prominent criminal issues, not only in China, but in a global context. And based in the official reports in China, cyberfraud has occupied more than 50% of total criminal cases. And recently, China announced their successfully preventing 163 billion from losing to cyberfraud. But however, there is no nuance or details from their official reports or the public reports for how they're doing that and what would be the perception from the police officers. So really limited empirical understanding so far. I have collected the statistics from the public and official reports showing that since 2016, they only reported how much has been protected from losing to cyberfraud. And before 2016, they just report both the reported financial losses and also the protected losses. And I think the most interesting thing here would be within 3 years, they have alerts to successfully protect the huge amount of financial losses from losing to cyberfraud. And this actually lead to one of my or two of my key research questions. How would they deal with that? And how would they perceive the outcome? So given the time limitation, I'll only focus on the second and third research question. How Chinese police officers perceive the rules of specific policing practices, and how do they evaluate the outcome of the policing practices? The method pretty simple, semi-structured interviews with only 21 Chinese police officers, which was not my aim because I was aiming for at least 30 to 40. But however, given some political issues, not for my personal, but I mean for the structural political issues, there was some anti-foreign investigator or foreign researcher sentiment. So my interviews paused after the kind of the national campaign. I used quoted sampling for collecting the data from central to local policing agencies. The central one, the Ministry of Public Security, and the provincial one, city level one, and also the county level one. So now I'm gonna go into the 3 research findings. And the first one to demonstrate the structural responses from Chinese police. They have built up 2 policing networks. One is the public, another one is the hybrid. I've introduced later. So the public policing network has been called as interministerial joint office. They do not use the word policing network, but actually the function of the organization is exactly what the policing network means. It was only established for no more than 10 years, so 9 years so far. It was led by Ministry of Public Security. and composed of other 22 central departments. So as you can see from this figure, the number of institutions can be categorized into 3 domains: financial system, telecommunication and information system, and also criminal justice system. And it has the central leader, the police department, central leader, so-called the Ministry of Public Security. And there are some benefits based on my interviews with the central and also local police officers. So they can share the intelligence. So the internal cross departments, they can share no matter the big data or the new intelligence they have analyzed from their domestic jurisdiction. So they can share between the departments. And secondly, they can do some collaborations. Although the collaboration can be sometimes limited and sometimes limited in the different jurisdictions. And the collective decision making can be made by the MPS, the Ministry of Public Security, or the local level public security bureaus, the police bureaus, once they have collected the information, the intelligence from different institutions. However, there are also some disadvantages or limitations, such as conflict of interest. For example, the Ministry of Public Security, they want to reduce the registration, the bank registration. However, financial system, they just want to increase the bank registration because they want to increase their KPI. So their KPI under this context can be conflictory. And the second one, financial repression. For the policing cyber fraud, they have to implement a different kinds of crime campaigns, including anti-money laundering initiatives. So anti-money laundering initiatives can restrict the financial transactions, even sometimes can be prohibiting some normal transaction based on the data modeling. So that's the 2 limitations for the public policing network. And the second policing network I call the police industry partnership, which is the hybrid police network. The police agency collaborates with private tech companies to build up big data policing system. Some literature also called the intelligence-led or technology-driven policing. So the big data policing system functions comprehensively for data collection and also the intelligence analysis. And most importantly, it can lead to the intelligence resource allocation, all based on the big data policing system. Some benefits from this collaboration: it can resolve the technological challenges, such as merit research funding. The collaboration between public sector and private sector can be really hard to be achieved sometimes because of the technology challenges, the lack of expertise, IT expertise. But however, Chinese police, they just recruit some private IT experts to work for them and pay them the money, like the outsourcing police. This is technological outsourcing. So it can resolve some kind of the technological challenges. And secondly, it can enhance the fraud detection because they also use AI and data modeling. The data modeling can based on the previous, for example, the dialing history to analyze what kind of the account would be the fraudulent account and what would be the fraudulent calls and label them out. And based on the new data, they just predict the new fraudulent calls and messages and to prevent them in advance. So it can kind of increase the fraud detection and prevention rate. And next, it can increase the efficiency. So once they identify the problem, they will give the problem into the tech companies. Police itself do not address maybe the major tech challenges. So they just outsource the major challenges to the tech companies, and they go back to the criminal investigation and collaborations with different institutions. So that kind of the labor division from this hybrid policing network. However, also some limitations or shortcomings from the hybrid policing network. The first one, reverse power dynamics. So for the outsourced policing in the previous literature, we found that like the civil police, they just do some dirty work. They just do some documentary, do some policing patrol, sometimes in China, and do some really modern and minor criminal investigation, not that critical and significant. But however, here in this context, the big data policing system, police itself found really passive in the relationship. They have to give a lot of money to keep the subscription and maintenance fee for the platforms, and they have also to proactively maintain the relationship with the IT experts. So because they have a lot of criminal cases, data analysis, different things for them to arrange. And the second limitation would be selective policing, because the private policing, the technological outsourcing, have to pay a lot of money and continuously pay for the maintenance fee. The minimum from one of the interviewee told me the minimum would be 500,000 AUD 1 year, which is really expensive for the local Chinese jurisdictions. So because of the expensive services, it leads to some kind of the selective policing, because not every jurisdiction can be affordable for these services, for the big data policing system. So without the big data policing system, the efficiency can be decreased. The effectiveness can also be compromised. The third one, privacy and security paradox, which I may introduce more in a panel discussion for the new UN convention. Now I'm going to move to the second research funding, the tactical responses, apart from the organizational arrangement, which serves the proactive policing patterns from the anti-fraud center, which is the special policing unit in the Chinese policing system. So as you can see from this figure, the anti-fraud centers has been affiliated under the 4 levels of the policing system: national, provincial, city level, and county level. And for each level of the anti-fraud centers, they have multiple branches, which are specialized in different tasks or duties. Some do research for data collection, some do financial branch for the anti-money laundering, crime prevention branch, crime campaign, like the card-cutting campaign for the bank card and SIM card, and victim service for people who are victim and contact to the anti-fraud centers, give them some assistance and guidance. So anti-fraud centers, they have launched a lot of practice or tactics against cyber fraud. I just used the situational crime prevention theoretical framework to map out the majority or maybe the most significant strategy they use for reducing and preventing cybercrime, cyber fraud. Situational crime prevention strategy, they have 5 components: increase risk, increase effort, reduce revert, remove excuses, and reduce provocations. For increase of risk, they just use routinized cyber fraud campaign. So for someone who knows the policing the policing literature in China, you may know that the policing in China has long been a campaign style, which is intensive, short-term, and selected. However, in the cyber fraud policing context, I just found out that they just routinized the campaign, which means it lasts for the long term, but it's still selective. I still focus on specific type of crime, such as they focus on the anti-money laundering, the carding campaign, bank card and SIM card. And for increased effort, they create the cyber fraud blacklist, which is affiliated and the big data policing system. And they also do the AI for do the data modeling for that. It is really effective and cost effective. For reduce the reverse, they introduced the 2 types of victim focused intervention. The first one based on the general public who have not fallen into the victim, the cyber fraud victim. They just send the message and create some public propaganda through multiple media platforms to increase the vigilance for anti-cyber fraud. And for those who have fallen into the victim, they have multiple layers. For those who just received the fraudulent message, receive the fraudulent call, and receive multiple fraudulent calls, they will give different interventions. For example, send the messages, specific messages, or give the specific calls, and finally do the person-to-person, door-to-door persuasion. They call it persuasion, to persuade someone not to transfer the money to the fraudulent accounts. removes excuses, which has been achieved by the anti-fraud cyber fraud legislation, which is one of the first cyber fraud specific legislation in the world, which enable a lot of criminalization for the different criminal activities, anti-money laundering, cyber fraud, and different cyber fraud assistant activities. And for the last one, I think would be kind of sensitive or critical to the jurisdiction, which has been called, that's translated to Chinese, that's translated from Chinese, hotspot governance, 高危地带. This has been terminated after 2018, which was used by some jurisdiction, not all jurisdictions, some jurisdiction to sweep out the local offenders to other jurisdictions. Because once the local jurisdiction has been labeled as cyber fraud hotspot, they view the director of the local jurisdiction will be prohibited from promotion within 3 years, which is really like serious political censorship, political punishment. So they will use any sort to sweep out their local offenders, identify offenders, to other jurisdictions. So there won't be any managed offenders for them to be labeled as hotspots. But this one has been officially terminated by the Ministry of Public Security, which also acknowledged the shortcomings, the disadvantages, such as crime displacement, which was notified by one of my interviewees. The benefits limitations are pretty explicit from the proactive approach, which is situational crime prevention of anti-fraud centers. The first benefit is embracement to proactive policing, which has long been criticized by the Chinese policing literature because of the camping style or reactive policing in history. The second one, increase the criminal cost and risk. For example, for the bank cards, previous to the establishment of the fraud center, one bank card only valued for 50 RMB, but now, right now in China, it was more than 2,000 RMB, increased 50 times at least. And cost effective, they use a lot of technology such as big data policing powered by the AI, big data modeling to do the automated crime prevention, crime detection, which is really cost effective from the perspective of the interviewees. And for the limitations, such as the procedure justice, the hotspot regulation, the hotspot governance, reduce the provocation. They also acknowledge kind of the procedure injustice, although they still find out that they have no choice to do that. The camping style policing has been still silent in the front line, the local level policing this, because the local police officers, they found really hard to be adaptive to the new technology, such as big data policing system. And finally, the final limitation would be crime displacement, which is my third research finding. The cyber fraud displacement. Okay, I will quickly.
Maybe wrap quickly.
Yeah, sorry for that. So based on the interviews and analysis, I found out that crime displacement has been facilitated by early stage Chinese policing strategies. However, policing is not the sole factor for facilitating the crime displacement. We have to also think about the criminal motivations and also the criminal opportunities, especially policing capacity for addressing criminal motivations and opportunities. So maybe we don't have enough time to introduce the newest data here. So this is my conclusions here. So cyber fraud policing is hardly achieved through policing itself. It needs some network or collaborations, no matter domestically or internationally. A network and proactive policing is promising, but it should be implemented with procedure justice. And policing is not the sole driving factor of crime displacement. Opportunities and motivation should also be considered. Limitations because of the limited number of interviewees, the representativeness can be questioned for a while or for some scope, despite using the quota sampling. And transferability, so whether the Chinese policing experience or lessons can be transferable to different jurisdictions, for example, especially the Western context, will need further investigation, further research. And for the evolving nature, the technology evolving, often the involving policing involving, whether the current findings can be still applicable in the following 5 or 10 years, still questionable and waiting for further research fundings. So thank you all, and sorry for the internet
Thank you,
problem.
Doyle.
Thank you.
I'll be very interested to hear more on the displacement, but due to the time limitation, maybe we can have a discussion after during the Q&A and afterwards. So
Sure.
we'll quickly move on. Our third speaker, Dr. Lasa Subramaniam. She is a associate professor and director of Center for Cyber Forensic and Information Security at University of Madras. And she'll be talking about policing cyber crime and cybersecurity related issues in India. So Lasa, over to you. And you got 15
Thank you,
minutes.
Professor Lennon. Good morning. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity. I'm happy to be a part of this. I hope this will be useful for many people. So I will quickly brief about the situation of cyber crimes in India in the past decades. Like we started the first cybercrime police station in India in the year 2001. After the Information Technology Act, which came into place in 2000. So the 2001 cybercrime police station was set up in one of the county called Bengaluru, which is in south of India. So that time I started my research in cybercrime, and now it is almost more than 2 decades. So India in understanding cybercrime and also how it is proactive and reactive to the situation of cybercrimes, I will try to brief in the given time. When the cybercrime police station was established in India, much crimes reported because public was not aware of what is cybercrime and what is the recognition of cybercrime. Then 2005, reporting became a little vibrant, and I could see like a lot of people, they can come and report about the crimes which are very personal. For example, the crimes which happen because of ex-girlfriend, ex-boyfriend, or ex-husband, a disgruntled employee situation. Now, in the year 2024, 2025, cyber crimes are getting reported. I will simply say it's not increase in cybercrime. Increase in cybercrime, increasing risk of cybercrime is also happening in India. In 2024, complaints raised to the level of loss of rupees 16 crore rupee among the people in India. This report in various police stations. So what do we do out of it? What are the types of crimes that are getting reported? The reason trend in cyber crimes in India is most of it are financial frauds. Right? As you all know, the World Survey on Cybercrime says that India is in 10th position. The first position goes to Ukraine and Russia. And now the recent trend is like it's in the 10th position. And every country specializes in one type of cybercrime. And if you take India, it's more financial scams. A lot of scams are happening around the country or inside the country or from outside the country to India. Most of the financial scams. And also, like when we talk about USA or UK, having the crimes which are high tech and mid tech. So when you talk about India, these crimes are mid tech crimes. So we can see that recent past, especially from 2025, we have financial scams in place and also crimes are happening. What are the types of mid tech crimes that are happening? Mostly business name takeovers. So that is amounting to large crores of money of loss for the business companies. And then we can move on to crimes against the banks, cyber crimes against the banks and financial institutions. And then we move on to the other personal types of crimes. So what are the major types of financial scams that are happening? We can say that scams using phishing links. So where they are asking about filling up the KYC or filling up different amount or anything which is trying to attack a person or an organization with us. We can lose huge amount of money. And also ransomware attacks are more reported in India in the recent past. So ransomware attacks are targeted on organizations and institutions, makes them to lose huge amount of money. In trend of cyber crimes also makes people to report cybercrime to various organizations which are working for it. And one interesting trend I can see is start cybercrime cell. Companies were not ready to report because of their reputational issue. Now, companies are coming out to report cyber crimes and they are able to openly declare that this is the loss and they are trying to rectify what's happened and also respond to the incident. So that we have seen in India, apart from personal crimes being reported across the country. So while the crimes against the companies are getting targeted, so also have a lot of crimes happening. For example, matrimonial scams. So through matrimonial websites, a lot of scams are happening, and then dating sites, site scams are also reported in a higher level. Through dating sites, the victims are targeted and they are looted with money, they are blackmailed for personal favors or anything. And we also have all kinds of frauds, starting from Amazon to e-commerce platform, some crime happening against the individual. So the fraud-based crimes are also high, where money, or we have like social engineering attacks on individuals, and we also have reverse QR code scams. Like, for example, like one of you will ask you, or they will say that they want to buy your house, they want to buy your mobile phone, which you have put for resale. So when you try to scan the QR code, the money will be taken from your account. So these attacks are happening more among the individuals now. In addition, the recent trends, the development of artificial intelligence and deepfake. So it's artificial intelligence crimes and deepfake crimes are also reported in a high alarming rate in the country. Population of India is next to China, almost trying to beat China. So the uses of internet is also high in India. As you know, Asia is the largest user of internet in the entire globe. And India is one among the country which is contributing for high internet usage. And hence, crimes are also happening in the highest level and the report is also high. I can say the awareness among the public is very huge. So the report is also on the higher end. Crimes are well reported with police, right? So how do the police or the government handle these cyber crimes nowadays? So as I told you, the first cybercrime police station was in 2001, and almost last 5 years, cybercrime police stations were minimum. In fact, for county, one county will be equivalent to one of the countries in Asia. The population of every county will be huge in India. And for one county, there was one cybercrime police station. And in the recent past, in the last 3 years, central government or the federal government direction that every district should have a cybercrime police station and the people have to easily access and report to the cybercrime police station. So apart from that, we have a lot of agencies cover the cybercrime in a very manner. Our first agency is the Ministry of Home Affairs, which is the federal agency So the federal agency is having the responsibility of security for the public and the country. So they are taking a lot of initiatives to the people from cybercrime, both personal and corporate level. And under the aegis of the Ministry of Home Affairs, the federal body got a body called I4P. It is a international, in Cybercrime Coordination Center. So under this Indian Cybercrime Coordination Center, these bodies, almost around 20 bodies, fight one against cybercrime. So this body gives importance to prevention of cybercrime. They give in and out guidelines to prevent the cybercrime, and under this body have National Cybercrime Reporting Portal. We have NCRP, which can report cybercrime easily. And also a helpline called 1930 is initiated across the country economic fraud or financial fraud against a citizen or a corporate and reported. So this 1930 helpline function 24/7 in the country, and 130 has an agreement with the service providers. For example, the service provider being the banks, service provider being social media platforms like Facebook or Insta or social media service providers. So, coordination with this I4C, especially this 1930, what incident happens, they have to react back immediately. Example, the helpline 1930 for financial scams. I am actually a victim of financial scam. I could report before 78 hours. We call it as golden hours. So we have introduced a concept called golden hours. Crimes within this golden hours, it's 100% possibility that the money which goes to the offender's account will be blocked in the gateways, and the banks will cooperate in it, and the money will get reversed to the of account not more than a week of time. So this initiative is a major initiative that helps public in a large way how economic frauds are happening, how financial frauds are happening. Public is able to report 1930 and they are able to get their money which is lost. I can say that from 5,000 rupee to almost 50 lakh of rupee, public lose out of such financial frauds in India. So 1930 helps in a larger way get back the money. So what more than 78 hours? That can work really hard to get back the money in the fraudulent person's account and give back to public. That's one of the major setup done in India. Apart from the establishing
Also,
of
I think your
cybercrime.
microphone has some issue. That's on and off. Do you want to
Is
adjust
it?
it?
Is it clear now?
It's
Is it
okay.
clear now?
Yep.
Okay. So, this 1930 is very helpful for the public. And apart from that, now the awareness have come to the government that we have to give importance to cybercrime in a larger way. And hence, in every state, you have a separate wing, command or wing to handle this cybercrime. We call it as cybercrime wing in every state of the country. So in every state, we have a separate body of policing that has cybercrime as their specialization. And under the cybercrime police stations are working, and the cybercrime police stations are accessible to police 24/7. So that is the situation of policing in India. And when we come to the law aspect, we have already Information Technology Act, which came in force in 2000. And after that, we have got lots of amendments. And also we have now new law in place. The Indian Penal Code is replaced with BNS. So this BN has got new provisions like money laundering, then online frauds. So all these are given importance in this new law also, apart from the Indian Evidence Act, which is also replaced. So when we talk about law, now digital evidence is given importance. Once upon a time, there was no value for digital evidence. Courts could not appreciate digital evidence, but now the courts could appreciate digital evidence in various forms. Even your WhatsApp messages can be taken as a um, evidence. So e-evidence is given importance. So in all ways, the government is trying to be proactive and also reactive. And we also have another body called CERT-IN. CERT-IN is a body which is set up for incident response. So if any cybercrime happens, CERT will react to it and try to rectify it along with the bodies concerned. So CERT-IN is set up its office in every state of the country. And they work along with the industries, with the government, and also with the public to respond to any incident. The loss is not huge for corporates or persons or anyone. So, apart from the certains, we also have certain other portals, online portals, which is dedicated to every state. Apart from the federal states initiative, every state they do have lot of initiatives to prevent cybercrime in their own state. And one of the major initiative by central government, the federal government, and the state government is creating awareness among the public. They do wide range of awareness programs in every social media that cyber crimes of every nature is happening on day to day. They give awareness on day to day cyber crime. They give awareness on how to handle it, and they also give awareness on how personally you can secure yourself from these cyber crimes. So I can say that India has taken a huge initiative in working against cybercrime. As you all know, now we are almost in the situation of a tension between two countries. And in these two countries, tension also, more or less are cyber crimes, a kind of cyber warfare where the sites are getting attacked. That is what is the news we are getting. So in trying to handle every situation, and they are working very hard against cyber crimes, especially the recent cyber crimes out of artificial intelligence and deep fake. Apart from that, one more major issue in India is fake news and fake websites. So, this fake news and fake websites are controlled by government agencies. Government agencies have portals where you can go and find whether this particular website is fake or original. So, we can do fact check. We can also check the news whether it is original or not. And the government also have portals where they keep reporting about fake websites, saying that if I find a fake website, I can go and report to the government portal, and the portal will link to that particular website in the listed website saying that this particular website or news is something fake. So the public can easily know which are fake websites and which are fake news. So all these initiatives are taken care of by the government, and government is also pouring money on cybercrime security researchers through its various bodies. For example, the Bureau of Police Research Development, it funds people or researchers or academicians to take research on cybercrime policing. And also we have DST, that is Science and Technology Department of the central government and also state governments. They also give lot of funding and lot of money for cybercrime researchers. And individual researchers take too many efforts to find about the new trends in cybercrimes. In fact, I myself have worked on various cybercrimes in social media and also the cyber crimes against children. One of the major concerns in cybercrime in India is like the crimes against children. So pornography. So in order to address all these things, every initiative is taken by the government. I can see a large shift of attention towards cybercrime by the public and the government in the recent past in my researches. So thank you for this opportunity. If you have any questions, you can ask me at any time.
Thank you, Lata. There was some, I think there was some audio issues that that some of the message might not come through well, but we can have a chat in the QA or afterwards if there's any question. Well, next one we have we're sort of running behind now. Next one, we have Dr. Hui Pan, a visiting scholar at the Deakin Cyber Research Innovation Center, and his research, his talk today will focus on cybercrime, policing cybercrime in Vietnam. So Hui, over to you.
Yep. Thank you, Leonard. Excuse me. Yep. Please allow me to share my screen.
And please keep it within 15 minutes.
Yep. Hi, everyone. My name is Dr. Phan. I'm a visiting scholar at Deakin Cyber Research and Innovation Centers. In my presentation today, I'd like to introduce some overview information about the policing cybercrime in Vietnam. Yep. In the first part of my presentation, I will introduce situation of cybercrime in Vietnam. And then I will talk about the laws against cybercrime in Vietnam, policing cybercrime in Vietnam, and some challenges faced by police officers in Vietnam when dealing with the issues of cybercrime. This thing is a part of my thesis, PhD thesis, conducted at Monash University and developed during my visiting period at Deakin University. So let's start with some information about cybercrime in Vietnam. Vietnam was connected to the internet on November 1997. And since then, the country has experienced a rapid expansion of internet penetrations. At the moment, Vietnam is ranked 12 among countries with largest digital population in the world. However, Vietnam also faced the threats from cybercrimes as many other countries in the world. According to a report from the Global Anti-Scam Alliance, Vietnam has one of the highest rate of fraud in Asia. And the report also indicated that Vietnam has highest incident of email phishing in Southeast Asia. And especially Vietnamese ID was the most common ID cards were used for fraud in 2022. Yeah, this is a very serious problem. And according to a survey conducted by the Vietnam National Cybersecurity conducted in 2024, the online scams caused a damage of 760 million US dollar in Vietnam. And one in every 220 smartphone users in Vietnam falling the victims of online fraud. So this figure showing the serious problem of cybercrime in Vietnam. And the some popular modus operandi used by the cyber criminal in Vietnam are hacking, credit card frauds, phishing, especially the voice phishing fraud. The perpetrators pretend to be the officer from the government, from the tax office, etc. They are often located in overseas countries like Cambodia, Laos, Philippines, and conduct voice phishing against Vietnamese citizens. Romance fraud and business email compromise fraud. These two modus operandi are often related to the African suspects whose defraud Vietnamese women and companies and transfer money to the account owned by them or by the person they assign. Fake news or misinformation or disinformation is also a big problem in Vietnam recently, despite of great effort from Vietnam's Ministry of Public Security to combating this issue. And the last thing is, I think the gambling is legal in some country, but in Vietnam, the gambling is illegal. So for a lot of the cyber criminal organize the website for the illegal gambling for Vietnamese people to play gambling. So to deal with the cybercrime, the Vietnams have some laws against cybercrime. The key instrument to prosecute cyber criminals in Vietnam is Vietnam Criminal Code 2015. That was revised in 2017. But currently we have in the progress of revise this criminal code. And so in the criminal codes, there are 4 articles focused specifically on cybercrime. As you see on screen here, articles 2088 to article 288 to 291. These 4 articles are the main provisions for the Vietnam's investigations department to prosecute, to investigate, to prosecute the cyber criminal in Vietnam. And also we have the law on cyber securities that was adopted and passed in 2018. So in terms of policing cybercrime in Vietnam, Vietnamese Communist Party as well as the Vietnamese government has shown a determination to combat cybercrime at the national level. So Vietnam's Vietnamese Communist Party's Politburo of Vietnamese Communist Party as well as the Prime Minister of Vietnamese government has a lot of directive, a lot of decision to ask the agency to put great efforts to combat cybercrime. The key actors in Vietnam is Vietnam's Ministry of Public Security, and in 2015, Vietnam's Ministry of Public Security, Vietnam's MPS, has established a specialized force to combat cybercrime at the national level and the local level. At national level, we have choose central department to combat cybercrime. There are the Department of Cybersecurity and the high-tech crimes and the Office of Investigation Police Agency. They choose main central department to combat cybercrime at national level. At local level, we have different units located in the different hotspots of cybercrime in some provinces and cities in Vietnam. And so recently, Vietnam's MPS have conducted numerous operations to dismantle transnational criminal network in Laos, Philippines. And as you can see on screen here, there is a successful operation conducted by Vietnam MPS that dismantles a cyber criminal network operated at the Golden Triangle in Laos territory. Okay, we arrest hundreds suspect, hundreds criminals. Despite a lot of effort and resources have been put in the fight against cybercrime, Vietnam police also has faced a lot of challenges in this battle. The first challenges Vietnam police has has to face is in terms of international cooperation. I think that is a common issue faced by a lot of police forces in the world. Yep, in Vietnam, Vietnam is not an exception. And Vietnam's police has to face time-consuming progress of formal mutual legal assistance. So it takes months or even years to get the result and feedback from the law enforcement or from the competent authority from other countries. And if informal cooperation have been used like through the Interpol channel, through the police to police cooperations, but the outcome of the cooperation have not been officially recognized as a legal evidence before court in Vietnam. So that is the issue. We also face the problem of domestic cooperation. I mean, the inter-agency cooperation, the cooperations between Vietnam Police and the other agency like banking system or the telecommunications companies. So these they provide the information like the owner or subscribe, the owners of bank account or subscribers of the IP address. Late and it's quite the progress of getting information from the agency is quite time consuming, and so it delays the progress of investigations against cybercrime. And the Vietnam Police also lack of skillful investigator, lack of interpreters in the investigation against the transnational criminal network, especially when Vietnam Police arrest the foreign suspect foreign criminal. It's quite challenging for the Vietnam's police officer to integrate, to interview, to integrate, take statement from the suspects. And they also lack of the specialized equipment, like especially the equipment to analyze digital device seized or collected from the suspects. And the next challenges is about the complicated modus operandi used by the criminals. They often hide the Vietnamese money mule to launder criminal proceeds, and they use a mobile phone SIM card registered under the names of Vietnamese people. They can be the driver, they can be students, and then they use a bank account or the mobile phone SIM card under their name to hide the flow of money, to hide and to stop the chase, stop the progress of chasing the money flow from the Vietnam Police. And Vietnam's suspect located in other country. So the foreign suspect, foreign criminals come to Vietnam and recruit Vietnamese people, and they bring Vietnamese people to the other country like Cambodia, Philippines, and cheat them brutally, force them to conduct the void fishing. So it's quite challenging to arrest them in the other territory because of it's not under the jurisdictions of the Vietnam competent authorities. And the next challenge is about the use of cryptocurrency to launder proceeds of crime. So after the received money transfer from victims, they is converted into cryptocurrency. And Vietnam's police, especially at the local level, don't know how to trace the money. They do not know the way to contact to some trading platform like Binance to trace money flows when the money has been converted into the cryptocurrency. And the last challenge in terms of underreporting issue. So a lot of Vietnamese victims hesitate to report their crime to the police because of a lot of them have the high positions in society. They don't want to be feel shame. They want to be influence their reputations. So they hesitate to report the crime to the police, as well as and it's also the case of a lot of Vietnamese rich women who have been deceived and lost a lot of money, but they refuse to cooperate with Vietnam police to invest in investigation. And that is some brief information about policing cybercrime in Vietnam. And yep, and that's it for my presentation. And thank you for listening.
Thank you, Wei. Now we quickly move to our final presenter, Dr. Japong. I always have problem pronouncing his surname. Sorry, Japong.
It's okay.
Dr. Japong Pitayochin. He's an associate professor in law from Hankook University of Foreign Studies, and he'll be covering policing cybercrime in Korea and Thailand. And I'm definitely going to invite him more often so that I can pronounce his surname well. JP, over to you.
Thank you, Lennon, and hello, everyone. It's nice to see you all. Let me share my screen. Wait. Okay. Where is it? Hold on. Okay. So today, what I would like to share with everyone is about the landscape of anti-cybercrime in South Korea and Thailand. So my presentations will focus on the law itself. So let's start. So as you know that nowadays, everybody has to use the internet for their everyday activities. And this is also the case for public sectors, governmental agencies. They have to use and circulate, store and manage our critical informations online as well. However, as we all of us know that the internet is not perfectly secure from various types of cybercrimes targeting the system itself. We call them uh, we call this type of cybercrimes uh, uh, cybercrime against the computer system and data, or pure cybercrime. And we also have another type of cybercrime which the cyber criminals exploit the internet to commit traditional crimes. It is called internet facilitated cybercrimes. So we will look at the law of South Korea and Thailand, whether they have provisions or legal regulations to handle or combat these types of crimes or not. Let's start with South Korea. Actually, South Korea, as you know, that it is a country with quite technological advanced, especially in terms of ICT. It starts to pass the ICT laws in the mid 1990s because of the booms in the internet-based industries and online commercial services. Actually, nowadays, in South Korea, the the laws against cyber crimes is not only in one piece of legislation. However, the provisions concerning cybercrimes can be found in different pieces of legislations, including the Criminal Act. So, however, one of the key pieces of legislation is the Act on Promotions of Informations and Communications Network Utilization and Information Protections. The name is quite long. In this piece of law, we can find a number of provisions relevant to cybercrimes. As you know, that one of the typical cybercrimes uh, we typically uh, uh, we typically start with is hacking and malwares, right? So in this Act, Article 848 prohibits the hacking, criminalize the hacking, and also prohibits the attempts, prohibits the alteration and extractions of systems and computer data, and also the distributions of malware, malware as well. And also criminalize the intentional actions which disrupt the stable operations of networks. So as we can see that hacking, the disrupting or interfering with the integrations of data and normal operations of computer systems are all included within this article. The use of malware, DDoS attack, for example, are criminalized by this provision. So this provision is quite broad to cover almost all types of PO cybercrime. And in Article 49, there's the it is also criminalized the mutilations, infringement, misappropriation, and disclosure of other persons' information or secrets, processing through an information and communication networks. So it is something about the disclosure of secrets, something or through the communication networks. And in Article 49.2, this one prohibits the collections or solicitations of personal information where deceitful means through such network. It means that these provisions specifically combats the phishing websites. You can the phishing website which deceive people to give away their personal information and so on can be regulated by this Article 49.2 of the sorry of the Promotions of Information and Communications Network Act. And when we move on to have a look at the Korean Criminal Act, Article 3472, this one criminalize online fraud. So actually, it is the law, the provisions which deals with fraud, especially something which happens online or use the computer data to use the computer systems or computer data. And then we move on to something which concerning about child pornography. So it is not in both the Computer Network Act or in the Korean Criminal Act, but it is in another act which is called the Act on the Protections of Children and Youth Against Sex Offenses. In this act, the children and juveniles mean persons under the age of 19. So it is quite interesting because when we look at the laws in other countries, children or minors are those who are under the age of 18. But in Korea, they make it age of 19. So meaning that it has a 1 year. People who are age of 19 who are under the age of 19 are still considered to be minors or children. And in terms of child pornography, it refers to the depictions of children or juveniles or persons or representations that can be obviously perceived as children or juveniles doing an act defining in subparagraphs or something about sexual activity and so on, engaged in sexual acts in the form of films, video, games, software, or picture images or something like this. So typically, child pornography in Korean law refers specifically to visual materials. Those are it doesn't include the textuals or audio materials. So Article 11 of this act prohibits the production, distribution, of child pornography. And distributions can be divided into two different categories. The first one is commercial distribution. It means that you distribute or you just sell child pornographic materials for money or for making profits. And even the other type is non-commercial distribution. If you simply distribute or disseminate child pornographic materials to other, without any intention to make money or to make profits, you can be criminal. You can be charged with this article as well. And another one is facilitations. If you procure or try to lure children into the pornography productions, you will be also punished by the criminal punishment. And lastly, simply, I think it is also the case in many countries that simply possessions of child pornography with with knowing that this child pornography, it can be subject to the imprisonment and a fine as well. And especially, I think when almost the provisions of cybercrimes, types of cybercrimes that I have covered, we can find it in the Budapest Convention. However, this one is the cybercrime which it's not included in the Budapest Convention, but we will find in the UN Convention instead. But in Korea, this this cybercrime is also subjects to the Korean law as well. It is the online grooming. So Article 15.2 criminalizes online grooming for sexual exploitations. So it means it prohibits any person who aged 19 or older to engage in repeated sexual suggestions, humiliating or degrading conversations with a minor. So it means or encourage the minors to engage in sexual acts. So in this regard, it means that those people must be over must be at the age of 19 or over. So it means that this provision is not applied to minors to minors cybercrimes. Sorry, minor to minor online grooming. However, what we can say is what we can see from this provision is that it aims to protect minors from sexual exploitations, especially in the manner of grooming, online grooming. So we move on to have a look at the provision cybercrimes, anti-cybercrimes law in Thailand. So likewise, the South Korea, Thailand begins policies concerning ICT related law in the 1990s. And the first version of Computer Related Crime Act was passed in 2007, and then we have the second version, the current one. It was passed in 2017. So just like other just like Korean cybercrime law and also the Budapest Convention. So Thailand Computer Related Crime Act 2017 has provisions to deal with pure cybercrimes, just like Section 5, Section 7 make the hacking illegal and also making the hacking to the computer system or computer data illegal. Section 9 prohibits the unlawful damage, impairs, deletes, alters, or make change the personal computer data of other people without right. So and then Section 10, it criminalized the acts which cause computers to stop, slow down, or obstruct and or otherwise malfunction. So, and Section 13 prohibits the distributions of malware. So technically, from Section 5 to Section 13, the Computer Related Crime Act of Thailand prohibit hacking and use the malware to damage or destroy the systems or just prohibit destroy the computer data and also obstruct the normal operations of computer system. The interesting thing is something which cannot be found in the Budapest Convention is Section 14, which focuses on illegal content. So in these sections there are five subsections. The first one is 14.1. This one is designed to deal with the online fraud. If you input false information with an aim to cause damage to other person or the public. So you subject to these provisions. And the second one is the false data which affects the national security or cause public damage. So this one can be used to enforce against fake news, which can cause the public panic or can cause the national securities in terms of public safety, economic securities, and public services as well. And the 14.3 is the data related to the uh, kingdom security and terrorism. So it doesn't matter whether the information is false, although it is true. However, the information can cause the damage to kingdom securities and also it can cause terrorism. So that information is subject to this section. And another one is 14.4 is obscene data. Obscene data is, we can say, the pornographic materials. I mean, adult pornographic materials. If it is accessible by the public, so the person who posts or uploads such obscene data to the computer systems can be subject to this 14.4 of the Computer Related Crime Act as well. And lastly, if you disseminate or forward the illegal information or computer data that are from which I have already mentioned from 14.1 to 14.4, you'll be subject to the criminal law as well. And for we move on to the Thai Criminal Code. Section 341 prohibits fraud in general, uh, and Section 343 also criminalizes frauds committed against the public. And typically, when people post or input information which can be considered as fraud, the wrongdoers will be typically charged with these sections in the Thai Criminal Code together with sections 14.1. So they will be charged with these two together with the Computer Crime Act and by Computer Crime Act and the criminal law. Criminal code. And for the child pornography law, it is not in the Computer Crime Act, but it can be found in the Thai Criminal Code. So child pornography in Thai law means the objects or material that depicts or conveys sexual acts by a child or involving a child under the age of 18. As you can see that it is different from the Korean law. And more importantly, the Thai law include documents, drawing, printed image, color illustrations, publications, and symbols, photographs, audio tapes, video tapes, and any other thing. So it means that the definitions of child pornography under the Thai law is much broader because it also includes the text materials and audio materials as well. Sections 2871, the possessions of child pornography for sexual gratification is subject to criminal punishment, imprisonment, and fine. And if you distribute these child pornographic materials, you or forward it to other people, you will subject to more serious punishment. And sections 2872. So it is about the produce, distribute, trade, or advertise child pornography for commercial purpose. So actually, this one is not much different from the adult pornography because in the criminal code, Thai criminal code, section 287 deals with adult pornography in general, and sections 2872 also prohibit the same things. However, it focuses only on child pornography. And interestingly, Thailand has not yet has the law to deal with online grooming. However, it has an attempt to pass the law. As of March 2025, the cabinet has already approved in principle the draft amendment to the penal code by adding the offense of using internet to lure or to groom children for sexual exploitation. But at the moment, we don't have yet the law on online grooming. So that's all for me.
All right, thank
Very
you,
much.
Professor Pitasan. I pronounce it right. This links well to our next discussion, but for the audience, if you have any questions, I believe there's a QA button. You can submit your questions, and our organizer will pass the question to the panel. Otherwise, I'll pass the microphones to Professor Chen Wellham. He will be chairing the QA and discussion session. Chet, over to you.
Thanks, Lennon. Very interesting presentations despite the technical challenges we experienced. Very detailed, a lot of content. Be good to sort of zone out a little bit and discuss, as we talked about earlier, some of the more recent developments stemming from the UN Convention on Cybercrime that has been well concluded in terms of its development and is now awaiting signatures. I invite all members of the panel to share any reflections or insights they might have on the convention, and I might just go in the order of our speakers. So anyone want to jump in first? Otherwise, I'll invite Marie-Pierre. Go for it. Just unmute yourself.
Perfect. Okay, well, I can speak a little bit about the Canadian response to it, only based on kind of what has been shared in the media. That's kind of the only information that we have so far. So, well, the first thing is, in general, I believe Canada is kind of very open to that. To signing, we could say, that convention, because they do want to increase, and Canada has been well known to want to collaborate with countries and the ONU in general. But there is some kind of domestic reactions, and I took like some notes on like the few things that were kind of raised as concerns. First thing would be definitely about the civil society concerns. So anything that regards kind of the data protection, privacy protection, and the freedom of speech when it comes to sharing big data with so many countries. Canada has been, known to be kind of hesitant and really want to protect the freedom of speech and privacy in general. So that has been something that was raised as a concern with this upcoming convention. There was also some reactions in regards to surveillance risk. So that kind of fear to be overlooked at from certain countries that could have some kind of political interest. So there was that, and the potential risk for misuse of this convention, and precisely when it came to that broad definition of cybercrime that the convention currently use, there was some risk of like maybe it could be kind of misused for other things than cybercrime cooperation. I would say that's kind of the notes that I currently have and the points. So I'm looking forward to see how it will go in July for the signing ceremony, and how these topics will be raised.
Thanks, Marie-Pierre. Curious to see what other people might think and if they're able to share insights from our respective countries. Anyone want to go next? Yes.
Can I? Oh, yeah. So regarding the UN Convention, India has taken actively participating in drafting giving some suggestions in drafting the UN Convention. Especially, they have spoken about cyber terrorism and also data jurisdiction. So these two key aspects India has shared while framing the UN Convention. But still, it is not clear whether India will be a signatory for this convention. Already in Budapest Convention, India is not a signatory because it was not in the part of drafting. And also they were hesitating relating to the matters on data protection. And similarly, in this UN Convention also, there is a criticism that there is going to be violation of human rights by way of excessive digital surveillance and also data sharing again among data sharing with too many countries. So we have to wait and see whether India would be a signatory on this UN Convention. India has taken part in most of the discussions relating to UN Convention committee meetings, and they have contributed widely on cyber terrorism and data jurisdiction. We have to wait and see what will happen during the, moment of signatory. Yeah.
No, thank you. Who wants to go next? Yeah, right.
I would like to share some of the insights, maybe not from my perspective, but insights from the Chinese police officer based on my interviews. My interviews were done in 2023, which was the year before the establishment introduction of the UN Convention. At that time, Chinese police officer, they want to have that kind of international legal framework to help them establish international collaboration. The reason they gave me pretty simple. They just want the security. They just want to protect the public interest. They also acknowledge the privacy concern, but they would consider the privacy concern would be less severe or would be secondary to the public physical financial security. May I start briefly share a screen for their understanding for the cyber crime, cyber fraud? Maybe just 1 minute. Okay. So that's here. This actually is my first research funding, but I didn't have enough time to show the details. I'm gonna highlight the, okay, yeah. So they got this is the organizational structure for the cyber fraud organization in Southeast Asia based on interviewees' comments or their findings, observations. I'm gonna go straight to the HR branch. There are multi levels for the local organized crime. They call it organized crime. The HR branch is responsible for recruiting the Chinese and international laborers from mainland China, majorly to the Southeast Asia, for example, North Myanmar, to initiate fraudulent call, to send fraudulent message, such as group 1, group 2, to group 1000, group 100. And most of them could be like victim. They could be defrauded by the HR branch from China to Southeast Asia. So they can be victim, and they may need some international cooperation for rescuing them out from the local compound. And there has been multiple evidence to show the discipline and physical punishment towards the laborers. And besides that, that's for the local criminal groups. There are multiple globally distributed illicit markets, and they also provide false prostitution within the local fraud compound. Money laundering, weapon trafficking, human trafficking, that's all involved in this kind of the cyber and offline terrestrial organized crime. So from their point of view, they are really indoctrinized to seek to crime investigation, to maybe provide some help to the victims, and sometimes they perceive them as offenders, maybe someone perceived as victim. So within this kind of the crime reduction, crime prevention purpose, they would prioritize security rather than privacy. The privacy would be perceived privacy for the public. And I remember one of the interviewee told me, would you want to sacrifice the public privacy, or would you want to sacrifice the life of the victim? That's a hard choice. So security and privacy, it has been a long-term discussion or debate for the cybercrime or for the cryptocurrency, any financial crime. That's from their insights. I definitely agree that privacy concerns and also the lack of the regulation on the regulator would be the prominent issues. But from their global source or maybe Eastern criminology, they tend to prioritize some instrumental rather than the expressive concerns. That was my observation and understanding. I'm gonna pause here. But my suggestion would be, it can be helpful if we can combine, if we can balance the instructive and expressive concern to prioritize security, but also develop framework to regulate the regulator, to let them know, wow, the privacy is also important for the freedom of speech. Maybe not exactly in the local jurisdiction, but it can be in broader context. So how we can balance both interests would be really important for us, for the researchers, think about and to discuss with the practitioners in different contexts. That was my understanding. Yeah.
Well, insightful comments, and we could go off on a tangent. In fact, I might just for a moment, even though we only have a handful of minutes left, that it's such a critical issue, this relationship between security and privacy and security and civil liberties, and it's often discussed as a zero-sum game, that in order to have more of one, you need to sacrifice some of the other. And that whole way of framing that conversation is perhaps the problem. That we need to be privatizing both and thinking about how you have both and not viewing them in terms of a simplistic balance between the two. But we probably don't have the time to get into how we might think about that at a more kind of rigorous manner. But I do agree, and I think the conversation around, you know, that relationship in general is far more important than a simplistic kind of balancing metaphor might imply. But just on the to double click on the work that you've done and the relationship that might have for the UN Convention, any other bullet points you think might need to be added to the conversation we've had so far from your work?
Wow. Because I currently have really limited understanding for the UN Convention. I just read the convention for multiple times, but not for the systematic observation. I did some research, online research especially from the media, no matter social media, mass media, have a lot of critics on the UN Convention. And I'm thinking the entire narrative, the entire perspective would be the Western centric. For the Western centric, that the expressive concern would be prioritized. Like what I said, the Chinese perspective maybe not correct, maybe not accurate, but they can bring some dilemmas for us to think about. I just look into the UN Convention. Right, there is limited regulation on regulator, limited discussion on the protocols to protect the privacy. This could be another step for us to discuss, for the researcher practitioner to discuss how to make the suggestion or how to make the convention more comprehensive. The current one would be basically security focused. So I would say it's not the perfect convention, but we kind of need both balanced perspective to understand their purpose, because there has been a large group of minorities or unseen individuals that we could not know. We cannot connect it as its individual, not as researcher, cannot connect it to the UN Convention, because the convention can breach our privacy and endanger our freedom of speech. But we know, but most of us, we don't know. A lot of victims, they are abused, they are punished by the local cyber frauds and other syndicates for the modern slavery. How about we develop a wiser and balanced way to secure them out? And I think one of the consensus we have achieved, or we observe from today's presentation discussion, would be international collaboration would be really hard to establish, no matter from Western or from Asian background. So probably the convention can provide a channel, but different countries have different perspective to get involved into the convention. And I think we need to develop more balanced way for balance the interest between the West, between the global thoughts and global East. That was my understanding. Yeah.
Okay. Those we haven't heard from yet. Who wants to go next?
So can I add some more points? Is there anyone to speak?
Oh, okay. Then where you get next? Yep. Okay, sure.
Yeah. See, there is one discussion which is going on, which we also need to think about. When this UN convention becomes a treaty, and later, if 40 countries sign this convention, it becomes a law. So the problem now is, can we think an uniform law for cybercrime for the entire world? Is it possible? Because every country has got specific type of crimes, and their culture also differs. It is not like child abuse, it is not like crimes against women, it is not like domestic violence. But cybercrime is something different, which is also specific to certain other countries. So, can we have an uniform law based on this UN convention that it will bind every country to follow only that law? So this a criticism and this point is actually going on various countries whether to become a signatory to this UN convention, because when it becomes a law, then every country has to follow that, and then what will happen to the country's law? What are the things they have to update? So what they have to follow, either UN convention or their own law. When you already have Budapest Convention and also Arab Convention, of course, they are very limited to criminalizing the cyber crimes. But this convention on UN speaks about ICT elements also, and also about multilateral conventions, getting evidence from every country and having cooperation from all countries to combat cybercrime. But can we have an uniform law to prevent cybercrime? Because the crimes are not uniform in every country. So that is one question which has to be discussed and deliberated before the law comes into act.
Great, thank you. I won't respond unless we have time at the end. But wait, you want to go next? Thanks.
Yeah. I'm a Vietnamese, so I'm so proud and happy when UN choose Hanoi as a place for the signatures of the UN Convention Against Cybercrime. So yeah, Vietnamese governments also put a lot of effort to make it happen, and we actively participate in the progress of drafting, negotiating, and revising and make comments on the draft of the UN Convention. and that's why we gain the trust from the other countries, and we have been chosen as a place for the signatures of the UN Convention. And at the moment, the Vietnam's government is cooperating with the UNODC, United Nations of Drug and Crime, is preparing on the necessary condition like venues, I mean, logistic, etc., for the signature in that will be that will take place in a couple of months. And according to the media, Minister of Public Securities of Vietnam's told us Vietnam's will be signatories of the convention. So yep. So yeah, and I do believe that Vietnam will revise some kind of domestic laws to comply with the UN Convention against cybercrime. That's all. That's my comment. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Thank you. We've got 60 seconds to go. Any final comments? Yes. Thanks, go for it.
Yeah. So for Korea, actually, it has been invited to join the Convention on Cybercrime, the Budapest. However, up until right now, they hasn't joined yet because of certain reasons, especially the law on wiretapping. But for the UN Convention, I think Korea has already have the domestic law in place, and they can join. Easily. I don't know. It depends because the political situation in Korea now. So we have to wait and see. For Thailand, actually, we have to a lot of law. We have to law amendment and also pass the new law to join before joining the UN Convention. I think it is still a long time because Thailand hasn't even had a police plan to join the Budapest Convention. So yeah.
Okay. Thanks very much. Well, I want to thank Lennon, who had to leave a little while ago, and thank all the members of our panel for a very insightful discussion. So that's it. Enjoy your afternoons, evenings, and nights.
Thank you very much. Hope to see you
Thank
again.
you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Bye.
Thank everyone. Bye.
can hear, but not, it's feeble. Yeah.
No, I think that is because of the fan. I
Yeah.
know, yeah. So we'll start now.
This is much better, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. I think that is because of the fan. I know, yeah. So we'll start now.
This is much better, yeah.
So good morning, everyone from India. I'm very happy to host this program along with SECREV from the Human-Centric Cybersecurity Partnership in Montreal, Canada. The Cybersecurity Revolution, SECREV, is a groundbreaking 24-hour global online event that follows the sun, streaming cutting-edge cybersecurity research and discussions from locations around the world, starting at UTC 0.00 and running until midnight. Designed to be open, inclusive, and completely free to attend, SECREV brings together researchers and practitioners to explore the latest challenges and innovations in cybersecurity. So this program is co-organized by this Human-Centric Cybersecurity Partnership in Montreal, Canada, along with international collaborators like us, the International Institute of Justice and Police Sciences, the host of this particular program, especially the session 3, which is on deepfakes, AI, chronological, legal, and technological perspectives. And today we are going to join with 3 presentations, one by myself on the dark side of digital deception, chronological insights into deepfake crimes, 2, regulating reality, legal challenges and solutions in the age of deepfakes by Dr. Aladdin from Ajman University, United Arab Emirates, and 3, by battling synthetic media, AI-powered detection and defense strategies by Prasanna Guntur, the founder of Supra Hyderabad. I'll try to give a small overview about the session. The rapid advancement of AI-generated deepfakes presents unprecedented challenges across criminology, law, and cybersecurity. This session explores the multifaceted risk posed by deepfake technology, examining its criminological implications, legal ramification, and technological countermeasures. Experts from diverse fields will provide insights into how deepfakes are weaponized, the evolving legal frameworks to combat misuse, and cutting-edge solutions to detect and mitigate threats. As pointed earlier, that we have 3 experts, including me. But first, I would allow Dr. Aladdin to join the program and make his presentation for around 30 minutes. So I will give a brief introduction about Dr. Aladdin. Dr. Aladdin is currently an assistant professor at the School of Law, College of Law at Ajman University, and he's a renowned legal scholar specializing in cyber law and digital forensics. With extensive expertise in Middle Eastern and international cyber legislation, he advises governments on legal frameworks to combat AI-driven disinformation and fraud. So with this brief introduction, I am very happy to invite Dr. Aladdin. So you have 30 minutes time from now. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Jay, for this introduction. Good morning from United Arab Emirates, and good evening to all of you joining us from across the globe, from India to Canada. Probably I have to share my presentation, so let me just start this one. Okay. So I believe that you can see my presentation right now.
Yes.
Yes, we can see.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Okay, it is both an honor and a privilege to be part of this remarkable global event that brings together experts, academics, practitioners, and technologists to talk about these critical issues of our digital age. I would like to express my sincere thanks to the International Institute of Justice and Peace and Police Sciences and the Human-Centric Cybersecurity in Montreal for this opportunity. Probably to start, I will start with the big news yesterday. It is one of the world's biggest AI-generated porn sites. What it's called, Mr. Deepfake, has been shut down. Of course, not because of any regulation, but because a service provider decided to terminate this website. So my presentation titled Regulating Reality, Legal Challenges and Solutions in the Age of Deepfake. Of course, as from legal perspective, we're always looking for solutions from legal perspective, how we can create laws and regulation to defeat such kind of criminal activity. This reminds me actually when we start talking about cyber crimes, for my own experience, talking about nearly 27 years ago, about how we can defeat cyber crimes and how we can use the law or the criminal law at that time to tackle this kind of a new issue. We struggle first with the definition and then how we can apply the traditional law to the cyber world. And now we have, I believe we have almost similar situation where we have now cybercrime laws, but we have something a bit different from internet crimes or cyber crimes or computer crimes, whatever you like, you can call it. We have now the same issue. How we can apply not the traditional crimes, not the criminal law, but the cyber law or computer crimes to deepfakes, which is one part of the AI. So what's deepfake? Of course, we have to understand and to know what's deepfake from legal perspective so we can find out the solution. Of course, there are different solutions. We have legal solution, we have technological solution, and I believe some of my colleagues will talk about that. And also we have a solution probably from the end user, from the people, from the victims, or from the people who are gonna fall as a victim. So what's deepfake? Deepfake in simple terms uses AI or one of the AI application to produce content that looks and sounds real, but it's not authentic. I'm gonna talk about deepfake from good to bad, the legitimacy of deepfake technology, deepfake crimes, emergence. How does deepfake work? I will leave it for the experts in this field, and deepfake crimes and legal responses. So deepfakes can fool people into believing that something or someone said something they didn't say or acted in a way that they didn't act. This ability makes deepfake particularly dangerous in areas like misinformation, politics, and personal reputation. Of course, we have different definitions, like example, as we have in cyber crimes. However, deepfake, it has good side or positive side and bad side. Of course, as you can see, it can be used in movies, like for example, The Irishman in 2019, where they used different actors, even some actors who already died, or they bring them to life, like the one in Star Wars movie. It has different usage as well in the future of personalized virtual assistants, where we have like example like the replica, where you can talk even to someone who's close to you, but he's not really the same person, but using the AI. Enhance online education with realistic simulations. So that's one of also of the promising usage of a deepfake in the future. It's already been used actually now. Now, when we jump to the negative usage or the bad side of negative. Cyber criminals are using deepfake to create fake videos of people in authority, like CEOs or politicians, to scam others or steal sensitive information or spread fake news. I can imagine maybe one day while I'm sitting here in UAE, I get a call on messengers or any of these applications from my son in Australia, talking to me. This is my son talking to me and asking help. Dad, I am struggling. I'm in trouble. I need help, please. And I talk to my son. Please send me some money. Then I send him the money. And the next day I call him, how you are doing? What's happened? He told me, what you are talking about, what? So this is kind of deep fake. And it happened even with people lost a lot of money, like talking about companies, they lost money, millions of dollars for such kind of scamming using deep fake. So now the question is the legitimacy of deep fake technology. The use of deepfake technology raises many legal and ethical questions, of course, as it is potential for misuse is significant. Politicians, legal experts, and technologists have ongoing debates regarding whether deepfake should be considered legitimate or illegal in certain contexts. So we have two different opinions about that. One supporting legitimacy. Some argue that deepfake technology has legitimate uses that can benefit various sectors like entertainment, education, and marketing, as I mentioned earlier. Others believe the harm caused by deepfakes may outweigh any benefits. These concerns include misinformation, could be disrupt democratic process, social damage, economical, political damage could be as the result of deepfake. Of course, as from our perspective, we can say should be banned, or deepfake is a criminal, or whatever use deepfake is a kind of a criminal. Even now, I will show you where could be the first kind of law in the world where it started in South Australia. And that's where I'm talking about from legal perspective. I'm picking up different countries. I'm talking about the most advanced, or one of the most advanced countries in Australia, how they deal with deepfake. I'm talking about one of the highest income countries like UAE, and one of the lowest world income as well, for example, Jordan. And also I will talk about China, how the Chinese approach deepfake. So deepfake crimes is rising, something we see, we hear it in the news. Even some of our closest friends and families, they fall victim of deepfake. So as you can see, deepfake crimes could be against individuals, could be against states. So for example, I show you some examples of kind of deepfake crimes. One of them, the sextortion. So sextortion, we know it in cyber law and cyber crimes, but now deepfake is used to commit this kind of crime. Now, what's the difference? What's the difference between deepfake sextortion, or we talk about political blackmail, and deepfake fraud and scam? So what's the difference? From deepfake, it's really a difference. That's why we have to face this reality and find a solution, legal solution I'm talking about here. It's easy to commit deepfake. It's hard to detect deepfake. And the damage can cause is unbearable or unbearable. Like you can't repair the damage can cause by the deepfake crimes. we have a lot of examples of crimes. Even, for example, the most richest person in the world, Elon Musk, has been used as in deepfake crimes, where he was announcing for certain type of cryptocurrency. A lot of people they believe that was Elon Musk, and they bought this kind of cryptocurrency, but then it appeared that one of the deepfake crimes. Deepfake defamation and revenge. Yep, this is where the most now part of deepfake can be used. We can see the 96 of the deepfake is used in pornography and defamation. You can imagine different scenarios of deepfake. You can imagine at work, for example, the video depicts someone speaking negatively about his colleagues, or in education, depicts a teacher engaging in different sexual acts with students. Imagine even after that, or finding out this is a deepfake, how much damage caused to the victim. In sport, for example, showing someone engaging in illegal drugs use before he starting his competition. So we have different kind of deepfakes in different fields. Deepfakes against states, fake news or misinformation, undermine confidence in justice. And this is really very important, or it's critical, where deepfake used to fabricate evidence. So including fabricated videos, audios, recording, and images that appear but are entirely fabricated. So imagine a scenario where a person is wrongfully accused of a crime, and the defense team uses a deepfake video to make it look like they were at the crime scene, even though the person was nowhere near it. This could lead to miscarriage of justice. Or if deepfake are introduced into courtrooms, imagine, it could severely damage public trust in legal proceedings. People may start to doubt the validity of actual evidence, thinking that anything could be digitally altered to support or destroy someone's case. And this is remind me about early cyber crimes, when in Australia in 1996, where there was a challenge about the digital evidence at that time to be used in the court room. So we have almost similar scenario here. So what's the solution from legal perspective? Let us see legal responses from United Arab Emirates. The UAE legislator has issued several cyber laws, the latest of which is law number 34 of 2021 to combat rumors and cyber crimes. When we review this law, we can notice that it doesn't explicitly mention deepfake crimes. However, it includes several provisions that could indirectly criminalize this type of crime. For example, Article 16 can be used to criminalize some part of this. So also we have different articles, 23 as well, promoting using deepfake. So that's what I'm saying. The law itself is not enough, of course. We're looking and we need AI or technological solutions. That's really important. So that the person himself can take the action before the damage caused. Because as you believe now, even a simple cybercrime can last online forever. Even the damage caused can be moved to generation, and the defamation or the pictures of defamed person can be lost forever in cyberspace. Exactly, deepfake. Also, I can say that the significant part on the people. For example, just a few months, there was a case in Australia where a teenager or 12 years old, he used the photos of his one of the classmates was published in social media, and he created a deep fake to damage her reputation. So education is important in this part as well as a solution to face such kind of technology. Yes, Jay.
Yeah, thank you, Aladdin. So we have completed within the time for your schedule. So we will get back to you again during your panel discussion, which will start after my presentation. And now we will go to Mr. Prasanna. So Prasanna will be currently talking from a technological perspective. So before going into his presentation, I would briefly introduce about him. So Prasanna, you can open your camera, please. Prasanna, are you there? Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Jay. Actually, your voice was not people.
Yeah, one minute.
Yeah, please. Thank you. So hello everyone, and across the world.
Introduce you, and then you can just start the presentation. So
yeah. So straight away going on to the presentation.
Yeah.
Let me start sharing it. Give me a second.
Yeah, today we are happy to have Mr. Prasanna Guntur as Senior Cybersecurity Expert and Technocrat. And Prasanna Guntur is a seasoned cybersecurity expert, technocrat, and industry leader with 20 years of global experience across Australia, New Zealand, Singapore, USA, Europe, and India. With a strong Big Four consulting background, he excels in technology management, leadership, and business strategy. A pioneer in cyber forensics, Prasanna played a pivotal role in establishing the state-of-the-art Control Z Cyber Forensic Lab at Nalsar University of Law, Hyderabad, enhancing India's digital investigation capabilities. As an empaneled trainer for analyst training and a guest lecturer for government agencies, including UPSC officers, he bridges the gap between technology and governance. His expertise span artificial intelligence, blockchain, Internet of Things, security, digital forensics with certification in Prince2, Microsoft Software Asset Management. Prasanna has held senior roles at KPMG, Dell, Commonwealth Bank Australia, and Cybercorps, and was instrumental in launching Plan IT's operation in New Zealand. An accomplished speaker, he has conducted 100 plus sessions on topics ranging from technology for good governance, machine learning for cybersecurity. And he has 2 master's degree, especially in management and also in information system from Queensland University, Australia. And the key achievement is that he founded a cybersecurity firm called Supra, and also specializing in AI-driven threat detection. And also other achievements include advising governments and corporates on cyber prevention and digital diplomacy. So with these few words of introduction, I'm very glad to invite Mr. Prasanna to start his presentation on battling synthetic media, AI-powered detection and defense strategies from a technology perspective. Thank you.
Thank you for that intro, Jay. So to start off, battling synthetic media and AI-powered detection and defense strategies. This is a very vast subject, and I was mentioning to Jay, we'll try to do the justice as much as we can and try to cover it up in 30 minutes. So when we talk about AI and synthetic media, power detection, and defense strategies, now how do we battle with this? We're talking about the era that we are in currently, where the technology innovation and synthetic media, and basically when you say that, we're talking about artificially generated and manipulated contents. Now these are being created and being used at a very fast pace, and they have emerged as a very powerful and pervasive force. I think the pervasive force is the key word, though it is not only just powerful, because the amount it is being used for the wrong reasons rather than the right reasons has increased. So in this, we have the realistic deepfake videos, we have cloned voices, they are entirely AI written articles that are going around. So the synthetic media is pretty much shaping how the information landscape is going to be, and it is happening at a very unprecedented speed and scale, both, right? So that is actually the biggest threat we have, and how these are being powered. These are being powered by advanced generative models like the GANs, the generative adversarial networks, the diffusion model, and we have the large language models. Diffusion models have been used very extensively, even in creating advertisements. But that just being one positive thing about diffusion models, but they're being used for the wrong reasons also. So the production of realistic digital contents, it does not require any specialized skills or significant resources. You have softwares, you have a lot of ready online applications which can be used, and people are able to produce realistic digital contents. Now, with this background, the technologies, they're offering very creative and commercial opportunities from entertainment to virtual assistants. Now, they also pose serious threats, as we were saying, as the negative side, where the malicious actors, they are wielding a synthetic media to commit frauds, manipulate public opinion, spread information, undermine the trust in digital evidence. They are also controlling, elections in different countries, the kind of the undercurrents and the themes. So the narratives that are being told to the public, everything is being controlled now. So the growing accessibility of these tools, combined with the capacity to deceive even an experienced observer, and it raises urgent concerns about the authenticity, accountability, and integrity. I mean, these three things are very important, especially when you talk about AI and cybersecurity: authenticity, accountability, and integrity, right? So this is the background, and how do we address these challenges? The development of AI powered detection and defense strategies. It is very important that we have something to detect, and there should be something to defend them, right? So the tools, they not only help in identifying the synthetic content, but also support the verification. Now they also enhance the digital literacy, establish technical safeguards across the platforms, generate AI. The generative AI is continuing to evolve, and so much the tools, because the speed at which the generative AI is evolving is 10 times or 10x. Then the tools have to be developed at least at 10x, if not more, right? So the strategy is designed to counteract its misuse, right? So you also have to have tools and strategies, both have to be designed at the same pace. So this particular presentation that I'm going to talk about is going to explore the current landscape of synthetic media. It examines the AI-driven detection and defense approaches and outlines the road ahead for ensuring information resilience in the face of emerging threats across the globe, right? So no, we playing in a global village. Well, that's what we call, because the world has become a village, one single village with the reach of information technology and the threat landscape that we have discussed in brief. So the synthetic media technologies, they're advancing at a very fast pace, blurring the line between authentic and fabricated digital content. The problem is not being faced just by the corporates, it's also being faced by museums, art galleries, whatnot. Everybody is having some shape or form. They're going to have an impact because of this synthetic media, right? So this section of threat landscape, it's going to talk about the the various forms that synthetic media can take. What are the real world abuses of this, and the emerging trends that underscore the urgency to have countermeasures, right? So types of synthetic media that we want to talk about is very wide range of modalities. Each has got a different type of generative AI. So the deepfakes, the distinguished speaker before me has discussed in quite detail about this. We have deepfakes, which is more about videos and images, not necessarily, but mostly, right? So the AI generated visual content that can realistically alter and replace faces, voices, settings, etc. There are tools just such as Deepface Lab, Face Swap. They allow users to create high fidelity fake videos with a very, very minimal technical expertise. Then you have another type of synthetic media, which is voice cloning and audio synthesis. So people can actually please, and also we need to understand that people can mix and match them, so they can have a deep fake at the same time also have voice cloning and audio synthesis together, so they can be combined. So this is a text to speech and voice cloning models. We have examples of like 11 Labs, Descript's OverDub. So they can replicate a person's voice with a striking accuracy, making impersonation easy and scalable. All you need to do is give that software a couple of text, or voice recordings, and it will pick up the accent, it will pick up the frequency, it will pick up all the parameters that are required for voice, and it will replicate the person's voice exactly. And it is very hard to say whether it is a replicated voice or it's a real voice, right? So we have the other thing is AI generated text. So there are language models like ChatGPT, Say. Then you have Cloud. They can generate persuasive human-like text, which may be used in phishing emails, fake news, propaganda, narratives. So AI-generated text is going to be used for all of this, right? Then you have synthetic images and avatars. Now we have, the Gilbert, which is the new one about avatars, where you provide your own, photo. It could be a photo of yourself or you and your family, friends, the loved ones, anybody it could be, and it kind of creates a digital avatar of yours, which is very similar to that, and it's kind of become a hype and a trend nowadays, especially with the young, audience. But the kind of threats it brings along, there are plenty. So the synthetic images and avatars, there are tools such as DALL-E, Midjourney, can create realistic people and scenes and identities that do not exist in real life. Just imagine, you're creating realistic people, you're also creating scenes where probably two people would have never met, but you're making it look like they have actually met. And, they're often used in social medias for dating scams or media bots and whatnot, right? And some of the examples that we will be looking at, they're actually very high-profile incidents that have happened across the world, and it's in the real world. They are not theoretical; they're actually for real, right? And there was this financial scam of 2019. It's a deep fake, voice impersonating a CEO. It tricked an executive into transferring 200,000 to a fraudulent, account, 200,000 plus to a fraudulent account. Now, it is also happening, a lot in the South Asia where there's a deepfake voice and financial scams where people are impersonating the voices of, the Reserve Bank governors, the big shot businessmen, entrepreneurs, and whatnot, right? Then you have the political manipulations. There have been plenty of these. Several elections across the world, they've been altered or they have been entirely fabricated and orchestrated by these media clips and have been circulated to discredit a candidate, or you create a confusion in the public. So it could be either of them, right? So without going into specifics. So celebrity exploitation and harassment, this has happened across the world, whether it's the movie stars from the West or the movie stars in India, Korea, Malaysia, it could be anywhere, right? So there's been also a deepfake pornography and voice clone harassment have targeted actors, journalists, influencers. Now it's raising concerns about the digital consent and privacy. I mean, where are we heading with this? Then disinformation campaigns, state and non-state actors have used AI-generated text and imagery to fuel social unrest, spread conspiracy theories, undermine trust in the democratic institutions. This has been happening for quite some time, and this is also happening between enemy states and enemy countries. So they're doing it for each other. So what are the emerging trends and concerns that we're talking about? The new trends making the synthetic media even harder to detect and counter. So there has been strategies, there have been tools that have been developed, but it is just becoming more and more difficult. So there is a real-time generation, which is advancement in inference speed and edge computing are enabling deepfakes to be generated and streamed live. So they're posing threats in scenarios like video calls and live broadcasts. So how do you control this? Where you have people making video calls, they're making live broadcasts, where the speed at which the AI can generate or the synthetic media can be generated because of the edge computing and the speed of the computers that we have, that makes detection slightly difficult. And there is a low quality and high volume attacks. Synthetic outputs remain imperfect. Please note that in spite of all the technology that we're talking about, that if there is sufficiently good software or technology that can actually detect, the synthetic medias can be detected because they are not 100% perfect. So the sheer volume is what is actually worrying people. So it can overrun the human moderation systems and flood the online platforms with deceptive content. So please note that even though the synthetic media is not perfect, it is becoming difficult to detect, not because the efficiency of the softwares or the systems that are working on it, but it is purely because it is overwhelming and the amount of high volumes of the attacks is overwhelming, and that's making it difficult, right? Then you have synthetic identities. Now, synthetic identity frauds have been around for quite some time. They're being used to do financial scams, across US for quite some time, where people create synthetic identities of others, wherein they mix and match more than one individual's identity, and they create a new a person who doesn't really exist in real world. And based on that, they've done a lot of financial scams. Unfortunately, it has spread to other parts of the world also. And synthetic identity fraud seems to be a very, very popular thing going forward. So these are the AI-generated profiles. They have the complete images, bios, and interaction histories. They are being used to espionage, fraud, create a large-scale misinformation efforts, do a large-scale scams. So they're being used for everything. So these highlight the growing complexity of synthetic media threat. Now, the attack has become more sophisticated. Defenders must respond with equally adaptive and intelligent strategies. In fact, there was actually a web series also that was made on synthetic identities, where there is kind of a huge, gang of people who are actually all colluding to execute a synthetic identity fraud, right? Then we have detection strategies. Detecting synthetic media is a rapidly evolving field, and it leverages artificial intelligence. Humanly doing it might be difficult because of the sheer speed and the volumes that we're talking about. And then you have digital forensics. You have content verification frameworks to identify manipulated or fabricated content, right? So generative models, they become increasingly capable, and detection strategies should always stay one ahead. They should always stay one step ahead by incorporating adaptive and multi-layered techniques. So even before something comes, and if the strategies that I use or the tools they are always one step ahead, it actually helps, right? So in this detection strategy, we going to talk about the methods used by AI-powered synthetic media detection. So the AI learning and AI and machine learning approaches, the machine learning models, particularly we are talking about the deep learning architectures, form the backbone of many synthetic media detection systems. So the way it is executed and the way it is defended, they're not very different. Both of them actually use the deep learning architectures, right? So how they say the solution lies in the problem. This is how it looks like. The same was done for the vaccination of the penicillin injection. That was actually detected right from where the problem lies. So scientists actually use the same bacteria that the virus with us for becoming an antidote. Similarly, what we are trying to do here is we are trying to look into deep learning architectures and see how AI and machine learning approaches can actually help, right? Then you have CNN. CNN is not the media network. We're talking about a convolutional neural network. Now these are used to detect visual artifacts in images and videos. It could be something like the blinking of an eye. So it's a visual artifacts, So it's pretty tough to actually record, but systems should be able to do it. And then you have unnatural eye blinking. You have inconsistent lightning or irregular facial movement. All of this, right? And you are also used to detect visual artifacts, images, and videos. So basically, all these artifacts, they are picked up, and it becomes easy for detecting. Okay? Then you have a recurrent neural network. So recurrent neural networks or RNNs and transformers. So applied in analyzing time series data like video frames or speech patterns to identify temporal inconsistencies, right? So then you have the audio forensics and spectrograms, deep learning models. We've been talking about for quite some time, deep learning models. Now they are trained on audio spectrograms. They can distinguish between a human and a synthetic speech by identifying anomalies in frequency patterns or vocal inflection. So it probably could be human being may not be possible to detect these anomalies in frequency patterns when somebody is speaking or the vocal inflection. But when we talk about a high powerful software or an AI detection tools, it becomes much easier. So, but please remember, all these models, they require a large database, base and a data sets of real and synthetic media for training, and their effectiveness depends upon the diversity and freshness of training data to prevent overfitting into older generation businesses, right, or the older generation techniques, right? Then we have digital watermarking and provenance. This is another technique. So before this, what we saw was CNNs, which is a convolutional neural networks. Then we saw recurrent neural networks, or RNN, and the transformers. Then we have audio forensics with spectrograms. So we have discussed this. And then we have the digital watermarking and provenance tracking. So one of the most promising lines of defense is the proactive embedding of markers into the synthetic content. So what we do is here we inject, or we actually put some identifiable markers that will tell you whether it is a real or synthetic content, right? So watermarking techniques, there are projects like Google DeepMind's synthetic ID. They embed invisible, so robot watermarks into AI-generated images that process through compression of edition, editing, right? Then you have the provenance standards. So there are some standards like the coalition for content provenance and authenticity, or C2PA, and they aim to establish that the metadata and encryption signature, to trace content of the origins, and they edit, and then the distribution of the history, right? So by providing transparency and traceability, the tools help platforms, journalists, and users verify whether content has been altered or artificially generated, right? Then you have multimodal and contextual verifications. In many cases, detection cannot rely on a single media type. So that, single media type could be a very strong point, but that does not tell the whole story. So they need to rely on multiple media types. So multimodal AI systems, they analyze multiple platforms of data to improve accuracy. Okay, so the cross-modality verification, which a system compares the audios, videos, and text component of a piece of content. For example, if somebody is trying to talk about a lip sync analysis, you want to see if the same person actually spoke. Now they can reveal discrepancies between speech and facial movement. So if you actually run those clips along the this particular software, they can actually tell you what are the difference between a speech and the basically the facial movement, right? So then we have the metadata and contextual analysis. So tools assess metadata, which is timestamps, location, device IDs. So nowadays, when we actually take photos, even from the smart phones, some of the latest phones that are in the market, it actually collects along with the photo. It collects the timestamp. It also tells you the latitude and the longitude where the particular photo was taken and what kind of a device it was taken. So whatnot. So if you actually get hold of one such photo, you can tell, you can basically write a big story, right? So these, the tools that assess the metadata, which is the timestamps, location, device ID, and contextual cues, to determine authenticity. So the contextual cues are social media history, reverse image, search, so on and so forth. So the layered systems are especially valuable in journalists and intelligence context, where a high degree of certainty is required. Okay, Jay, you'll have to time me and tell me, if you're running out of time. Yeah. So crowdsourcing and human AI collaborations. So
time.
while AI,
Listener, don't worry, time's.
yeah. So while AI excels at processing vast databases quickly, humans are still superior in interpreting nuanced signals and contextual subtleties. So there's certain things which are more of nuances and the subtleties that comes along with this in the context. So the crowdsourced facts checking. So you could have platforms like the YouTube, the X, which is what used to be called as Twitter earlier. So they incorporate community notes and user reports as part of the verification process. So they verify and they ensure that only the right people actually get the subscription or sign up in their platforms. So then you have hybrid moderation models, which is HMM. All filters, all the AI filters, filters contents and flags likely fakes. So while human moderators review edge cases to reduce false positives, so there could be false positives. So the moderators will ensure that the software is not picking any such false positives. So this collaborative approach, which is basically a balance between the humans and the speed and the scale of AI, with the critical thinking of ethical judgment, ethical judgment of human reviewers, right? So it's a collaborative approach that we're looking at. And AI-powered detection systems represent a vital line of defense. But as synthetic media generation tools continue to evolve, detection models must also constantly, or consistently updated and diversified, right? So the fourth step that we are talking about, or the fourth section we're talking about, is the defense strategies. Now we talk about how do we defend. We've got to know the history of the synthetic data and so on and so forth. Now we are talking about a pure defense strategy. So in a defense strategy, it is essential to identify the synthetic media. First, you need to identify where they are, and it must be part of a broader systematic approach to countering the threats, posed by the AI generated content. So, the defense strategy should be a very broad approach and not, short-sighted for a specific, reason. It should be quite broad. And effective defense strategies, they combine the technical innovation, just got regulatory safeguards, platform level enforcement, and public education. Public education is pretty key, very, very important. And this section, we would outline a multi-layered defense framework aimed at resilience and long-term mitigation, right? Then we have the proactive technical defenses. So in the proactive technical defenses, defenses against synthetic media begins with embedding safeguards directly into the generative systems and AI-enabled watermarking. AI-enabled watermarking. These are basically a generative models that integrate the digital signatures or the watermarks during content creation. So while the content is being created, then itself the digital watermarks or the integrated digital signatures, they're going to be put inside the system. So these persistence often invisible markers, they enable post-distribution verification without compromising quality. Then model level constraints. You have developers are implementing restrictions within AI models to limit the generation of harmful or deceptive contents. So again, here one needs to look at how you want to balance the user experience and the accuracy. At the same time, not put the whole thing into difficulty. So the developers are implementing restrictions within AI model to limit the generation of harmful or deceptive content. This includes detection-aware training, output filters, and usage monitoring. This is something that they should do irrespective of situation, where they're detecting and they're aware of the training and what kind of output filters need to be put and what kind of a usage monitoring that needs to happen. So these approaches aim to reduce malicious misuse at the source, shifting responsibility towards model creators and distributors. So let us look at some platform level policies and enforcements. So these are more of a policy and enforcement, and they're not purely a software or a hardware that we just click and everything is taken care. So then we have social media and content sharing platforms are the frontline actors in the fight against synthetic media. So the social media is used across the globe for many reasons. There are like 10 or 20 social media applications that pretty much cover 90% of the market. And social media and the content sharing platforms, they become the frontline actors. Unfortunate that they become the frontline actors, or at the same time fortunate, depends upon for what purpose you actually need to use it. So you have automated moderating systems or AMS. So the AI-driven tools, they are used to detect flag deepfakes and manipulated media at scale. So this includes video sharing, visual anomaly detection, and natural language processing for synthetic text. So the video hashing or visual anomaly detection and natural language processing for the synthetic text. Now this can become slightly complex if the video hashing and the visual anomaly detection is not in sync with other ones. So the automated moderation system should be in sync, and the AI-driven tools that you use to detect and flag deepfakes and manipulated media, they'll be doing it at scale. So then you have transparency labels and disclosure mechanisms. So in the transparency labels and disclosure mechanisms, we're talking about platforms that are increasingly label AI-generated contents to inform users, including warning or watermarks indicating altered media. So wherever the media has been altered using AI, so these particular policies or enforcement should be in place, where AI generated content to inform users, they should be marked about the warnings or the watermarks that we're talking about. Okay. So you have a content, takedown and policy enforcement. Here, the platforms have policies that explicitly ban.
Prasanna, can you wind up within 2 minutes?
Yeah, harmful deepfakes and employ rapid response teams to address misinformation. So platform cooperation, including standardized AI APIs and shared datasets, enhance collective defense capabilities, right? So since we are running out of time, I will not touch the legal and regulatory frameworks because that's already been touched, and spoken by the previous speaker. So we'll skip that part. So do we do the AI governance and frameworks? Public education. The technology alone cannot solve the problem. A well-informed public is essential in building the long-term resilience. So there need to be digital literacy campaigns. There need to be media verification training for journalists, educators, content creators. Then we have the trust frameworks, the initiatives that promote verified contents, such as journalist accreditation and trusted media networks, so on and so forth. The challenges still remain. So keeping pace with the technological advancements and addressing ethical and legal and global coordination is very important. So the challenges and limitations, there are plenty. Then we have technical, ethical, and operational challenges that limit the effectiveness of the current strategies. So we have generating detection arms race. So they're advancing in generative models. Then there is adversarial attacks. Then there is the zero-day synthetic techniques. So these are new manipulation methods that emerge faster than the detectors. So the dynamic environment is demanding continual updates and retaining detection models, right? So then there is detection accuracy and bias. So this comes based on the advanced detection systems. They are unable to sometimes be fair and it's not reliable. So that is what it's talking about. And privacy and concern and surveillance risk. This is always there. So the local laws and the global laws, they come into play. So there's a mass surveillance concerns, concern in detection systems, and all of this. And there's a misuse of detection tools, right? So globally, there has to be a coordination and the policy fragmentation. That could be one area which would actually help, resolve some of these challenges. Then what are the future directions? We're almost there. So the synthetic media is, anyway, as we know, it's complex and it's growing at a fast pace. So there has to be a long-term resilience that will depend on coordinated innovation. And so there is hybrid human AI systems. So there has to be a human AI collaboration. There has to be an expert verification networks. And then, there has to be a federated open detection frameworks. These are called as the federated detection models that are decentralized and open source. So the detection tools must follow these models. And there are open source tools that are widely used for detection libraries and standards, such as the Microsoft Video Authenticator, Adobe's the Content Credentials Initiative, and so on and so forth. Then you have shared database benchmarks. So public diverse data sets for synthetic media training and evaluation can improve the model performance. And there is blockchain and decentralized proofs. We know blockchain is a very, very powerful and a secure technology. So this could be used. And then you have real-time authentication tools wherein you have cameras, smartphones, and all, which actually detect and actually tell you whether based on the embedded metadata about the authenticity of the media, right? So biometric and behavior signals. Let's go on. Cross-sector global. So we will move on to the conclusion because it's all about education. So basically, synthetic media, it's fueled by the rapid advances in generative AI and represents one of the most profound shifts in digital information ecosystems. So the technologies offer powerful tools for creativity, accessibility, and innovation. And they also introduce and pose new risks like manipulated identities, deepfakes, disinformation, erosion of public trust, and whatnot, right? And the AI-powered detection and defense strategies, they are the critical foundation for addressing these threats. So from machine learning-based analysis to watermarking, provenance tracking, human AI collaborations, the tools available today represent significant progress in fighting against digital deception. So let's be realistic at the same time. There is no silver bullet. So, but we can thrive as a 360-degree strategy, and the generative models continue to evolve in sophistication. So much the frameworks and institutions designed to counter these misuse of this, right? So the battle against synthetic media is not purely technical. We are also talking about ethical, legal, social, and human activities. So integrated, transparent, and collaborative approach can actually help build a digital environment which is open and trustworthy. So the road ahead, well, we have to invest in a resilient infrastructure. We have to be informed, educate people, include governance, so we can ensure benefits of AI far outweigh its risks. And the truth in the digital age remains a shared and dependable value, right? So thank you so much. Any questions or anything, you can always get in touch with me on this. Yeah. Over to you, Jay.
Thank you, Prasanna. Thank you for that nice presentation. And there are questions, but I would skip it at the present moment due to time limitations to the panel discussion, because I'm going to ask you around 5 questions today. So that will be relevant to the topic which you have already discussed. So allow me to make my presentation at the present moment, and I'll get back to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
So once again, good morning to all, and I would introduce myself. I'm Professor Jaishankar. I'm the founder and principal director of the International Institute of Justice and Police Sciences, Bangalore, Karnataka, India. And I'm thankful to Michael Joyce for giving us the opportunity for the second time. So this is the second time we are collaborating with the Human-Centric Cybersecurity Partnership and SECREV. And we did a presentation earlier on cyber criminology in South Asia, and this time we have gone ahead and are collaborating on an area that is artificial intelligence deepfakes and the criminological, legal, and also the technological perspectives. So you all heard 2 significant speakers talking from a legal and a technological perspective, and I am going to take you to the criminological perspective, where we will be discussing on the types of deepfake crimes, the deepfake criminal methodologies, the criminological theories, and the impact on the victims, and policy interventions and mitigation strategies. So I hope many have seen the presentation of Aladdin, where he was talking more about the typology of deepfake 2. In spite, he touched a lot of things on law. But still, as a criminologist, my understanding would be slightly different from his perspective. And I'll be giving some typology like political disinformation and propaganda, how it's going to create a problem where we are going to see that there are a lot of deepfakes evolving and emerging. And you can see in the cases of the American elections or other elections, we have seen this how deepfakes are being used for political disinformation and propaganda. And it can undermine the democratic process by spreading misinformation and eroding trust in media. You can see that already a lot of fake news are coming, and we are seeing that how democracy is compromised because of that. And even now there is a war situation between India and Pakistan, and we are finding many people using deepfakes to spread some disinformation too about the loss of the lives of the people, or even the infrastructure like the aeroplanes and other paraphernalia of the war. So this is misleading political content also create a problem with the public opinion, or also it will impact on the voter behavior and decision making. You see, now the same case, I'm giving an example of the Indian situation where these kind of political disinformation may impact the future elections in the country. The next comes the financial scams and the fraud, and Dr. Aladdin also touched upon that, related to how deepfake technology was misused by people to scam people and making impersonation in video calls. And also it had some implication on the businesses because a huge loss of money is going to happen, and it has happened. And previously, the difficulty of robbing a bank, the difficulty of robbing or attacking, looting something is higher level. But now it has become very simpler and simpler, you can see, due to the financial scams and frauds by the deepfake technology. So it because previously we thought everything we saw in our eyes or see in our eyes or real, but now we can't believe our own eyes in this case of deepfake technology. The last and impacting one, again, I would refer to Dr. Aladdin was mentioning about a case of a male where there may be a chance of misuse of that person's life. If he's a professor, that he's having a sexual talk with a student, and that can be a deep fake, and that can impact on the person. Yes, of course, there are many cases are emerging at the present moment, but we are seeing that more women are victimized, especially in the USA and South Korea, and even in India. So we have seen some cases of the Taylor Swift and other people who are whose body parts were morphed or changed with precision. That is a very important thing. So earlier also the same women victimization happened by morphed images, and we can identify easily that which is the real and which is the morphed images, and people were not bothered. But now the danger is there that in social media lots and lot of images are there, and then these images can be culled out and put in a website called removecloth.org or removecloth.com or cloth remove. Many websites are there, and very unfortunately these websites are asking money, and people are doing this kind of activity to defame, sexually humiliate people, and very difficult. So it's very becoming more and more worse than previous times, and I don't know how people will cope in the future, because it will impact very deeply on the victims. So the deepfake criminal methodology is the next session. We'll see that how the techniques are being used for the deepfake victimization. So cyber criminals exploit deepfake technology to create realistic fake videos or audio that can mislead individuals and organizations. How the methods are even told by Mr. Prasanna. And next is the targeted phishing attacks, where phishing attacks involve sending deceptive messages to trick individuals into revealing personal information or credentials. Again, see, this is not something very new, but how it has become modern, that is what, or novel, that is what we have to see. The techniques used by cyber criminals are already there, but now it is being very polished, thorough, and enhanced by artificial intelligence. That's the problem here. What lessons we can learn from the deepfake crimes cases? Because there are many case studies which are already discussed by previous presenters. So I'm not going to go deep in that. But what lessons we have learned? We have seen that notable scandals involving deepfakes demonstrate how these technologies can be misused for deception manipulation. One thing is that the technology is growing and growing, but the human behavior, again, is not that static, but it is also dynamic. But the problem with the system processes such as law, technology are not that equating with what the offenders are doing. So the impact on the society is that deepfake crimes can undermine trust in media and leading to significant societal consequences and confusion. See, when a technology comes into the society, people want to use and test and try it. But this kind of technology, when there is a great misuse is happening, there are chances people will withdraw from the technology. So that is the danger, because any technology is for the growth of the humans and not for the destruction. Even there are cases like nuclear bombs, which are against humans, but still there is under control. But now deepfake crimes are not under control and not regulated. That's a danger. And preventative measures has to be done in this case. This is one of the areas we need to look into. And next, I come to the core part of my presentation, especially as a criminologist, to understand the criminological theories and frameworks. Some traditional criminology theories are always applied to digital crime, especially one particular theory is routine activities theory, which speaks about that crime occurs when motivated offender, a suitable target, and a lack of guardianship all converge in one place of time and space. But there are a lot of critics against routine activities theory because this is created for the physical space and not for cyberspace. Because in physical space, there is a latitude and a longitude. There are coordinates X and Y, and you can fix the suitable target, absence of a capable guardian, and likely offender in one time space. But unfortunately, internet lacks geography or cyberspace lacks geography, where fitting this particular theory in a digital crime is a little bit difficult, but still many have used this. So we can also try and test this. And I have found that after testing this theory for cybercrime, it is inadequate. So I created my own theory in 2008, which is called space transition theory. So this theory is very simple, that where I posit that people, when they move from one space to another, their behavior changes. So that's very normal that when you go to a college, your behavior changes. When you go to a shop, your behavior changes. The same thing. But the problem here is that when you go to a shop, your behavior changes, but still you remain the person where you are. But here, the person is anonymous. So that is the problem here, where I brought the particular postulate. Persons with a repressed criminal behavior in the physical space have a propensity to commit crime online due to the status and position, which they never want to commit. But also this, again, the identity anonymity, and there is no deterrence factor, because in physical space, if you go to the shop, somebody wants to take something from the shop, the camera is watching or the humans are watching, but here nobody is watching what's happening. So this is a big problem, and there are 7 postulates of my theory, which I am not going to explain in deeper, but this model developed by Duncan Longe, derived from my particular theory, is a wonderful way of explaining these things. And I would say that this theory is just can be applied to the current deepfake crimes, because it is originally found to understand cybercrime. And now deepfake crime is a little bit advanced form of cybercrime. Apart from that, I would suggest for more interdisciplinary approaches, because you see, deepfake is not a kind of a single problem. It's a kind of a hydra-headed monster, where you need to look from a criminological perspective, a victimological perspective, and then a technological, and then a legal perspective. So one single person like me, who is a criminologist, cannot stop or mitigate, or even Aladdin, a lawyer, cannot mitigate, or even a technocrat like a person cannot mitigate. We need to collaborate. All the 3 people come into convergence along with the society. Then we can try to create policies for the government, create laws for the government, at the same time creating more education, and that would be more help to mitigate this problem. And in the other part, I would like to speak on the victim's impact. You can see that impact of victimization is physical, financial, and mental. In this case, there is a greater psychological effect because they undergo emotional distress. There's a sense of violation and the fear of public scrutiny. And you can see that, see what crime a victim has committed. He or she has not committed any crime, but still people are talking bad about them. People are doing something behind them. So, and even sometimes the victim may not know that such thing is happening behind that person. And that will create a lot of emotional distress and social anxiety when there is a question where the person may be even ostracized from a society, shunned from a society, suspended from the job, dismissed from the job. All these things will create a big problem. And next comes the reputational damage. That is a very, very important thing, because a reputation is created over a period of time, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. But one single deepfake crime can destroy the reputation, as pointed by Dr. Aladdin, that it can harm their professional life as well as their personal life, because of their loss of the job or anything, that it will even create problem in their personal relationship. And also it is very difficult to again rebuild the same, because you see it, as I pointed, these kind of crimes are headed monster. In one place, if you cut, it will emanate in other places, because thousands and millions of websites are there. So it is not that easy to stop one. Again, the social media such as Facebook, such as WhatsApp, are fast. You can send the images to everyone and cause a significant damage. And the legal and financial consequences are higher for these victims, where they have to go to lengthy battles, because as pointed Dr. Aladdin, that laws are only emerging. Still, we have not got a big foray into that. So it will take a longer time. Crimes have advanced, but the laws are in the primitive stages, because you see the lawmakers did not anticipate anything. That is the thing, right? Like any politician or any lawmaker will not anticipate what's happening, whereas the technocrats, they anticipate, or the criminologists like us, we will anticipate. But then already the damage is being done, and then the impact will be higher on the victims. And legal battles are something that is not like 1 year or 2 year. It will take some longer year. In the meantime, the secondary victimization of the victim will be very higher and difficult to manage by themselves and others. And financial consequences are very higher, both in terms of personal as well as the legal, and they have to spend a lot of money to come out of the damages. And without any kind of their input, all these things happen with deepfake. The last session segment of my presentation will be policy intervention and mitigation strategies. What can be done, especially when it comes to regulatory frameworks and legislations. So establishing clear legal repercussions is essential to deter the misuse of deepfake technology and protect the victims. So this is again another problem, whether it's the Arab region having a different law, or the Indian region having a different law, or the American having a different law. That will also create a much a problem. There should be some kind of uniformity to deter this misuse of deepfake technology. And proper legislation is necessary to safeguard potential victims from the harms caused. So that is also there, and the compensation should be provided by the state for such kind of victims also, apart from the regular physical space victims. And also the regulations are very important to address the challenges posed by the technology. So the regulation is only one, but then we need to go for technological solutions also, because you see most of the things are happening of the technology, by the technology, and on the technology also. So like you see, it happens from one software, and then after that it is developed by another software, and then it is spread to by another software such as Facebook or AI, or using WhatsApp or others. So the technology also should be used to detect such things. So the importance of detection, investing in technology is mandatory, and then you need to advance the algorithms also. While the deepfake algorithms are growing, you need to parallelly develop algorithms which are going to find out that how manipulated this media are. And AI tools for detection should also be improved, and it will create some trust on the people also. The last but not the least is awareness. So awareness is not there. People are using technology, but the misuse of the technology is what people are not aware. So that is why cybercrime is happening. Many of the cybercrime is happening not for uneducated people. Very strange that people are losing money in phishing scams, or people are losing in some threat, like in India recently, digital arrest. Somebody is coming like a police officer in a video and telling them that we are police officers, so you should oblige us and you should not to go anywhere. And if you give money only, we'll release you. All these things are not happening for some ordinary people. You see, they are highly educated people. So we need to educate, not the uneducated alone. We need to educate the educated people also, because every educated people doesn't mean that they know everything. There are areas such as technology, there are areas such as law, and there are areas such as deepfake technology. People will not understand even though they are educated. So we need to educate them more. And we need to train individuals to identify potential deepfake threats that can empower protect the individuals and also others. And knowledge sources also should increase. And more process should happen. So I'm planning to bring out a popular book on these lines to help people, because I always see that many of the things that academics do remain with academics and doesn't reach the masses. So I am planning now to create a kind of awareness book on these deepfake crimes, which will help the public to understand more on this. So to conclude my presentation, so first prong we can do is that to understand deepfake technology, so that we will also understand the potential misuse of that. Then what are the types of crimes involved? So currently I told the 3 types of crime, which is political disinformation, then the frauds, and then the women victimization or the men victimization of misuse of the technology. But more crimes using AI may evolve in the future, because technology is growing, so also we should be there. And the impact on victims is higher and higher, and we need to create some strategies. And for implementing effective mitigation strategies, we need to create a kind of legal or technological and also victimological solutions. So thank you very much. And if any questions are there, I'm interested to answer, but still we have another 20 minutes, so we will be starting the panel with within 1 or 2 minutes. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Professor Jay. May I have a question for you, Dr. Jay?
Yeah, please.
You know, we have different legal systems. We have more than 200 countries in the world. Are there any particular jurisdiction that you believe have implemented exemplary legal responses to deepfake crimes, and what we can learn from them? Like, you know, we have. Yeah, you go ahead.
Yeah, deepfake is a new phenomenon. So again, it's an extension of the current cybercrime. So some of the nations are only trying to utilize their own cybercrime laws to extend the arms for the mitigation of deepfake crime. And there is no exclusive or any legislation, because you see AI is even developing now only. So many of the countries are looking into how to develop AI and also how to mitigate such crimes by AI. So or misuse by AI, because AI is not creating its own crime, except in some cases where such things are going to happen in the future. So that will be again need to be legally and also politically controlled by systems. But as of now, I don't see that still we have not gone to that extent that we have created a legal situation for deepfake. So it is evolving. I would say that maybe in another 3 years things may sort it out.
So you agree with me that cybercrime laws, the current cybercrime laws, are not or insufficient to address deepfake crimes?
Even though, see, AI is an extension of what cybercrime has already been done. So AI is being used in addition to that, right? So, but there is some kind of a thin line between what cybercrimes and AI crimes are there. Because again, AI crimes can create a new model also, not necessarily the original old way of doing cybercrime. Because again, cybercrimes are now also in transition, where some of the crimes are cyber-enabled crimes and cyber-dependent crimes. So some crimes, people are using cyber only for conducting physical crimes, but not online crimes. But the same things like what happens in cyber-enabled or cyber-dependent crimes, purely crimes like hacking and happens. But now AI is not somewhere fitting in one or other, because whether it's purely cyber-dependent or purely cyber-enabled, we do not know. Because one point here is that AI crimes, somebody is creating an image. So there the technology ends, that's all. The creation for that AI technology. After that, it is not AI anymore. Again, it comes to conventional routes like WhatsApp or Facebook or anywhere. The spread is happening. So it's not the creation of the image is the problem, because somebody can create any image, not a problem with AI. But if they start spreading, then that's the biggest problem. It happens because that is going to harm the victim. Suppose some X is creating a marked image about Y and keeping that photograph in their own system, there is no problem. But that is not, people stop there, right? They start spreading. So when they stop spreading, that is cannot be called as an AI crime, right? So it's an AI-enabled crime again, right? So that's what now there is a kind of a thin line between the conventional cyber crimes and AI crimes is going to happen. At one point of time, we may tend to say that is AI enabled crime. Okay. If not much questions are there, I would move now to the last session. We have just small time, but we would maximum maybe I can ask 3 questions to each panelist. So I would request Prasanna to come to the video. So I would start with Aladdin. The first question to you: deepfake crimes often cross borders. How can international legal frameworks evolve to hold creators and disseminators accountable, especially when they operate from jurisdiction within weak cyber laws? Are you understanding the question, Aladdin? Should I ask you once again?
Sorry, say it again. Sorry, yeah, I couldn't hear you. Yeah.
Deepfake crimes often cross borders. How can international legal frameworks evolve to hold creators and disseminators accountable, especially when they operate from jurisdiction within weak cyber laws?
You talk about the international cooperation, isn't it? Okay. Look, we're not gonna invent the wheel. I believe, like, if we talk about international cooperation in facing or tackling deepfake crimes. So we look at our experience from the beginning when we start having difficulties to deal with cyber crimes. Talk about in 90s, even early, talk about probably 25 years ago. I believe now law enforcement, including, of course, the International Police Organization, the Interpol, now they have more experience and the tools to defeat cyber crimes, AI crimes, and deepfake crimes. However, the problem is the scale of this kind of crimes. For example, if you go back 30 years ago, maybe not all of the countries' law enforcement equipped with advanced tools to tackle cyber crimes, at the same time to deal with daily complaints about cyber crimes. Now we have the same scenario. Now, probably I can say law enforcement, they're gonna start soon, if not started already, and I'm talking about different countries, to deal with AI crimes, with deepfake crimes. Now, the scale of this kind of complaints or the crimes, if any kind of law enforcement around the world has capacity to deal with kind of these crimes. Of course, they're going to be priority for some kind of these crimes. Particularly, I can say the crimes that touch or threaten the national security of the countries. For example, could be the crimes targeting senior officials in the country or the reputation of the country. Then this kind of serious crimes, which can threaten the national security, the reputation of the country, can take the priority to deal with this kind of crimes, cooperating with other countries if they are, for example, if the criminal locating in another jurisdiction. So I believe that we have the experience, law enforcement, they have the experience, they have the tools, and of course, as we know that, always criminals, they're trying to find a way to avoid these kind of tools or to avoid the law enforcement procedures. But by the end of the day, it's like a game between the cat and the mouse, you know what I mean? So always the criminals trying to avoid, to run away, to create different way to avoid being captured and brought to justice. If I answered your question.
Yeah, thank you. And next question I'll pose to Prasanna. So Prasanna, now you are finding that the deepfake generators are using adversarial AI to evade detection. What breakthroughs are needed in forensic tools to stay ahead of malicious actors? Because you see, the criminals are also greatly improving to evade detection. Yeah.
So sorry, Jay, can you please repeat the second part of the question?
No, like deepfake generators are also now using adversarial AI to evade the detection part. So what breakthrough needed in forensic tools to stay ahead of the malicious actors?
Okay, so you did definitely the deep fake, is being used by the adversarial actors to avoid the detection. And as we were speaking in the presentation also, there are a number of detection tools that we are talking about, which actually help cover these. But at the same time, the tools, even though there are advanced generative models we're talking about, and there's adversarial attacks, then we have a zero-day synthetic technique. So it is actually a combination of tools and techniques and strategy. It's just can't be a tool. That's one. And two is that at the same time, these detection tools that we are talking about need to also be, regularly, updated, and they need to see what are the new changes that are happening from the adversarial parties and how it needs to be, modified or tweaked to ensure that the new, threat is also taken care of. Saying that, there are definitely, the stable fusion that we're talking about is one very good generative model. Then we have a style GAN. That's another thing. So there are, a number of such tools which actually generative detection tools that actually help and which can actually detect these adversarial impacts. But as I said, it has to be a very good combination of strategies and tools put together and innovation of the tools regularly. So yeah.
Thank you, Prasanna. And next question I would pose to Dr. Aladdin. Aladdin, you are seeing that there is a problem with the freedom of expression vis-a-vis the control, because you see in some cases where we find that the laws may curtail the freedom of expression. So what do you see there's a challenge in this, where how the law can be a balanced one between the freedom of speech as well as the mitigation of such crime?
Yeah, of course. This is like always we face kind of the balance between the freedom of speech and how the law should act and face kind of the crimes, you know what I mean? Look, I can say you have to look at it from different angle or from different perspective. Always there's a limit. You have to respect the laws and you have to respect the culture, the sensitivity of the culture, the religion, you know what I mean? So always there is a borders between the freedom of speech and of course the crime. For example, deep fake can be used, for example, to express your opinion or what you want to deliver. But I can say that anyone can be use this kind of technology has to make sure to read about the regulation of the country where you live in, the law, and of course we have different legal system from Australia to UK to India to Jordan so I can say that freedom of speech is of course it's important. Using the deepfake for the positive side is good. But also I know that if you use this technology in a bad way or in where you breach the privacy of the other people or their reputation or the national security of the country, then this is not out of freedom of speech. You are committing a crime. So that's what I believe. So in my opinion, it's there's always a clear line between the crime and the freedom of speech.
Thank you. I think it also is going to impact the countries also, because freedom of speech again is interpreted differently by different nations. For example, the American freedom of speech is not the same in the Arabian region or the Indian region. Thank you. And Prasanna, the next question is for you. Do you see that there is a possibility of real-time integration of AI detection in social media platforms such as WhatsApp or Facebook? And what are the ethical and legal hurdles or even technological one in that case?
It's actually a very, very vast area because there are two things that I would cover. One is, Jay, one is the ethical, and the legal side, and the other side is the technological side of things. When you try to integrate the AI and the social media, definitely there are the good sides would be from a let's first talk about the technology side and the governance side of things and the legal side of things. It definitely helps the authorities in terms of preventing a lot of crimes being committed and trying to track people and make sure that we have a more kind of a calm and a controlled environment that we are in. However, from a more ethical and privacy concerns, it actually invades into the the individual's privacy. I mean, saying that even if the AI is not integrated, we have a lot of social media platforms and applications that are actually already invade into the privacy of the individuals by collecting all the data about the accounts. So saying so, the social media applications and platforms are using AI extensively in all shapes and forms, and we see a lot of data is being collected, and the security and the privacy of such data being collected is definitely under question. And no doubt, that is one of the reasons where the GDPR, which is predominantly around Europe, and then you have HIPAA, whatever you might call, and then you have the UK regulatory laws. Then recently we have the DPDP in India. Then you have the Social Online Account Acts in Australia. All these have come into play because they are concerned about the personal privacy and the security of the individuals who are using these platforms. So there has to be a balance. It's good to use the AI into these social platforms and media. However, saying that, it is also required to ensure that the privacy of the individuals is also taken care and the ethical issues are also addressed. So there has to be a fine balance. So yeah, thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much. And next question. So we have 3 more minutes, so I would balance one question to Aladdin and one probably to Prasanna. So Aladdin, the current legislation which you have mentioned, especially in China or even in UAE, makes more impact with the punishing the offenders. But what about the victims? What justice provisions or compensation provisions are available in the emerging legislations related to AI?
Okay, that's a good question. Yeah, there's already tools for the victims to seek for compensation. However, I seen what in China now. China is already in the law. They already decided how much compensation for the victim of deepfake crimes can receive. Now we don't have it in UAE, but because it depends on the person and the scale of the damage, and it needs experts to assess the damage till they decide how much he can receive. But of course, he can seek compensation alongside with the criminal side of the case. Yeah.
Okay. So the last question to Prasanna. So Prasanna, you are running a company called Supra, and how do you think like companies like Supra can collaborate with the local law enforcement or the international law enforcement to develop digital evidence that can be substantially presented in the courts of law?
Well, definitely, it's already doing, I would call this more of an MSME, a medium to a small size enterprises. They are also, working with the local authorities because they have a very good grip of understanding of the geography and the topography and the demography, all of them put together. And that actually helps collect the digital evidence more effectively because it also helps them understand the environment and help the legal enforcement authorities because definitely the international as well as the local bodies would need the help of such organizations because it is not possible for them to have all their guys work on this hands on board. So we are already doing that, and yes, the suggestion is very valid. It is very important that the smaller organizations also help collect the digital evidence. Yeah, the collaboration is very important. Yeah.
Thank you, Prasanna. And I take this opportunity to thank both the panelists, especially Aladdin and Prasanna, for bringing a myriad and varied perspectives. See, that's what the technology, the integration of the law, the criminological and victimological perspectives. These only can mitigate such form of crimes because we cannot work in silos. And I see that our combination of this particular presentation especially connecting the technology, connecting the law and the criminological and etymological perspectives will take this situation to a longer time. And I feel that our collaboration will also help to mitigate deepfake technology to an extent. So that way we will protect the victims, the potential victims, and also prevent such victimization in the future. So thank you, both of you. And also, once again, I thank Michael Joyce and the SECREV team for inviting International Institute of Justice and Police Sciences, Bengaluru, Karnataka, India, to be the co-host of this particular session 3 on artificial intelligence, deepfakes, criminological, technological, and legal perspectives. Thank you very much.
Hello, hello from Riyadh. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. My name is Kyung Kim. I'm currently serving as the associate professor at head of Department of Cybersecurity and data forensics and life at the University for Security Science. First, I would like to extend my gratitude to the University of Montreal and the Human-Centered Cybersecurity Partnership for hosting the Security Revolution 2025 Global Cybersecurity event. It's very honored to participate as the co-host for this important event. These sessions consist of 6 presentations on AI, cybersecurity, and detection of emerging technologies. To begin, I would like to introduce Meshari and Ibrahim, who will present on the topic deepfake video detection using optimized Cherenkov creative model. Please welcome them and enjoy the presentation. Floor is yours. Thank you.
Yes, hello everyone. My name is Ibrahim. I am with my colleague Mashari and the video detection using optimized GenCom VIT model. However, we have our agenda here. Yes, I think I am showing the correct one. Yeah. So our presentation have like a logical progression, like any research project. We have the context, problem, they call it introduction and literature review, and methodology, and implementation and evaluation, and discussion and conclusion. But for the time being, let's start into the introduction. And yeah, what are the deepfakes? We have the main projects about deepfakes are AI generated media that has manipulation for audio or for video, and achieving high realism. It is like the VTubers, any AI generated media or voice, like that. So we have a threat landscape in cybersecurity for this one. What is the threat landscape? We have the malicious applications that include disinformation for political lies and financial scams, character assassination, and crucially, the fabrication of false evidence, targeting legal systems and law enforcement. The impact is at its core risk highlighted to national security, is manipulating the political discourse, inciting the unrest and public safety, scams, harassment, and trustworthiness of digital evidence. The integrity of digital evidence cannot be determined, potentially leading to wrongful legal action or undermining investigations. So what is the problem urgency for this project or for the deepfakes? The current social media platform detection capabilities are limited, and legal regulation are still evolving. That gap is needing advanced forensic tool, and our project is aiming directly to address this by developing a deepfake detection model optimized for high accuracy, high detection rate, and speed near real time, and processing for practical use. And generalizability. It is robustness across different datasets, AI topic, across different datasets, manipulating techniques. Okay. We talked much in this slide, right? It is introduction. Okay, what is the problem statement? The problem statement have, like we said, existing methods face 3 critical challenges. Number 1 is insufficient feature extraction. Number 2 is poor generalization to new defects. And number 3 is high computational demand preventing real-time application. Okay. for the objectives. This research focuses on enhancing the deepfake detection by optimizing gene confit model through three core objectives. Number one, improving feature extraction. To extract a significant feature from deepfake dataset, enhancing the model ability to distinguish real fake from another, and also constructing an accurate model and optimizing model for better performance. And we have two complementary datasets that were used. One is Deepfake Detection Challenge from Meta. It is for large-scale diverse training reflecting real-world variation. And number two, Celeb version 2, high quality and same benchmark for evaluating cross datasets generalization. And we have the database processing overview. Here, the pipeline of the multi-step reprocessing. We extract high-quality face images from using Blaze Face that has the landmarks of the faces, and apply data augmentation to improve robustness. This is a video just for showing our pipeline, how it works. And we'll get to the methodology after that. Good. So the data augmentation has 5 stages. As we can see, the phases of the training, we do data augmentation. On the validation, we don't do that data augmentation, like you see. So yeah. This is our proposed model.
Yes,
talk
I
about
think it's my turn, Ibrahim. Thank you very much for what you did. Let's talk about the deepfake and examination method. We tried to examination a lot of models in deepfake and to find the robust one and the high accurate one. So we tried to do something with CNN, and all of us we know. Hello, what is the CNN and RNN and many of confusion matrix here? Optimize or GenConfet, it's a model get us some promised result. Because what? Because we have here, or we redesigned the GenConfet with 3 powerful parts, like what we see here in the architecture there. Connets for special features in the blue boxes, and we have swing transformer here for temporal features. So we have to analyze the video through 3 powerful parts. One of them, it's CNN, but it's advanced CNN. It's called Connect and swing transformer for temporal features. The other things, or the third part here, we have 2 generative branches, AE and VAE, auto encoders. These things, or this combine of layers, it has some robust model. It can detect the deepfake videos by just combine all this part together, and with pre-processing, with good pre-processing hyperparameters, we get this result. Actually, if you can move, Brahim, to the next slide, please. We have here our optimized model here. We have some features. Why we optimize the original GenConvert? Actually, we need to know if we are remove one of this branch, what's happened. We figure out the result is gone down directly. Early or late fusion, all of us know the early fusion or late fusion is very critical point in any model working in AI or in deep learning. Dual activation, we have here dual activation, Relo and Gelo, and each one we put it in the good or the right place. Attention and pruning. Actually, attention channel, we use the attention channel after our early fusion to just make the model focus in the exactly some details we needed to extract from the videos. As we know, the videos is going to many of the frames. So each frames has some features, some information, some data of the face, and we crop the face. Then the faces is goes to our model. Then we do our or we did our processing. Then we get the result in the end. The result here, it's not like how is it real or fake. The result here is many of numbers. This number is going to sigmoid function. The sigmoid function, it has the predict what is it the video as well. So Brahim, can you move to training setup here? For the data we split it. Actually, 70% for the training, 15% for testing, 15% actually for the validation. DFDC, it's the main data set here, but the SELEP data set, it's like a cross-validation for our model. So in each data set we have, or we got some numbers as a result. Hardware, all of us, the GPU is as a limitation here. So we use Lambda A100 GPU. It's online resources. Hyperparameter, yes, we use optimizer functions, and we use loss function in many position in this model. Finally, we use something is called FP16. There is two kind of FP or frame per second. Actually, we have 16 or 32. So we use 16 for just to keep our resources under control. Frame. A metric, we use accuracy and F1 and AUC to just like a measurement for our model. Statistical test here, we have used t-test just to compare our model with another models to see how is it doing there. GradCam, it's something like a good tool to just check where is the model focus on the frame as well, in the face or in the background or somewhere there. So GradCam, it's gets me some directly noted about where is the model focus on this frame. Then the test, actually, the result of our testing and examination, actually, like what you see in this slide, we achieve 96% in DFDC as accuracies, and 95 on SELEP also accuracy. F1 and DFDC, it's 96, 95 in SELEP, 99 as AUC, and 99 as well with SELEP AUC. So in each model, there is a different model here, but you can focus on the right one because this is the proposed model. And the original GenConfet, you can see the result. Here, the key mark here, you can see the interface speed, millisecond by frames. So you can see in the proposed model is 35 millisecond for each frame. So it's very fast. It's faster than the other models. It's Prime. So like what we say before about the key design, we just combine the EE and VE with the good activation function in good position. So we can say here that the key mark or the black box of our model is how you can put these functions in good or in right positions. And you have to actually focus on the pre-processing stage. The pre-processing is very, very important to get high result. The benefits, it's just we just figure out because we are a student in the end, and the universities has a lot of support, and Dr. Kim and the others faculty. So we just figure out. We just need to know if we make this or do this, how is this is affected in the accuracy. So this is our real benefits in this. FP16, as what I said before, and modularity for that, we use some of branches. For example, we delete one branch or one part of this model, and we check the result, and we back add it, and we check the results. It's get us some testing table on that models. Yes, Brian. This is our chart here. You can see the box plot. How is it? All the plot is focused on the center. That's mean the accuracy or the accurate for this model is very يعني it's good to move on. And this is the optimized our proposed model and the loss and accuracy chart. Yes, and here we have something to talking about the video quality. You can see here with the low quality, or what we can see compression file or videos, the result is going down because you have to we have to train the video or train the model more about the high or the low quality videos. So it's like relation between the video's quality and the result in the end. Yes, another chart about the here we have ROC and AUC chart. You can see here the red one is our yes, our proposed model. It's higher. Yeah, this is a GradCam, what I'm talking or talked about. You can see the baseline A3D, its model is called I3D with attention layer. You can see here there is no any attention in this image. I'm talking about the image in the left of the slides. There is some noise in the background and somewhere, so the model can focus in some part or manipulation part. The original one in the center, you can see there is some noises in the frame as well. And the left one, this is our optimized GenConfet model. You can see the model, it's focused in the face, the position of the manipulation part. Yes, Brian. Here we have model training and prediction. You can see here from this short video how is the how our models work as well. You can see here how the videos in the lady in the screen. This we get this videos from the data set. Actually, the model is focused on the faces directly because there is baseline and open CV. It's like a library. Focus on the faces or crop the faces, then it's going to extract the feature, then he make the predict function. Our contribution here actually about the channel attention layer. Yes, we add the channel attention layer as a one of our contributed here. Early fusion because the original one they focus on late pages, so we just reconstruct the model again, and we get high accuracies in this. And deployment, actually, we create or we the universities help us to build API for this model. Yes, Brahim.
Yes, this is the API. You have it to do real-time detection, of course. So when we say real-time detection, we say give it the folder and the number of frames and the generated weights, pre-trained weights, and it will predict and will detect which segment has the fake.
We have only 1 minute or 2 minutes,
yes.
so we have to be.
This is the key 5 things here. We have for achieved for the architecture and the branches, and we have the attention model optimization and the loss stability. This is the ethical. We have use case, but it is the time is shortage. This is the legislation gap, like we said in the introduction. Our future work here, we need to have expand with new models lighter models like tiny VIT, expanding capability to audio visual multimodal, and optimizing the pipeline also. This is our conclusion. And if there is any question, please let us know in the comments below.
Okay, thank you, Ibrahim and Bashir, for the presentation. It's amazing. So now let's hear from Abdulrahid. The title is the cyber detection in Internet of Things using the realistic testbed and machine learning. This topic. Thank you, Ibrahim, Bashir again. Amazing your presentation, and close the session and please open the presentation, the Abdulrahid. The floor is yours.
Okay. Presentation projects. Okay. Hello, everyone.
Okay. Yeah, great.
You see my presentation?
Yes.
Could you see my presentation?
Yes, we can see the presentation. Please maximize the size of the presentation.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
You see it?
Great.
You see it right now? It's the maximum size. It's full screen.
In the screen is still the PowerPoint slide.
Let's wait. Presentation in Teams. Let's share again. Entire screen. Okay. Share. Now?
Yes, now we can clear. You can see the very full screen. Please give the times within 20 minutes. Thank you. Proceed yours. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Kim. So hello, everyone. Thank you for attending this conference and this presentation. So my presentation today is about my graduation project entitled the Cyber Attack Detection Testbed in Smart Cities. It's a testbed that we have created in our lab, in which we have tried to collect a new data set of attacks that targeted the smart cities. So the plan of this presentation is as follows. We'll start with an introduction of the context of this project. Then we will present the problem statement and methodology. We'll present our contribution a little in details, and then discussion and recommendation before the conclusion. So the Internet of Things is the backbone of smart cities. If you want to give a definition of this term is referred to network of physical devices such as sensors, applications, appliance, vehicles, machines, smartwatch, smartphone, smart TV, etc. So these devices are connected to the internet. They collect and exchange data. This help to make decision. They have been used in different smart environments such as smart farms, smart homes, smart transport, etc. So it represents the backbone of smart cities, and their interconnectivity make them prefer the target of cyber attacks because of their vulnerabilities. For example, an attacker could start by a vulnerable device and get access to more critical systems. For example, if in your home, for example, you have secured everything, but for example, your smart watch or your smart phone is not secured, maybe the attacker will start by this weak point to get access to the critical system. For example, there is some cyber attacks that has been happened before against this IoT device, such as Mirai malware, in which the attackers infect cameras with default credential addresses switches, and then they have used these devices to make or to do DDoS attack. This in these incidents, the big company has been affected, such as Twitter, X, actually, Netflix, Amazon, etc. Also, Ring camera hack in 2019. There's also attackers get access to the cameras in schools and homes. They could talk with the with the kids. They could represent a violation of privacy and could cause some psychological harms. Also, Atlanta ransom attack in 2018, that the attackers could delete, could get the access to video surveillance, which imply that they could delete evidence that has been collected for any days of recordings. This is an example of an attack in which, for example, a ring camera, the ring camera attack, in which the attacker could talk with the girl, which show how dangerous is the attack against these devices. So as we say, the connectivity of these devices make them a prime target for cyber criminals, and introduce also new challenges for digital forensics. So we have that's make pressing to find the new solutions to try to detect and prevent these cyber attacks. So for that, we have chose this topic for our research. So the methodology of this research, we have started with the analysis of data sets. Then based on this, the analysis of these data sets and the papers, we have decided to create our IoT test bed environment. Then we have performed some cyber attacks in this environment. Then we have collect the logs and generate data set, and then use this data set for model deep learning models and machine learning models. So there is some data set that has been collected before, such as MQTT data set, bot IoT data set, federated ton IoT data set. Those data sets have different sensor, different actuators. Some of them they have only sensors. Some of them they have only actuators. Some they have only they don't have industrial devices. Some of them uses only some limited protocols or some virtual environment. And our analysis also of the research that has been done on this data set, we found that always those research get high accuracy. For example, every time we find research, we found that this research get by just machine learning models, they got 99% of accuracy, 90 more than 99% of the accuracy. So we have a question why all these models could got this very high accuracy. Maybe the attacks are not more sophisticated. Maybe there is some correlation in these data sets. So, and we don't have prior knowledge to criticize the content of these data sets. Also, we have tested some of them, like Ton IoT. We have got using the random forest 99.89% of the accuracy, and in 3 dataset also 99.97 in accuracy. So we have decided to create our environment to try to perform some sophisticated attack, and then collect this dataset and then use it for our research and open it for academic research, and also use this environment for future research. So the objective of our project is to provide realistic and integrated IoT smart city environment to support research. Also generate a new data set, our proper data set in this environment. Try to use some AI models for intrusion detection, and also use this environment for future research in our university. So this is a picture of our environment in which we have implemented some. We have tried to implement the layers of IoT environment, which are edge, in which there is sensors, actuators, and prep and embedded systems, and real-time data pre-processing. There is a fog layers in which represent, like, for example, network, also like local applications that are used in, for example, in corporate, and the cloud in which we could use services such as storage or applications. So this is the architecture. This is the architecture in which we have the edge computing. Also, we could divide this edge computing into, for example, we could use perception and edge computing, but we chose the sample architecture. Then we have tanks board in the fog computer, so all the data are stored in tanks board and showed in the dashboard. And also we have computer that use it for camera streaming. Then the different information also stored in cloud. We have just simulate the cloud using our local server. So in which we have used the tanks board was for detection and a backup server in which we store our logs. I will explain that further. So this is in the perception layer. We have smart farm, which has different sensors, and we have temperature serial sensors which connected using USB, and we have a camera. So let's just go and explain each of them. So smart farm is a smart farm ASP30T key studio microcontroller. They have it. In this farm, there are different sensors like temperature, humidity, steam, light movement, water level, etc. They have also actuators which use it to take actions in this smart farm. So some of the dataset that we have mentioned before, they don't use actuators, just use sensors. So for example, actuators for enabling pump, fan, open the door, etc. So to connect this smart farm to our edge computing, we have used an Arduino program. So we have developed an Arduino program, and then we have implemented this. We have installed this program in the smart farm in its microcontroller. This Arduino program enable automatic and periodic read and send of the value from sensors to our edge computing, and also it enable receiving comments from the edge computing. For example, comments for opening the door, for running the fan, etc. So they have used for the exchange with the edge computing. We have used the MQTT and HTTP protocols. So this is an example of the code of Arduino, in which we, for example, read humidity, temperature, and different value, and send them, then publish them in this topic in the edge computing. So the second component is serial temperature sensors, which is connected using USB to our edge computing. And this sensor has a built-in program that periodically read and send the value to the edge computing. The third component of this perception layer is the camera. So to connect this camera to our environment, we have used the mobile application of Tapo C200 camera. Then we have configured the network of this camera to be connected to this environment. Then we have performed the streaming of this camera in this computer. And in order to collect the traffic of this camera, we have used the gateway. So every communication with this camera is recorded in this gateway. Okay. So for the edge computing, in which we have mini computers, in this computer we have installed Ubuntu 24, and these mini computers have two interface, so wire and wireless interface. And also they have limited storage space. They have only, I think, 23 gigabyte of space, that we including the space used by the system. Then we have installed Node-RED, is a visual tool for creating flows and enabling, for example, automatic processing and simulation of communication with sensors and also emulation. So we have installed network in this Node-RED in this mini computers, and also we have installed in the edge computer. So this is the flow of Node-RED for the smart farm. For example, here we have listener for that they have subscribed to broker for different topics, and then they receive data and process the data using these functions, and then send the data to fog computers. In the smart factory is a simulation of smart factory using Node-RED, in which we have also mod bus and different protocols such as HTTP to send the data, MQTT. This is for the serial temperature. It's connected to serial port, then receive the data, process it, and send it to thanks board in the fog computer. So this is the same thing. This is the MQTT subscriber, and this is the pre-processing in which we have used the JavaScript and Python code. For example, if we receive data and we want just to transform it before send it to the edge to the fog computing, that reduce the amount of data, the size of data that we should send, and that perform some real-time processing of the data. And this is the publisher which send the data to the fog computing. So for the smart farm, we have sensors which receive the data and then process it and send it to the edge computing. And we have actuators. We have also configured actuators. For example, if you press these buttons, different action will be performed in the smart farm. So to monitor the traffic in our environment, we have used different tools. We have used Wazoo, which is a SIM solution to collect logs about different activity that's happened in these computers. We have used Suricata, is an open source tools, an IDS, and also could configure it to be like IPS to detect some cyber attacks that has been happened in our environment. And the most important tool is Zeek, which we have used. You have configured these tools in order to collect every traffic that happens in our environment, and this traffic will be converted to a data set. So why we have used Wazoo and Suricata in our environment? I see to detect that some cyber attacks has been happened as expected. So to be sure that that's only, for example, some simple attack like DDoS, password, brute force, etc., has been happened as expected. So if we perform then some sophisticated cyber attacks, we will be sure that also these attacks work as expected. So to configure was we have used group configuration from the server. So we configure a different machine, just putting some rules in the server and then send them to different machine. For Suricata, we have download some well-known rules like the DOS spoofing, brute force rules. For Zeek, as I mentioned before, I said that in each of these computers, we have a problem of limited storage. So we have developed a Python code that sends periodically the logs collected every 12 hours to the backup server, and delete this log from the local machines. So it collect normal and suspicious traffic. This is the code of it's an example of the code of the Zeek that collect the logs and send them to the backup server. This is the structure of the logs in the backup server. For example, if we say here, each of these computers have IP address. So we have created folders of these computers in the server, and in each of these folders we have the date and the hour of the backup, and each of these folder we have different logs that has been collected. So after the installation of and configuration of the edge computer, we have configured the edge computer layer. We have configured the fog layer, in which we have created we have used the thanks board, and we have created gadget component for each of the sensors. For example, this is temperature, humidity, soil, human detection, movement, rain detection, etc. This is from the smart farm. For example, here we have temperature, bar of temperatures from the serial temperature sensors, and we have simulations at machine vibration, pressure, etc. from the factory simulation factory. So for the cloud, we have not used paid cloud. We have just simulated the cloud by our servers. We have used the Promox environment, and in the cloud we have installed backup server to collect the logs. We have installed another version of the thanks board, and we have installed the SIM solution Wazoo. For example, we say that during the attacks we detected high activity detected, so that's confirm to us that the attack has been done as expected. This is the environment that we have used. Promox is a virtual environment for virtualization. So in this environment we have installed different server for the cloud. Then after the configuration of the fog edge and the cloud layers, we have started to perform some cyber attacks using some Python scripts from Kali. So we have used Kali to perform these attacks. This is an example of the logs collected during the HTTP flooding attack. So we have performed some different attacks: DDoS attacks, spoofing, sniffing, man in the middle, MQTT flooding attack, DNS, unauthorized access, brute force, login, port scanning, etc. So this first part is the main objective of our project. So when we have created our environment and we have performed attacks, we have collected the logs, and we have created our dataset. This is our first and the main contribution. Then we have tried, because we are not yet finished all the attacks that we have expected. We should also perform some more sophisticated attack. So we have just tried to generate this data set and try to perform some machine learning model to be sure that our work is as expected, and then we will try to perform some more sophisticated attack. So for the part of the
finish the 1 minute, please.
Yeah.
Please finish in a 1 minute. Yes, please.
I just take 13 minutes right now.
Okay, good.
I think I have 7 minutes also.
Okay.
I have 7 minutes to finish 20 minutes.
Fine.
You have to say 20 minutes.
Okay, great.
Okay, I will try to finish because I put chronometer in front of me to see how. Okay, I will go a little fast. Okay, so after that we have generated our data set. We have collected 10 gigabyte of the logs. We have converted this to data set to CSV data set. So these are some statistics about the normal and the attacks packets collected, and for different attacks. So this is different field that we have collected in our data set. So in our logs, and that we have put in our data set. So after that we have performed some pre-processing methods to clean up some corrupted data or missing data, try to select relevant features, remove some irrelevant features, some such as, for example, IP address, etc. So we have removed these fields, and we have just keep some of them. This is the dataset before and after balancing. So this is we say that the normal traffic is bigger than attack. It's normal because this is collected for during all the day, and this is collected during the attack. Some attacks also give more traffic than others. It's normal. This okay. We have tried to balance. And then we have tried to apply some machine learning models, such as logistic regression that we're known for binary classification, and we have used also random forest. So those are the accuracy for logistic for detection of the attack or not attack. So for random forest, we have achieved 97%. We have tried to apply these models for different for attack detection. We have not get to high accuracy. We have got all, for example, only 87% and 72% for the logistic regression. This is for random forest. Okay. And also we see that, for example, here for botnet, we have precision and the local, and this value are reduced. Why? Because the relationship, because in the attacks, there is a relationship between packets. So we have decided to use them as sequences. So we use 10 by 10 packet to based on them to detect if there's attack or not attack. So we have used LSTM model. So based on this model, we have chosen a part. We have achieved this accuracy. It's 93%. It has considerably improved. And also we see here, for example, for botnet that it has been increased, and for other. So for our model, we have good accuracy for random forest, and also for others for the attack detection. We have needed to use sequence models that process sequential data or timing data. So as a recommendation or as future work, we will add some new devices in our environments, and we will try to perform some more sophisticated attack, and we will test some more machine learning models, and we try to collaborate with our with different faculty in order to use this environment for other researchers, like for cyber attacks and also for digital forensics. This is example of our environment. I will not show it all, just I will. This is the smart farm. Okay, this is the smart farm. This is the edge computing, different camera. This is the node read, for example. This is the actuators. This is the sensors reading. There is also some other devices that we are not yet included, integrated in our environment. This is the edge computing. This is other sensors that we have not yet included. This is actuators working. This is other sensors that could integrate in this environment. So this is the reference, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Great job, Abdullah. Amazing presentation. Okay, excellent. So now we are moving forward to, we have another exciting presentation by Erham and Nada. Yes, plus yours. Please to prepare to your presentation. Yes, plus yours, Erham, Nada.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ilham Jamil Filimban. Today, I'm honored to present our graduation project titled Improve Dark Web Monitoring with Advanced Crawler and Machine Learning. Our project overview: the project aims to develop a dark web crawler that uses machine learning to detect and classify illegal content in support of digital forensic investigation. It can access hidden onion sites, bypass CAPTCHA barriers, and identify threats like cybercrime or terrorism. The crawler works on both dark web and surface web using hyper machine learning, SVC, and random forest for classification. Our motivation is to address the growing use of dark web for illegal activity and provide law enforcement and researchers with tools for real-time automated threat monitoring. Contribution: This research aims to develop an advanced dark web crawling, naming IDMAC machine learning that overcome the dark web challenge, develop advanced technique to bypass CAPTCHA, apply a hybrid classification system using machine learning, random forest, and SVC for automated detection and classification of illegal content. This diagram shows the complete methodology of our system, from crawling to classification. We begin with the crawler, which has a built-in adaptive CAPTCHA solving mechanism and support multi-mode crawling. This allows to access and navigate dark web pages, even those protected by CAPTCHA. Once access is approved, the data collection module captures text, image, and URL from hidden server and generate a private dataset and merge with public dataset. We clean and pre-process the data, then train the Hyper SVC and reinforce for classification. Finally, the model classify content in real time with as either special or benign, enable accurate and scalable dark web monitoring.
Our crawler has the following key features: multi-crawling, training or prediction, captcha processing, manual or automatic, data extraction and analysis, and various output formats. But the two most important elements that represent our contribution are multi-crawling type and multi-captcha handling method. For crawling type, we have two types of list: training list and production list. The training list is used for dataset collection because the class and type of the links to be crawled are determined previously, and the crawler classify and determine the type based on this list. But the production list is the list that will be used to classify the site content using a function based initially on keywords but later replaced by the machine learning models we have developed. This list will be used when the crawler is used in a production environment. For captcha handling, we have two modes, manual and automatic. Manual mode is used for complex captchas that won't be solved automatically. So when the crawler finds the captcha, it opens the browser and waits for the user to solve it. But for automatic mode, the captcha will be solved automatically using different manners, including OCR based on deep learning, APIs, and Python methods. This is an example of manual handling where the crawler will wait for the user to solve the captcha. For automatic captcha handling, OCR or Death by Captcha API, CapSolver API, or numeric sum function will be used. To get around the captcha, we tried to create a deep learning model. This model is OCR model. To train this model, we used a well-known Kaggle dataset called the captcha dataset, which contains more than 113,000 images. Then we have used a deep learning model combining CNN for feature extracting and bidirectional LSTM for sequence modeling, which is specialized in text processing, ending in a softmax layer with CTC loss. This model reached its best performance in the 9th epoch. We then integrated this model into our crawler to extract the text from images to solve the captcha. If our OCR is failing to resolve the captcha, we use an online services that use deep learning models. These APIs are Death by Captcha and CapSolver. This is our crawling system architecture. It starts with the user input file and then take the user options in 5 things: crawling mode, is it automatic or manual, deep of crawling, and if the user wants to using ClearNet or dark web. The list type, is it training or production, and the captcha attempts. After that, the crawler loads the list URLs provided by the user. Then it ensures secure and anonymous connection via the Tor network before proceeding. Each URL is attempted up to 3 times to handle unstable onion service. If it succeeds, then it will check for captcha. If it's failed, it will store the link in file named loadfail.txt. If captcha is detected, the system attempts solving it either manually by prompting the user or automatically using tools like OCR, Death by Captcha, CapSolver, or reCAPTCHA solvers. If the captcha cannot be solved, the system logs the issue and moves to the next URL. When the captcha is bypassed, the crawler grabs session cookies and extracts content such as HTML, text, links, and images. Then, for the content analysis, the extracted data is analyzed for keywords. The label determined based on the list type chosen by the user. If it's training or production, the label will be based on pre-classified list or count keywords. After that, the result it will be saved in formats like JSON, reports, and screenshots for forensic or analytical use. Then, if the current depth is below the maximum, subpage links are explored recursively. As last step, the crawler checks for more URLs. If none remain, it saves final output as JSON, and others then exit with summary statistics.
Now we will show you the result and visualization. Crawling result. As shown in the screenshot, each crawling domain or onion URL is stored in its own folder, and these folders are automatically named using hash or unique identifier of the URL. Inside each folder, the crawling saves all the collected content, including main page and sub-pages. It will be able to access. These sub-pages are stored in structured files such as JSON or text containing extract text, metadata, and links. The pie chart provides a clear visualization of crawling result, breaking down the outcome of all URL processed by the system. The green segment shows 53.5% of the URL were successfully crawled. The yellow segment represents 26.2% show the failed crawler, typically used by timeout issue. Finally, the purple segment at 20.3% shows invalid URL, which could be no longer active on dark web. Generating text dataset. This shows a snapshot of generated text dataset after processing the crawling content. Machine learning result. This presents the performance evaluation of SVC model used for classified dark web. On the left, the confusion matrix shows how well the model performed. It correctly predicted 243 suspicious cases and 85 benign. There were only 5 false negative suspicious cases misclassified as benign and 20 false positive benign pages misclassified as suspicious. On the right, we have classification report. The model achieved an overall accuracy of 93%. The second model was random forest. Related to the performance evaluation of random forest model, here we achieved 96% overall accuracy. I start with confusion models. You can see in the right, the RF model correctly predict 241 suspicious and 98 benign cases. It only produced 7 false positive and 7 false negative. Limitation and further research. As with any research project, there are areas where improvement and future development are both possible and necessary. On the development side, one of main goals is to build a centralized threat intelligence platform. This platform will integrate our crawler to perform real-time detection and classify, allowing security team or law enforcement to monitor and respond to emergence threat more effectively. From crawling perspective, crawling more URLs, support data export and integration with external security tool like SIEM or threat intelligence platform, increase the dataset by crawling benign URLs. To conclude this study successfully developed advanced dark web monitoring framework powered by IDMAC machine learning crawler and a hybrid machine learning model combination SVC and random forest. The key innovation of our system include automated CAPTCHA solving, smart URL filtering, and high precision classify of both text and image. Thank you.
Thank you for presentation, Adam and Nada. Yes, the darknet investigation is very crucial and very important to the domain. So thank you again for your presentation. Next, let's welcome to the Adel and Abdulrahman to the stage. Their project is the hybrid approach for phishing detection in email. Adel and Abdulrahman, floor is yours.
Hello everyone. It's our presentation is showing or still? Hello.
Yes, please. Yes, please. Start presentation. Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay. Hello everyone. Good morning, Professor and Doctor and community member and our colleague. My name is Abdurrahman Subahi and with my colleague Adil Sarhani, and today we will present our graduation project. Our graduation search about the hybrid phishing, hybrid approach for phishing detection email. And this is presented by, this is supervisor by Dr. Kim, and we are a master student at Naif Arab University for in cybersecurity and digital forensic science. So today we will walk through the objective methodology, result, and significance of this work. In the beginning, the phishing attack continued to be one of the most whispered cybersecurity challenge. Attacker exploit a human trust and technical vulnerabilities using the destructive email to steal sensitive information or infect the system. The traditional system filter, security filter are singular detection. The system have struggled to keep pace and increasingly sophisticated phishing attacks. And this has created a critical need for intelligent adapter solution capable of analyzing the multiple features of the email. So our motivation, the first, the phishing threat overview. Over 932 phishing incidents were reported in Q4 in 2024, based on the anti-phishing working group report. The case an estimated 2.9 billion in financial loss in United States alone. So this is existing model. Also, the existing model are limited by single layer analyze and struggle with the real-time detection and false positive. And to addressing this issue, our project proposes to a hybrid framework that analyzing the URL, email body content, and attachment to improve the detection accuracy and reliability. So the most existing detection, as we say, model focus only on just email, one of the email components, such for example, the text content, URL, or attachment for the email. And this limitation approach make the vulnerable of multi-layer attacks, where the attacker use several techniques at the same time with the attack. Additionally, this model often suffer from high false positive rate and make scalability challenge in real-world environment and poor adapter for new attack patterns. So our objective goal was to develop a hybrid phishing detection system that combine the strength of deep learning and role-based analysis. And also we aim to create a model that could accurately analyzing the email text and inspecting the URLs for the email and verify the email attachment. Our key objective, including the enhanced accuracy, reducing false positive, and ensuring the accessibility and making the system scalable for practical deployment. So the methodology overview, our system use a multi-stage layer detection, and we are it's focusing to analyzing the email body using deep learning, especially Roberta-based BLSTM model with attention mechanism, and also for the URL and attachment, we use a role-based check to ensure the false and to ensure the fast and reliable verification. So we will continue with my colleague Adil Sarhani from the methodology. Thank you very much. Adil?
Adele, your voice is muted. Hello, Adele, your voice. Yes, please turn on your voice, Adele.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, 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 good.
Sorry. Okay. Can you see the screen?
Yes, sure. Please go ahead.
Yes, I will introduce this methodology after the explanation of my colleague Abdurrahman, what he said, and how is this project is significant. This methodology is starting by data collection. We use 4 datasets from public source. We use the Enron dataset for non-phishing email, and also we use the Corpus dataset for phishing email. And after that, we combine the dataset for email body together to make it together and make the model train on it. Also, we use the virus share MD5 for checking the attachment and the URL for the sender reputation. This component is very important for decide if the email is phishing or not, and we use it as a hybrid approach to be analyzed multi-component from the email, like the header and URL and the body. The core business here, it's actually about the body analysis, mail body analysis by using Roberta and BI Roberta, which is a pre-trained transformer. And we also add the BILSTM algorithm with the attention mechanism on it. Also, we integrate the rule-based check to check the URL reputation, and the MD5 hash to check the static analyzing for the attachment. Also, at the final, it's classified the email as a legitimate or phishing. The dataset analysis here, if you can see the slide, the legitimate and phishing email, it is balanced between the legitimate and phishing. The legitimate is around 6,500. Also, the phishing email, same as the count of the email body. And the URL, same thing, but we don't need here to balance because it is a rule check. Also, the MD5, same as the URL, it was a rule checked, and it's taking from the virus share. And we can replace this in as an API if we apply it in the real time to check the everything by the API, with added with the body analyzer also. The data pre-processing here, as we said, we use it the Enron and the spam assassin and the fish tank. Also, after that, we clean the dataset and set up it for the training model by label it, and we make it the tokenizer by Roberta. Also, with the BILSTM, with the attention mechanism, we split the dataset into 70 and 70 for training, and 15 for testing, and 15 for validation. Also, in the data pre-processing, we label it the body, and before we cleaning the body by parsing the main body content, and we remove the unnecessary data and the special characters. One sample of the mail body, if you can see it here, from the CSV datasets. that it is a text, it is all text, and the model is training on this data set. This figure is showing the most common words using in the phishing email, like money, fund, and account, verify, click here. The model is considered and pay attention to these words, especially to be used in the phishing and decide if it is phishing or not, and also integrated with the URL reputation and analyzing if the attachment, if there is any malicious attachment in the email. Why we choose Roberta, not Barrett? Roberta is an optimized of the Barrett. Barrett is it was initially developed from Google, and Roberta it is improved from the Facebook, but we choose this because it is training on larger data sets, and it is a feature with the dynamic masking. The model selection was we selected by first we choosing the Roberta first to be analyzing the contextual word representation, and it was highly effective for text classification task. After that, we found some gaps in the Roberta. It is not very good in the sequential context processing. We add the BILSTM on it. Also, we add the attention mechanism to pay attention to the important words used in the phishing email. One example of the BILSTM attention weights, if we take this sentence, for example, your account will be locked, click here to verify it now. It will pay attention, it will give a weight value for every word, backward and forward, from left to right and right to left. And if you see the value here, if there is a more than 0.030, it means it will give more attention to the word in the text analyzer. Also, the attention mechanism, it is very good to make attention to the some word and highlight the phishing words and give it a token also. Like if you see account, it take more than 0.01, like 0.02 to every word, and it is collected together when it is collecting, when it is existing in some word more high value, like click and go and verify. So it will consider this as a phishing also. For the result of this model, we test the model on unseen data to prevent it is overfitting or memorize the data that was training on it. We get the confusion matrix was perfect to detect the phishing email and legitimate email. Also, the metrics of the accuracy and precision and the recall was excellent and high accuracy, and that's showing it is a robust performance in the phishing detection. For the future work, we will enhance the model to be work in multiple language for multi language like Arabic or other language, and also we want to enhance the model to detect the QR code also embedded in the body, and if we apply it in the real time, we can develop the monitoring dashboard that's analyzing and make the administrator analyze the flow of the emails, like email gateway, for example. The conclusion, we design and we develop a hyper detection framework that integrates URL analysis and MD5 checking and verification with the core body analyzing by utilize the Roberta and BILSTM with attention mechanism, and we get very excellent score 96%, and we can implement this in enterprise or any environment that can be in real-time detection for phishing and prevent and predict the user, make the user predict if he facing the phishing or something like that. Thank you, and if you have a question, you are welcome.
Thank you so much, Adel and Abdurrahman. Thank you for the insightful presentation. Now, let's move on to our next speakers. The next two presentations are related to emerging technologies detection and related to drones. It's very interesting topics. Plus yours, Bashar and Sarah. Plus yours. Bashar, Sarah, if you please prepare the presentation, please share your presentation. Yes. Please
Hello.
check the full presentation.
Yes, you can show it.
Yeah, I can see. Oh, good. Excellent. Great.
Okay. Hello, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here with you today at Cybersecurity Revolution. My name is Bashair Al-Harbi, a student at NAIF Arab University for Security Science, College of Cybercrime and Digital Forensics. I'm honored to present our graduation project under the supervisor, Dr. Kim. Thank you for being here today. Let's begin our presentation. Here we'll be explaining this content, which includes the background, the problem statement, research objectives, literary review, and contribution. And my colleague Sarah she will be continue with methodology, final output results, performance, conversation analysis, limitation, conclusion, and future work. Background overview: drones are now widely used to support public safety and improve real-time response to danger situations. They can quickly reach different areas and capture live video from the sky, which makes them very useful in emergency cases. Therefore, using drones for weapon detection helps improve safety and reduce crime, but detecting weapons in real time is still a challenge. So, in our project, we propose a novel two-stage weapon detection AI system termed TS-YOLO, which utilizes the YOLO deep learning model to improve detection performance in real-time surveillance scenarios. In this slide, we will show the detection result of baseline one-stage model. As we can see in the video, the one-stage model is based on detecting objects from the entire image, which makes it difficult to detect a small or partially hidden weapon because of the long distance and background noise. This leads to lower accuracy and weak performance in real-time application. That's why we decided to improve this by using a two-stage approach. Weapon detection is very important for keeping people safe in public areas, but traditional methods like manual check or basic surveillance cameras are not enough, especially in busy or dynamic places. There are challenges like small weapon or long distance that make detection harder. And when detection is not accurate, it can lead to missing real threats or slow emergency responses. That's why we need a smarter and faster solution. Our project has 5 main objectives. First, we want to develop a weapon detection model that works in real time and gives reliable results. Second, we use a two-stage approach based on YOLO to improve accuracy. Third, we aim to reduce false negatives, especially when it comes to detecting small or partially hidden weapons, which are often missed. Fourth, we make sure the model performs well on both RGB and IR images. And finally, we want the system to process quickly, so it can be used for fast response in real situation. Now I will highlight the key contribution of our work. First, we developed a two-stage weapon detection system called TS-YOLO. This system separates human detection from weapon detection, which improve contextual accuracy, especially when weapons are small or partially hidden. Second, we tested our system using the NAUS weapon dataset, which includes real images collected from a first responder drone. This allowed us to evaluate the model in realistic environments. And finally, we performed a detailed comparison between our two-stage model and the traditional one-stage model. In this section, I will present a summary of related studies on weapon detection. We reviewed several recent papers to understand the methods used, their results, and the main gaps they faced. This helped us identify the weakness in existing work and define how our project can improve on them. Most of the reviewed papers used different versions of YOLO for weapon detection, including YOLO version 5, YOLO version 7, and YOLO version 8. Some researchers added extra techniques like attention mechanism or ensemble models to improve accuracy. While the results were good, many studies still had problems such as missing small weapon, low performance and poor lighting, and limited testing in drone-based environments. This gap showed the needs for a more accurate and robust solution, especially one that can detect small weapons in real time using drones, which is the focus on our project. For example, the last paper used attention mechanism to detect a small weapon, but they still had issues under changing lighting. Now I will highlight the key challenge we observed while analyzing previous work. Based on our review, we found some common issues in the existing study. First, most of them used models like YOLO, faster RCNN to improve detection speed and accuracy. However, it's still difficult to balance between real-time speed and high accuracy. Also, many studies used limited and non-diverse datasets, which affects the model's ability to generalize. And finally, many models don't perform well in challenging environments. For example, in low light, crowded scene, or when the weapon is small or hidden. These issues helps us shape our project goals, especially focusing on detecting small weapons and handling different environments. Thank you, and my colleague Sarah will be continuing.
Thank you, Bashayr. Hello. I will start with the YOLO architecture. To see the stage, I will first talk about the YOLO architecture, the model powering our system. YOLO stands for You Only Look Once, and its core strength lies in performing object detection in a single forward pass, which allows for extremely fast processing. It consists of three main components. The first one is backbone extracts essential features from the input image. Then NIC aggregates and refines features across different levels. And the head produced the final output, bounding boxes and class probabilities. Because of its unified structure, YOLO is highly optimized for real-time detection tasks. In our project, we used YOLO as the foundation for a customized two-stage detection pipeline designed to improve contextual accuracy, especially for detecting sensitive objects like weapons. The overall system flow chart. This diagram shows the overall of our system. In stage 1, we start by detecting all humans in the video frames using YOLO-based model. This works for both RGB and IR format. Once the people are detected, We move to stage 2 is triggered instead of scanning the whole image again. The model focuses only on the areas where humans were found. This focused search acts like an attention mechanism. It helps the system look closely at just the important part. By doing this, the system becomes faster, more efficient, and more accurate, especially in hard conditions like low light or IR footage. This two-stage design helps reduce the false results and gives more reliable weapon detection. After applying our trained models, this is the system's output in our scenario. It successfully detects both humans and handheld weapons in RGB and IR video frames. Each armed person is marked with a red box, and any detected weapon is highlighted in blue along with its label. The system also displays live counters showing the number of humans and weapons detected in each frame. This provides clear and fast visual feedback, helping a surveillance team quickly identify threats and support real-time decision making. Here is a side-by-side comparison of the RGB results. On the left, we see the one-stage model, which misses some weapons. On the right, the two-stage model successfully detects both the human and most weapons with clear bounding boxes. This approach gives more reliable insight and makes it easier for security teams to understand the situation. And here, the same comparison using IR frames. Again, the two-stage model detects the weapon more reliably than the one-stage. This added clearly in dark environment helps surveillance operators respond faster and with more confidence even under poor visibility. This slide shows a comparison between the one-stage and our two-stage model using RGB images. The chart on the left shows how much the detection accuracy improved. For example, the old model reached around 52%, while our model goes above 99%. That means the system is much more accurate in identifying weapons. In the right chart shows the precision or how confident the model is in its predictions. In some classes, like pistol and knife, both models performed well, but for more challenging weapons like guns, our model did much better. This slide for IR shows the comparison between one stage also and two stage. On the left chart, you can see that the overall detection accuracy map at 50 improved clearly with the two-stage model. It reached over 97% compared to about 91% with the one-stage approach. In the right, we see that the precision also increased across all weapon types, especially for guns and knives. This proves that our method is not just accurate in daylight, but also reliable in more difficult conditions. The system performs well, but it has some limitation. It can detect weapons that aren't carried by people, and it depends on human detection first. Also, the two-stage process may use more resources and cause slight delays. And in some RGB cases, precision may slightly drop, but weapon detection, especially for the guns, remains highly accurate overall. These are expected trade-offs, and they don't take away from the system's core value. delivering accurate, focused detection in real-world drone surveillance. To summarize, in this project, we developed a two-stage detection system based on YOLO, designed specifically for drone-based surveillance. The system works by detecting humans first and then checking if any weapons are being carried, which helps reduce false positive and improves detection accuracy. In our model showed strong results in both RGB and IR video and performed well even in low light or nighttime conditions. This makes it a practical solution for surveillance tasks that require quick and accurate results, especially in environments that need monitoring around the clock. Now for the future work, first we aim to try to detect weapons even when no human is present in the scene. Second, we want to save resources by focusing on suspicious individuals before analyzing for weapons. Third, we plan to make the system run on low power devices. And finally, we plan to explore transforms based models to make the system faster and more accurate. These are the main sources that support our research and helped us design and evaluate our system. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Bashar and Sarah. That was a very impressive session. And now, let's welcome to the last speaker of this session. The title is the drone detection using CNN YOLO 11s and red fusion with attention for security. The speakers are Sanat and Shafi. The floor is yours. Sanat and Shafi.
Hello, Dr. Kim.
Hello.
Yes, the presentation will begin by Shafi'i, and then I will continue.
Okay, great. Okay.
Hello
Go ahead.
everyone. Good morning. Hello, Dr. Kim. I'm happy to be here today. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well.
And
Go
I
ahead,
hope you
please.
can see my screen.
Yes, perfect.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Kim. We appreciate this opportunity to present our project today. My colleague and I will be presenting drone detection using CNN, YOLO 11S, and late fusion with attention. This project was supervised by the Professor Chona Yokim, and we thank our Department of Cybersecurity and Digital Forensics. We will continue from here. Our agenda today will be introduction, literature review, research methodology, implementations, analysis and discussion, and finally conclusion and future work. In our introduction, drones, as we know it, have a lot of benefits for human beings, and every year they develop new technologies for drones. They are used for crowd monitoring, delivery services, security and surveillance, but they also pose a lot of threats lately. If you can visit defendsolutions.com, you can see the latest drone incident is that like smuggling, hacking, also unlawful surveillance. If you can check that website, you can find all the latest events which have been used by drones. The latest event I could see was maybe May 5th, 2025, which is like 4 days ago. So also, not only drones can be used for like physically, they can be used in cyber ways, such as hacking, using network, using wireless data interceptions, malware delivery systems, reconnaissance, and targeted home-based attacks. So we propose a model that can detect drones from using video and audio of the drone. The background of drone detection goes back to radar detection, radio frequency detection, acoustic-based detection, and also visual-based detection, which all have their own limitations. And in our project, we focused on the acoustic and visual side of the of drone detection. Individually, these methods have limitations. For example, acoustic-based detection can have issues if there is a background environmental noise and you cannot hear the drone sound. Also, visual-based detection have background clusters, decreased visual, or if the drone is flying behind a building or a tree, it has issues. Our objective of this project is to address the available data sets, because when we were doing our literature review, all the researchers had problem with data sets. Some of them used synthetic data sets, some of them use limited data sets. Also, we intend to improve detection accuracy and robustness by mitigating weaknesses of the individual detection methods, or develop a late fusion model that can combine both methods, audio and visual, and after that evaluate our proposed model to the existing late fusion models or fusion models. The significance of our project is to overcome limitations of individual detection methods, introduce a lightweight late fusion AI model that can detect the drone in real time, enhance cyber physical security by countering unauthorized drones, support anti-drone measures in cybersecurity, detect and classify drones. In scope, our project, we focused on three specific drones, DJI M30T, and Hancom 550. Our contribution to this project is that we created our own data set, custom data set, collecting all our data from these three drones. We evaluated acoustic drone detection models. We evaluate visual drone detection models, and we also develop and evaluate our own late fusion model that combines both modalities to see if we improve the accuracy of the drone detection. In literature review, we focused between the year 2020 and 2025. We collected over 25 studies for our literature review between drone detection acoustic-based, drone detection visual-based, and drone detection fusion-based. Here are three examples of our literature review. The first one is based on acoustic drone detection. It was published in 2021. The second one is visual, and the third one is fusion. The problem statement is that the individual drone detection models have a lot of issues individually, but we intend to combine these models to complement each other and to increase the detection. Our methodology is that we collect the data set, our data set visual and acoustic, then extract the features, train model AI models, get predictions from individual models, and then combine the last results in one fusion model, and then that fusion model will give us the final prediction in real time. In our data collection, we collected drone data set, acoustic and visual. We collected the drone audio from outdoor and indoor drones, except for Hancom, which was a little bit hard to collect data indoor because it's big and we couldn't fly it in the lab. Our data set, we also acquired a data set, environmental background noise data set, so we can make our model, our data set balanced and to make the audio model robust and able to detect the drone sound under any condition. Also, we collect, as you can see, this is our audio data set. First, we collected the audio in raw audio signal, and then we extracted the male spectrogram features for the acoustic model training. And as you can see, this chart, it shows how the dataset distribution was handled, 25% in each class, including the 3 drone types and environmental non-drone sound. And also we collected visual data, video, 15-minute video of each drone. And also we acquired a bird dataset, publicly available bird dataset, to make the model to distinguish between the bird and the drone. As you can see, the figure is on the right. And we extracted 4 frames per second using OpenCV, which made our dataset about 12,000 frames of all our visual dataset. And we also did our manual annotation or labeling using a Make Sense open source tool, and we extracted in YOLO format. So you can see here, the first is the frame extraction and labeling, and this is the distribution. As you can see, our bird dataset was a little bit smaller than the drone data, the data we collected ourselves, and we couldn't find a bigger bird dataset. As you can see here, we used a CNN model for acoustic drone detection, and our CNN model takes mile spectrogram features as input, and it has two convolutional neural network layers and 2 max Boolean layers to minimize the computational usage of the model. After that, one fully connected layer that collects all the output from the convolutional neural network layers, and final prediction of output. Also, we used a CRNN model to compare between our acoustic CNN model and the CRNN model. The CRNN model was a little bit complex and huge, and it struggled a little bit with real-time drone detection when we trained and tried detection. Our CNN model outperformed the hybrid CRNN. Thank you everyone for listening. From here, my colleague Sanad will be continuing.
Hello everyone. Hello, Dr. Kim.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yes, my sound is good.
Yes,
Okay,
great.
now I will continue from the visual module. The visual module, we use 2 modules, YOLO 8S and YOLO 11S. And for YOLO 11S, we choose to use with our Fusion approach because the YOLO 11S consists of 181 layers and with 9.4 million parameters with 22.6 G-flops. That means is a deep architecture and lighter than YOLO 8. We not include explanation of other modules because due to the short time for presentation. The architecture of YOLO 11 consists of 3 main parts. The first part is backbone for feature extraction and neck and head. The backbone the YOLO 11S have enhanced backbone rather comparing with other previous YOLO version, which include attention mechanism for enhanced future learning, which is with spatial primed future fusion block for spatial information aggregation, and with NIC use future primed network and path aggregation network with better upsampling and future fusion. That means it's better for classification. And with head, it's use onshore free mask head to detect objects without relying on the predefined onshores. The YOLO 11S provide us a higher detection accuracy, especially for on drone, is lighter and faster than YOLO 8S, and better performance in cluttered complex scenes. Spatial attention improves focus on small, partly visible drones. Now we will talk about our fusion module, late fusion attention module. Our late fusion attention module is combining the audio CNN and visual YOLO 11 outputs, and have attention-based weighting using confidence scores and drone distance. Is lightweight and efficient to be suitable for real-time drone detection. The total parameter is just only 72.868 thousand parameter. That means lightweight and real-time capable. As we see in the architecture here, the two output of acoustic and visual. Then the first layers, we have a projection layers to project the audio and visual feature to share the 128 dimensional space via a separate linear layer, as we see here. Then after that, we have a gating mechanism. Gating mechanism is like to fuse the modality confidence from each module via fully connected layer and softmax to dynamically weighting the inputs to make a prioritizing for the more reliable confidence. And the other layer we use a multi-head attention mechanism, is like we added to capture across module dependencies in latent space via two head self attention mechanism to focus on a most relative fused feature for better classification. Then we use normalization layers, which consists of a dropout to prevent overfitting. Then we use it for classifier. We use three fully connected layer that reduce the dimensional at the end to predict four classes for the 3 drone and non-drone class. The implementation now. The implementation for acoustic drone detection. We prepare our data set as we see in this chart. The data set of acoustic, we split it in 70 for training and 20 for validation and 10% for testing. Then the training of the CNN module, the acoustic module, we use a SGD optimizer with learning rate 0.01 that to optimize the module weight on the training set. And we use a step learning scheduler to greatly decrease the learning rate for better convergence. We enable early stop with patterns of 10 epochs. Based on the validation accuracy, we add a Gaussian noise during the validation only to simulate the real world noise robustnesses. And our CNN module train just only for 20 epoch due to the early stop. For the experiment, the evaluation of the experiment of the CNN module, we see here the accuracy, the eval accuracy, we get 99.7, and with test accuracy 98.82. And with the precision is near perfect results for all classes. And for recall also, that means that يعني our CNN module is predict correctly out of the all number or of the total number of each class. By recall, we prove that. And with Afun, we have excellent Afun scores confidence here for our module. And to ensure our module that learning well, we use the SNE visualizations. We see here in the training set and validation set and test set, the module successfully separate each classes, unless here there is little bit overlapping, but it is not that much. That means our CNN module is learning well. And other evaluations, more evaluation, we have confusion matrix. The confusion matrix proof there is no any misclassification, just only one missed here and one miss in the test set. That means it's a perfect result for classification, class classifications. And with per class performance, we see that for all classes, we have near perfect results. And for precision recall curve also it's near perfect, and ROC curve prove that our module successfully in the classification of the classes. And here now for visual detection experiments. For visual detection experiment, we split our data set as 70 for train and 20 for val and 10 for test. As then the YOLO modules by default use augmentations like color adjustment, horizontal flips, random erasings to apply during training. That will enhance the unbalancing we have in the paired class. For training the YOLO 11S, we use SGD optimizers with learning rate 0.01 that applied optimize the module weight. We use a step learning scheduler to adjusting the learning rate dynamically during training, and we enable early stop with patterns of 10 epochs to prevent overtraining or overfitting, and would enable the automatic mixed precision mechanism, which speed up the training and reduce the GPU memory usage, as well as our YOLO 11 module trained for 100 epochs without using the early stop, and with the batch size of 16, and training times take about 4 hours on NVIDIA RTX A2012 GB RAM.
Thank you,
GPU.
sir. Please keep the finish it earlier. It is only 1 minute left. Please keep the good conclusion, please. Yes.
Okay, here, okay, Dr. Kim, I will try to move fast. Here for YOLO 11S, the result is the result is near perfect. Just we have for M3T drone, because it's small drone, we have the lowest results. But with main average precision, we have 91.3 for validation, and also with the evaluation of YOLO 11S module, we have perfect classification. If you see the recall confidence, but we have a lowest for the smallest drone, which is in M3T. For our fusion module, before we begin training the fusion module, we need synchronized data, because our data set not synchronized at the first. We make a small data set, a small synchronized data set that's from 5-second video clip that's pairing the acoustic and visual and pre-processing this data. Then we train our late fusion attention module with Adam optimizer, and it's trained for only 20 epochs due to early stop. The result of our
Thank you, sir. Could you please go to the conclusion page directly?
Okay.
We have another session waiting for us. Yes.
Okay, Doctor,
yes.
Okay, but I want to show the result here. Example for inference. We make inference on a videos to simulate a real-time detection for each drone. With in the conclusion, we we make evaluation of two acoustic module. We see that the simple CNN is outperform the complex hybrid CRNN, and we see that the YOLO 11S outperform YOLO 8S due to it is lighter and deeper architectures and better for small drone detection. And our fusion module is like fill the gaps or and the limitation of individual modalities of acoustic and visual. Like here we see comparison, we see our late fusion attention is improve the accuracy of the single modality methods. For future okay, Doctor. For future work, just collect more higher quality data and expanding the data set and try another fusion technique like early fusion. Thank you, Dr. Kim. Sorry for.
Sorry, thank you for the very amazing presentation. Please understand that due to very time limited session, it's a very amazing research, amazing presentation. Thank you, Sanat and Safi.
Thank you, Doctor, and thank you for all.
And finally, this conclusion our session for today. A big thank you to all our speakers and the audience for making this such a successful event. Thank you for all of us and the speakers, and we appreciate of the hostess. Let's finish our session. Thank you again.
Hi. Good morning from the UK, and welcome to the Portsmouth session of SECREV. We've got some fabulous speakers lined up for you over the next couple of hours from the Cybercrime and Cybersecurity Research Group and from the wider university community as well. And I'll just provide a very quick overview if I can get my slides up to share my screen, wherever my slides have gone to. Right, so everybody should be able to see my slides now. Fantastic. Yeah, so welcome to SECREV 2025. And so for our first talk today is from one of our doctoral students, Joe Ashcroft, whose talk is Sticks and Stones, using AI to identify online transphobic hate. And this will be followed by AI and decision support machines from another of our students, Martin Lynch. And then we'll be looking at the human element in cyber strategies, an actor-centered review of cyber deterrence and cyber assistance theory from Alice Brett, before moving over to US cyber diplomacy, a transformative moment from Dr. Dafydd Townley. And the next up after that would be Samuel De Cruz with de-biasing aid PCAR for users managing Office emails. And finally, my colleague Dr. Anna Kirby will be finishing off our session with the concept of reflective fortification in cybercrime awareness education. So, without much further ado, I will stop sharing my slides and hand over to Joe.
Okie dokie, thank you. I will share mine.
I shall.
Is that coming through okay?
Yeah, that is absolutely fantastic. Thank you, Joe. And for those of us who aren't speaking, if you feel free to mute and turn off your video cameras as well, if you would like to.
Okay, thank you. So good morning. My name is Joe Ashcroft, and today I'm presenting my paper, Sticks and Stones, using AI to identify online transphobic hate. For those of you that may not be familiar with the very old adage, it refers to sticks and stones may break my bones, but words can never hurt me. Something that I think we all know now to be entirely untrue. And there we go. So first, I'm just going to throw this out there is a question. What does online hate look like? I think we all can identify easy things like name calling and insults and stuff like that. And we generally know hate when we see it. But actually defining it is somewhat tricky. And that's what I've been trying to do here. And that's online hate specifically towards the transgender community that I'm exploring in this particular study. So firstly, just a quick run through of the contents. I've got a couple of definitions. I want to just mention some of the impacts of online hate, again, towards the transgender community. I'll then run through my methods. Don't worry, it's at a very high level because there's a lot of AI and stuff in there. And just talk about the data that I've used. And then I'll show you a top level of the themes that have emerged from this study and a snapshot of the topic model. And then the types of groups that are actually demonstrating this hate, who are actually posting this hate content. And then I'll quickly touch upon the future studies in this series. So firstly, a couple of definitions. Online hate is a form of hate speech. It refers to text, audio, or visual content posted online. It is abusive, discriminatory, or harassing, and is motivated by prejudice toward a personal group due to their race, religion, disability, sexual orientation, or transgender identity. And as you can tell from that, it covers a lot of things, and hate can mean different things to different people. Transgender, it describes those people who whose gender identity, gender expression, or behavior does not conform to the sex that they were assigned at birth. So the impacts, as well as dealing with the usual insults, name calling, the massive amount of misinformation and disinformation. Transgender people can experience doxing, i.e. where their social media profiles, their private information such as addresses, places of work, phone numbers, etc. get leaked online. They may have personal photos leaked, and the people who do this are particularly fond of pre-transition or even mid-transition and pictures of scars and things like that. They also are subject to unfounded accusations of very serious crimes such as rape and paedophilia. And some of these accusations go to reinforce the beliefs that, in particular, trans women are a danger to women within women's spaces and around children. And finally, all this is pretty inescapable, and that's one of the things that I think sometimes we overlook. It's very easy to say to people, oh, you just need to turn your phone off. But we all know it's not that easy. We live through our phones. And even if you do turn a phone off, you kind of know that that stuff's still happening, especially if you've been victimized in recent times. So you know that people are still posting hate out there. And all of this is towards an extremely vulnerable population. And as a result, the transgender community, we see high rates of depression, anxiety, eating disorders, self-harm, psychosis, and PTSD, and a horrifyingly high rate of suicide, all of which reinforces why this is an important area to look at. So onto the study itself. You'll see at the top, the main technologies that were used here were Python and its many sub-packages. And I used, or I'm using this on a Google Colab instance. Google Colab is provided by Google. It's using spare capacity on the Google Cloud platform. And is available through the YouTube. And it basically just gives you a lot more capacity than you would get on a standard laptop or anywhere else. I've also used YouTube APIs, which means I have access to the data direct, so there's no screen scraping or anything like that. The data for this study it consists of 50,000 YouTube comments, which were posted against transgender-themed videos. And although that sounds like a lot, and it is a lot, it actually equates to only about 1% of the total comments available from the videos that I picked up. Once the data was collected and cleaned and all that good stuff, I used it to build a large language model using one of the small BERT models available, which was a whole learning curve in itself. And following this, I undertook topic modeling using NLTK and BERT topic. NLTK is one of the most widely used natural language processing tools out there. And I've certainly used it in the past, although not previously with LLMs. And it produced some astonishing results. The results of the topic modeling then went into a clustering process to actually sort of surface the topics. And this is where I somewhat broke the process, as I wanted to surface as much detail as possible. Normally, when you're clustering, you would ask for maybe 20 or even up to 50 topics. But because I wanted detail of the language, I actually forced it to produce 300 topics, which is not normal in this type of process. In order to get this to this point, there was a massive amount of testing. I used a number of models. There was a lot of fine tuning. I used a lot of more traditional techniques to sort of triangulate the results so that I knew what I was looking at represented the truth of the data within there. And I then went through a process of renaming the topics, because the topic naming automatically can be a bit weird, and then categorizing it. And I categorized it across a 5-tier hierarchy. So looking at the type of data that I picked up, so I identified and picked up 767 videos, which belong to 349 unique channels. And as I said, that's where I got my 50,000 comments for this particular study. The distribution on this tiny little map, you can see the majority of it, the majority of the videos come from the US, the UK. There's a smattering from India, Australia, and Canada. And looking at the comments themselves, the distribution is pretty similar. So on to the high-level themes. You can see here there's things like general abuse, and this is what I think we would traditionally think of as name-calling. We see debate about the nature of gender. We have a very large section here called transgender people, which actually breaks down into trans women, trans men, trans children, and the transitioning process itself. We see views about the state of society. We have talk about transphobia itself. There's a massive area around sports, which I actually tried to break down a bit further, but it's fairly obvious what's in there. We have conspiracy theories. We have religion. We also have discussion about words and terminology, and that's very much around the use of pronouns and cis women and those sorts of things, which a lot of people object to. So I haven't shown you the full model here because it's quite big, but this is a little snapshot that you can see here. And you can see under transgender people, we can see topics like pedophilia coming up, rape, trans people should die. We have a subsection around children, and things like no such thing as a trans kid. We also see bullying, which when I first saw this, I thought it was an anti-bullying topic, but actually what it was expressing was the view that children weren't bullied enough, and this was what was causing them to become trans or to be gay, and that we should just be bullying our children more. We also see some of the conspiracy theories coming in here. So causes of transgenderism, things like propaganda, it was COVID vaccine. There's talks about agendas, cults, and things like that. So there's a lot within this model. Is there anything else in there? No. So onto the types of groups that kind of emerged from all this. So what we see a predominance of in terms of the hate is there's a lot of far right. We see a lot of religious right. There's a lot of religious rhetoric in there, and that's primarily sort of Protestant Christian right. We also see rhetoric from TERFs. TERFs are trans exclusionary radical feminist. And this started from a place of sort of trying to protect women's rights and spaces, but then extended to into the rhetoric that trans women are a danger to women and children, which is very much far right in its nature, even though TERFs generally wouldn't self-identify as far right. We have pseudoscientists, and they're often reposting mis or disinformation. They love a good weird percentage that comes from somewhere. They're also very fond of things like, or the the misconception of scientific theory as being just a theory. We do have a lot of neutral and confused and people just questioning, trying to make up their own mind. But of course, on the internet, you have to have an opinion. You can't be neutral. You have to come down on one side or another. So these people tend to get bullied. We do have a lot of allies. I think sometimes they get a bit lost in the mix. But generally, allies are relatively silent online. And then it goes all the way around to our parasocial and fetishists, which, to be honest, tend to comment against the more sexualized videos. And also, you know, what they post is not generally hateful, but it can be very distasteful. In terms of future research, I'm currently in the process of writing this study up. There's a tiny bit of analysis still to do. The methodology has turned out to be extremely complex, and so that's been spun off into its own paper. In regard to the future studies, next I'm going to be analysing how YouTube is actually used to spread transgender hate and disinformation, more detail on the groups, things like monetization, links to external websites, how it wraps into wider far-right views in terms of racism and things like that. The second is looking at the views of transgender content creators and how this type of rhetoric actually impacts their lives. And thirdly, probably the largest study is looking at the change in hate and disinformation over time, how it's evolved. And this has got a substantial backlog of comments stretching back 10 years. I was originally going to stop it at the end of 2024, but the particular political situation has changed, and I'm still collecting comments going forward. And that's my research in a nutshell. Thank you very much for listening. And that's me.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Joe. It's definitely a pleasure supervising this very important piece of work as part of your supervision team. Okay, right. Moving on to our next speaker now, who is another of my students, Martin, who's going to be giving us a discussion around AI and decision support. This is an update on his work from last year, so it's amazing to have you back with us at SECREV, Martin. I'm happy to hand over to you now if you want to share your slides.
There we go. Can we see that?
I can, yes, Martin.
Fantastic. Thank you all. Thank you everybody for coming. It's been a long year, and I'm going to talk to you about some of the updates for if anybody was lucky enough to be on 12 months ago. My name's Martin Lynch, and I'm a third year researcher at the University of Portsmouth. My particular field of study is in the security and operational security environment of physical security. And what that means is I've been researching for these last few years now how human beings interact with the prompts and commands that they see displayed when we're using an artificially intelligent, or what Professor Vincent Block in Holland likes to term, and I agree with him to some extent, it's AI and decision support machines. So that's where my research sits, and where I sit inside it. So Right, so I've got a bit of a technical glitch. It's not working off the clicker. So how do we understand and how do we look at artificial intelligence as a decision support mechanism? And the next slide, or the next two slides, I think is a really good way of me to demonstrate to you exactly what people who use artificial intelligence inside the decision support machines can see, and how they can visualize and use a cognitive process to understand what they're being told. And quite often it's under duress. The situations inside CCTV rooms and places like that can be very stressful. Things are happening with alacrity. Things happen without any pre-warning, and it moves really quickly. So I'm going to show you a traditional CCTV suite, which looks like this. So you can see there pretty much that there are some 50, if you care to count them, but I've counted them for us. You can see 55 different types of feed. So if you were to count all the cameras inside each screen and then add up the other computers that are displaying information of various sorts, and this extra information can be displayed from LLMs. So it's very confusing. It's very fast paced and it's very dynamic. If you look at the top left hand side of the screen and try to understand that the 3-inch by 3-inch displays and a live monitor, you can see how complex and time consuming it is for a human being to look at this. And there is some crossover into the cyber environment, and certainly crossover for a pedagogy moving forward for even widespread applications of perhaps the military to understand how we make decisions, which I'll move on to later, how we can make a really complex cognitive task analysis when faced with this type of equipment. So the next slide is what you will see if you're using an AI-enabled support system. So the one you're currently looking at is what we know today, and that is where we're moving forward to in tomorrow. And if we look at Oliver Philippou, who writes extensively about the future use of technology in physical security, he's estimated that by 2026, when the curve hits, 75% of everything that we purchase globally to do with physical security will have an element of this type of mechanism inside it. So what we can see here, as opposed to that, it's almost the same system by way of how many cameras it can look at. And using this particular type of system displays varying degrees of activity with different colors. So you can see on the screen, and I'll move on to colors shortly, you can see on the screen some grays, some blues, some yellows, and some reds. So that acts pretty much like the traditional RAG rating. You can have a benign, nothing happening gray, through to a blue, which is some movement under the normal parameters, through to yellow, which is a kind of warning sign where something might be happening, but the pattern seeking part of the AI doesn't quite understand what it is. And then red, which would suggest that we have to have some form of human interaction or human oversight of the system. On the left-hand side of the screen, you can see the diagnostics. So the AI will produce a smaller screen, which you can't read it, I'm sure, but that smaller screen displays the area an alphanumeric code of what it thinks is transpiring in that particular field of vision, and then a probability of whether that person or whether that thing is a human or whatever it's looking at. It'll produce a probability to say this is what we think, which is this sort of displayed so you can have a better overview of it on this particular slide. So inside of the research, and I'm aware I've only sort of got 15 minutes, and as you're all academics, it could go on for quite some time. That the probability factor is something that is proving difficult for people to understand. I've listed it there as number 4, complexity. So you can see immediately on the slide that I'm displaying that those human beings to a human are human 100%, whereas here we've got person displayed at 0.993, 0.9, 0.91. We know completely straight away without hesitation that those people are people, whereas our decision support system isn't 100% sure. We can redress this inside the system by supervised machine learning. So there is a facility inside the machines that I deal with, and they're pretty much the same across the whole marketplace. You can go inside and there's a series of settings and tell it, say, no, this is 100% a person. And with so many iterations of the supervised learning, it will learn to recategorize as and when it can. It's particularly unhappy when ducks walk through the area, which I find terribly amusing. So in moving on to discuss this further, what some of the issues that I've raised and currently been looking at through a phenomenographic approach, which delivers outcome spaces, and these are the ones that I particularly wanted to talk about, heuristics. So all of these lead really to the ability to be able to understand decision making. So what I'd like you to do is just a thought experiment. Imagine you're looking at the screen. Imagine something's going on and the artificial intelligence is painting a picture for you. And how do you actually think about the display? If you're a very experienced person, and some of this comes from Gary Klein's work in naturalistic decision making and cognitive task analysis. If you're very experienced, you may see something different to me, who might be very inexperienced, and heuristics. We might use Gary Klein's terminology of the rule of thumb, or tacit knowledge. So understanding this is something that is important to my future work, because this might negate some of the need to have very experienced people all the time, which I think we can't have. We must have inexperienced people coming through at the bottom, perhaps being supervised. And one of the things that I'm not sure about using the word emerged, but one of the things that is apparent at this stage of my research is the educational standard of people that I deal with. And it's not meant to be disparaging, but or to generalize, but a lot of people didn't get any further than what I would categorize as secondary education. So that's pretty much in the UK leaving education at about 16 years of age. And so the inexperience and a slight lack of education does lead us down a different path, which is somewhere I'm looking in the future to understand better. Trust. That came as a big surprise, that within a matter of a few short months even, that the operators of using the system that we've just seen, and I'll go back to show you that particular kind of dynamic computer display. So within a couple of short months, all of the operators of this machine, of this type of machine, trusted the machine implicitly. No second guessing. They didn't think that there was anything untoward in any of the displays, and that was really across the board. Even though, as I mentioned earlier, that less experienced people, not less knowledgeable, less experienced people didn't sometimes have the same outcome space as those with more experienced in the Klein NDM model. Anthropomorphism became apparent very quickly with again a very short space of time. The operators of the system and the age gap, the age range is considerable, from sort of 21 to 60, embodied human characteristics to the machine. And I think it gave two things. It lent a sort of camaraderie. They teamed up very well, and I was not taken aback, but I was surprised by how the members of the operators that I get to speak to had accepted the machine into their cadre. And I think that's something that maybe we would be able to think about future. Certainly those of you who deal with the military might be able to think about how this might play out. And moving on to complexity. So complexity reflects back on what I said about the education piece, the pedagogical piece that needs further work. But it is interesting how very quickly the operators understand, but don't have an intrinsic understanding of black box or white box syndrome. And my work is pressing into those areas of, I think I use the word technophobia, and my supervisor helped me understand it maybe in a better frame as a neo-Luddite. So the phenomena, I think I'm probably going to go over a couple of minutes, if that's all right. Yeah, a very important part of the work originally was discussed by Vincent Blocks, who you can read his data. It's very fascinating how he understands machines as decision support enabled. It's a qualitative phenomenographic approach. We have limitations. For me, where access to this type of environment proved difficult. Participants who'd used both systems proved difficult, leading to a small sample size. Operator bias existing as both technophobe and technophilic. And my own unfamiliarity with phenomenography. I think the last part, this came out of last year's work and was part of my talk last year about the production or the pilot study produced some interesting findings when, and this is across the board from operators in security to cyber people to the military, and it proved apparent that color deficiency, dyslexia, and dyscalculia all played a part in being able to look at and analyze data which is output from AI enabled decision support machines. Thank you. 15 minutes and 10 seconds.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Martin. It's great to hear an update of your very important research exploring this area. Yeah, if you're okay, I was about to say, if you're okay to stop sharing screen, I know you have to shoot off shortly as well for other meetings. So thank you very much for taking the time out of your very busy schedule to present to us today.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to Alice. If that's okay, Alice, who'll be talking to us today about the human element in cyber strategies and actor-centered review of cyber deterrence and cyber persistence theory. You okay? Yep, you can see your screen absolutely fine. Alice.
Perfect, brilliant, thank you. So yeah, my name is Alice Brett, and I'm a PhD student at the University of Portsmouth. And today I will talk through what is cyber deterrence and cyber persistence theories, why did I want to look at them, what I did, what I found, so what, and what's next. So to start off with, what is deterrence and persistence? So deterrence is influencing an actor's cost-benefit analysis. You're trying to deter unwanted action by making the costs either too high or the benefits of performing an action too low. So I see it like a castle. It's about projecting a message to prevent behavior. So that castle looks like it will take too much effort to overthrow. I'm just going to go down to the pub instead. Persistence, on the other hand, is about seizing the initiative. It's about taking proactive action. It thinks of cyberspace as an environment of exploitation rather than coercion. So whoever is better at taking the advantage wins. It's a bit like chess, trying to get an advantage on the opponent by thinking a few moves ahead. So why do I want to look at this? The UK cyber strategy is heavily influenced by deterrence and persistence. So on the slide, there's some quotes from the current national cyber strategy. The National Cyber Force, whilst not mentioning persistence in name, describes basically what persistence is. So essentially, the UK's actions to mitigate the cyber threat to the UK are being based on these approaches. However, as the UK strategy itself notes, the current approach to deterrence is just not working. So I want to know why. Is it the whole thing? Is it just aspects of it? Is it not working for specific actors? However, most work done on the cyber deterrence and persistence look at the big picture, how to implement the theories, would they work in cyberspace for this or that specific situation, and a kind of a broad, do they work in general? But I want to look at how they work at the human level, kind of how do they work on actors, because actors are not a homogeneous group. They're different with different goals, different skills, different techniques. So I want to understand what are the factors that impact those actors, and eventually kind of in further pieces of work to determine if they work for all the different actors. So yeah, the how. So my approach. As this is the first piece of a wider study, I undertook a rapid review of peer-reviewed journals since 2020 to understand the current thinking of cyber deterrence and cyber persistence theories. After filtering, I reviewed 30 articles. Most were on deterrence, with just shy of a third covering persistence, which is expected because the seminal book of persistence was only published in 2022. So what did I find? So there are 5 factors that influenced actors. Attribution, so knowing who the actor is, who are you trying to deter, or who are you targeting for persistence. Communication, so the ability to send messages to the actor, the deterrent message for deterrence, and for persistence, the actual action itself is the message. So it's a kind of a form of tacit bargaining. Costs, the cost to overcome defenses, the cost of retaliation or punishment, or the accumulative cost of persistent action. And then for deterrence, credibility, so how much the actor believes the deterrent messaging. And for persistence, there's interconnection. So persistence theory itself states that interconnectiveness and constant contact are a structural feature of cyberspace. So you can't really be persistent if you aren't in constant contact. As a kind of general note to deterrence and persistence, they're not clearly defined in the literature. There was a lot of overlap or slightly different definitions. So for this and the rest of my findings, I've used the most common approaches to deterrence and persistence. So from those 5 factors, I identified 7 traits of actors that impact them. So these are motives, what is the goal or ambition of the actor, technical skills, the location of the actor, what is the actor's perception of the UK, what is the actor's personal connections, what is the actor's social status, and then the actor's culture, so their beliefs, values, customs. A lot of these traits are interconnected, so the culture might be tied to social status or location, but they are distinct enough to be separate traits. So breaking down these factors, I've put some questions that could be asked about each actor for each of the factors, but I won't talk through all the questions or give examples for each of the traits, but for each factor, I'll highlight a few and give kind of some examples. So attribution, that's knowing who the actor is impacted by the actor's motives and technical skills. So for example, does the actor claim responsibility? And how technically proficient are they? If both theories require attribution for it to work, then an actor who claims responsibility, so for example, a hacktivist, would be easier to apply actions against than someone technically proficient who is wanting to, say, steal intellectual property and therefore remains hidden. Communication is impacted by location, perception of the UK and culture. So, for example, if an actor views the UK as antagonistic, they may interpret a message as an escalation rather than simply a message to stop attacking as it was intended to be. Costs. So this was impacted by most traits of the actors. So a lot of these factors feed into impacting the cost. So culture, motives, location, personal connections, technical skills, and social status. So for example, a state actor might have a lot of resource available to them, but they also have a lot of civilian infrastructure to defend against any retaliatory action. Or, on the other hand, a solo terrorist might be strongly ideologically motivated and have very little that they're afraid to risk in an attack. Credibility. So again, this applies to deterrence only, as deterrence relies on the actor believing the threat to prevent the action from occurring. So this was impacted by location, perception of the UK, and personal connections. So, for example, a Chinese criminal might not view the UK's threat of a prison sentence as credible, as there's no extradition treaty to the UK for China. Or someone may view the UK's policing skills as not skilled enough to be able to trace an attack back to them. Or with personal connections, a criminal using ransomware might believe a threat is more credible if they know people who have been caught or punished, such as seeing another ransomware affiliate that they work with be caught. And then persistence only for interconnection. I could only identify one trait, which was location. This is a little more theoretical in examples. So in theory, countries such as Russia can switch off their connection to the wider internet and switch to their internal RUNet. So if an actor turns off the connections, could it impact persistence at all? Or if a state actor bases themselves outside of their country and their country has limited connection, the targets for persistent action are limited to just the assets being used to undertake the attacks. Is that enough? It's a bit theoretical at the moment. So in conclusion, or so what, as I like to say, understanding what actor traits impact different aspects of deterrence and persistence means that we can evaluate the effectiveness of the different mechanisms of the theories to determine what works for specific actors. For example, it appears that deterrence requires a large cost to be factored into the actor's cost-benefit analysis for deterrence to work, whereas persistence seemed to be dependent on the resilience of the actor. So this may mean that actors with little to lose would not respond well to deterrence, but persistence might work better against them. Also, not many traits seem to impact persistence, which may mean it might work better across a broader range of actors. And location impacts multiple factors, which may mean more tailored approaches required for different geographical locations. So what next? So now that I've identified these traits, I plan to use these against case studies of actors that have attacked the UK. And I want to see where the UK has applied these actions or applied actions against the actors, and if there's specific traits in common with what have worked. And then kind of eventually work backwards again to build up to see if deterrence or persistence works best with specific traits or actors, or what specific combination or factors or mechanisms seem to work best. So yeah, that just leaves me to say thank you for listening, and there's my contact details.
Happy if I unmuted myself. It's absolutely fantastic, Alice. Great to see the results of your first study with the rapid review being presented here today. And I think that brings us on quite nicely towards my colleague Dafydd's talk as well, who's obviously pretty good at cyber diplomacy. And so I shall hand over to Dafydd now.
Thank you, Ian. I'm just going to share my screen. Hopefully you should all be able to see that now. Okay. I'm a historian by academic training, so this is my first foray into anything remotely associated with cyber, and this is the basis for an article that I'm currently trying to finish. I say that because as you go through the as we go through the slides and the content, you'll find that this is a rapidly changing situation. This was a completely different article, as I mentioned to Ian earlier, 6 months ago, and this has been something of a learning curve for me in terms of writing about contemporary issues from somebody who's traditionally written about things about dead people whose opinions don't really change. So you'll have to excuse me. So cyber diplomacy has really emerged over the last 2 decades as a vital area of international relations, and it's been driven by the strategic significance of cyberspace and the need for global norms governing state behavior online. This was first referenced actually back in the 90s, in 1996, but the term gained I'm not going to say notoriety, perhaps visibility, with early studies like the East-West Institute's 2010 report. And while it has entered policy discussions, academic research remains quite limited around the subject and tends to be quite theoretical in nature. Until recently, the United States was one of, if not arguably, the most significant actors in cyber diplomacy. It had the first ever cyber diplomat. But as I hope to show in this presentation, the Trump administration's reorganization of executive branch agencies has put the nation's diplomatic influence in cyberspace at risk. And as a consequence, it threatens the US strategic objectives, both within and outside cyberspace, and also has the potential for a major impact on cyber diplomacy norms within both the United States and outside of it. So as one scholar put it, cyber diplomacy represents the diplomatization of cyberspace. This is where traditional diplomatic tools are applied to modern challenges. And this process involves both internal and external dynamics, which might include, for example, institutional integration within foreign ministries and professional differentiation from technical legal experts. And the field has evolved what was from initially security-focused dialogues, how to make cyberspace more secure, to broader international engagement, especially around cyber-based trade. For scholars and practitioners, there is no agreed definition of cyber diplomacy, despite growing recognition in governments and faculties around the globe. This is something that has been quite discussed at length. Diplomats differ in viewing it as cybersecurity coordination or cross-sector mediation, and the field's technical complexity deters some diplomats, yet most agree its core goal is essentially conflict prevention. Ministry of Foreign Affairs, or MFAs, now compete with other agencies for cyber-related representation, which has prompted internal coordination and the acquisition of technical expertise. Diplomats are expected to navigate multiple sectors like cybersecurity, trade, and climate change as the world develops. Externally, cyber diplomacy gains legitimacy through international forums like the United Nations, where experienced diplomats from leading states such as the United States and the Russian Federation assert strategic interests. Internally, cyber diplomacy structure and scope varies by country, and it's often shaped by incidents, peer influence, as well as political leadership, and that's probably going to be my major discussion today. Academics and politicians' understanding of cyber diplomacy is also clouded by the practice of e-diplomacy. This refers to the integration of digital technologies and the internet into the practice of diplomacy. It involves using online tools such as social media, video conferencing, and digital platforms to engage with foreign nations and foreign audiences, coordinate international relations, and facilitate communications between governments. And by leveraging these technologies, diplomats can enhance transparency, increase the speed of communication, but also engage with a wider global audience in real time. Social media, for example, has allowed governments to directly communicate policy positions, respond to crises, and promote cultural diplomacy. And the current president of the United States has been, I can say a champion, but certainly has been extremely influential in the use of social media. Now, the United States, why am I talking about the United States? Well, the United States is a trendsetter in cyberspace initiatives because it is one of the leading nations in technological investment and innovation. However, over the last 10 years, executive support for cyber diplomacy has ebbed and flowed in terms of direction, funding, and objectives. And arguably, this is a warning about how much it is currently ebbing rather than flowing. So in the United States, cyber diplomacy has predominantly been the purview of the State Department's Office of Cyberspace and Digital Policy, the CDP. Although CISA, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, and USAID, the United States Agency for International Development, have also had a significant influence. CISA, for example, opened an office in London in the summer of 2022 with the intention to serve, according to its website, as a focal point for international collaboration between CISA, UK government officials, and other federal agency officials. Now, key initiatives have included the US's commitment to the multi-stakeholder model of internet governance. And until this year, the United States has been front and center of the push for international consensus on cyber norms through forums such as the United Nations Group of Governmental Experts, the UNGGE, and the United Nations Open-Ended Working Group, the OEWG. It's also part of the Quad, the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, which comprises the United States, Japan, India, and Australia. And this has become an important platform for regional cyber cooperation, especially in the Indo-Pacific. And since 2021, the Quad has prioritized cybersecurity and technology governance as key pillars of collaboration. But US involvement in cyber diplomacy has been supported by its role in e-diplomacy. At the outset of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022, USAID played a critical role in protecting not only Ukraine's physical energy infrastructure, but also its digital systems from cyber threats. Recognizing that Ukraine's energy sector was a primary target of Russian cyber attacks, From its knowledge on past incidents such as the 2015 and 2016 grid hacks, USAID prioritized cybersecurity support as a core component of its emergency assistance. And through the USAID's Energy Security Project, the ESP, which was launched in 2018, the agency partnered with Ukraine's Ministry of Energy and National Energy Providers, Ukraine's Ministry of Energy and National Energy Providers to strengthen cybersecurity resilience. This included US corporate partners such as Tetra Tech, and it also deployed expert advisory teams to help assess vulnerabilities, implement emergency response protocols, as well as reinforcing digital defenses of critical infrastructure operators. USAID helped energy companies segment networks, upgrade firewalls, and establish redundant data systems to reduce the risk of disruption. And in doing so, strengthened the international ties between the United States and Ukraine. Now, USAID also coordinated with US government cybersecurity experts and private sector partners to provide threat intelligence, incident response support, and training for Ukrainian cyber professionals. And these efforts helped blunt the impact of Russian cyber operations aimed at disabling Ukraine's energy grid and sowing chaos during the early phase of the war. Now, by integrating cybersecurity into its energy assistance, USAID contributed significantly to Ukraine's ability to maintain operational continuity amid hybrid warfare. And this support was only effective because the technical and technological know-how within USAID was coupled with the agency's unique understanding of local needs and capabilities from its position within US embassies, and it also worked alongside the State Department and the Department of Agency. So why, as this presentation argues, are we at a potentially transformative moment in US cyber diplomacy, or arguably a pivotal moment in US cyber diplomacy? I apologize for the next picture. The future of US cyber diplomacy and its inevitable impact on other nations' cyber strategies depends on the Trump administration's future financial support of such initiatives. The administration has already made significant cuts to the federal agencies as part of Elon Musk's DOGE recommendations for budgetary savings. USAID, for example, has been paralyzed by $60 billion of cuts, of which $175 million was for critical cybersecurity programs for the US's international partners, such as Ukraine. The State Department CDP has effectively been dismantled and absorbed at lower levels into other departments, which undercuts efforts to streamline cyber efforts at the State Department and will also undermine coordination in the US and abroad. And the Trump administration's 2026 budget proposal suggests that there is reduced funding for CISA by approximately $491 million. Now, these reductions in funding and resources occur amid broader efforts to streamline government spending and reorient priorities, as we've read in the press. However, the cuts to these cyber-focused entities will have profound implications, especially for international cybersecurity capabilities, the establishment of global cyber norms, and the broader practice of cyber diplomacy, not just in the United States. USAID and CISA play crucial roles in building global security resilience, particularly in developing countries that face the most severe cyber threats but lack resources to protect themselves. USAID, through its Global Development Lab, has funded programs to strengthen cybersecurity in nations across Africa, Latin America, and Southeast Asia. Its efforts have included enhancing digital governance, promoting the cybersecurity capacity of local governments, and also supporting cybersecurity education and awareness. The second Trump administration's cuts to USAID will effectively cancel many of these programs and limit the United States' capacity to assist foreign governments in addressing critical cyber threats. The cuts will also mean fewer opportunities for international cooperation in areas such as cybercrime, cybercrime investigation, I should say, incident response teams, and cross-border information sharing on cyber attacks. And as cyber threats, as we all know, has become increasingly transnational, the ability of the US to foster collaborative cybersecurity initiatives in vulnerable regions is more critical than ever. Reducing resources for these initiatives will mean that the US could lose ground in providing much needed technical and financial support to the global fight against cybercrime and other digital threats. Similarly, CISA, which is responsible for protecting American critical infrastructure and collaborating internationally on cybersecurity threats, face budget reductions that will limit its ability to offer cybersecurity expertise and resources to its allies. The agency has worked with foreign governments to coordinate responses to cyber threats, build joint defense capabilities, as well as conducting vulnerability assessments. And these cuts will place these initiatives under strain and potentially lead to a less cohesive global defense posture. Now, the disestablishment of the CDP will also weaken America's position in the establishment and enforcement of international cyber norms. CDP has been a critical player in shaping global norms around the responsible use of cyberspace through advocating for democratic principles such as freedom of expression, data protection, and privacy in digital spaces, and through its work at international organizations such as the UNGGE, as well as the G20, the Bureau has pushed for norms that have helped reduce the use of cyberspace for malicious activities. Now, without it, American cyber diplomacy efforts will also be weaker. This is particularly concerning as the global cyber ecosystem has become more contentious, with adversarial actors such as Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran seeking to set their own rules. The United States will lose leverage in these critical negotiations and reduce its ability to lead in shaping a global framework of responsible cyber conduct. Countries with more authoritarian stances on internet governance, such as Russia and China, will be able to push their own narratives, which will often clash with principles of openness and transparency espoused by the United States and its allies. Without the robust leadership of the CDP, the United States will face significant challenges in shaping global cyber norms. And this will weaken the international framework and make it harder to hold states accountable for irresponsible behavior in cyberspace. The lack of a strong, coordinated US presence in global cybersecurity governance will lead to fragmented approaches to cybercrime, cyber warfare, and digital rights protections. So cyber diplomacy is really going to be negatively affected by these funding cuts. The US has traditionally been a leader in promoting cybersecurity cooperation, advocating for an open, secure, and interoperable internet. However, the reduced resources will leave the State Department less equipped to engage diplomatically with other nations on issues such as securing supply chains, establishing cyber norms, and fostering international collaboration on cyber threat intelligence. The cuts will diminish the US's ability to project the soft power. Cyber diplomacy is an essential aspect of soft power in a digital age, and a weakened American presence in the cyber realm will mean that other countries will begin to turn to alternative powers for leadership, particularly those that sought to impose more restrictive and authoritarian approaches to cyberspace. In the long term, the cuts will damage American international strategic objectives, and this inability to offer cybersecurity assistance and leadership will make it harder to form alliances, especially in regions like the Indo-Pacific, Eastern Europe, and Africa, where cyber threats and adversaries' soft power initiatives are on the rise. The United States will lose ground in promoting its democratic ideals, including freedom of expression and individual rights in the digital space, as well as in countering threats from authoritarian regimes seeking to dominate cyberspace. So, US retrenchment from cyber diplomacy risks weakening global cyber norms and cooperation at a time of escalating transnational threats. And this shift not only empowers authoritarian models, but also leaves a leadership vacuum that could destabilize the international digital order. For scholars, these developments demand renewed academic attention to evolving power dynamics, institutional realignments, and the theoretical frameworks underpinning cyber diplomacy, as the field becomes ever more critical to global security and governance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dafis. That was absolutely fantastic. And I feel a very good overview of some of the challenges that we are currently facing at a more international level. I guess we're lucky that we managed to keep the database of CVEs run by MITRE still going for, and albeit only for another year. Otherwise, there'll be a lot more exploits out there that we would be unaware of. Okay. Moving on from cyber conflict and cyber diplomacy, we're going to pass over now to another of our doctoral students, Samuel de Cruz, who will be covering some useful tips for how we can help to stay safe in online space. I'm sure I'll hand over to you now, Samuel. You've already got your screen up. Amazing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will switch to full screen. So now everyone should see the full screen now. Thank you very much. So I'm a PhD student at the University of Portsmouth. My name is Samuel de Cruz, and I am a cyber threat intelligence analyst for the French Advanced company since 4 years now, almost 4 years. So I'm still new and discovering and learning a lot of things. And within the company, I'm working also in research and development, which requires a lot of resources and time. However, last year, during some little free times, I had an idea to create something that will be easy to use and easy to share about helping people to protecting themselves against cognitive bias, malicious exploitation by attackers. And so this is what I will show you today. This is Picard. So it's a presentation about a simple debiasing aid for individuals working with emails. So let's start with the introduction. So this is a presentation about Picard. This aid guides the user through 5 simple steps to avoid falling victim to a malicious attempt by an attacker to exploit cognitive bias. So Picard is on the right side, as you can see, the blue square. So as you can see, the 5 steps: pause, identify, cultivate knowledge, alternative, and reasonable. So it was created in March 2024. And it was at first distributed to the employee of the Advanced company, and then we decided also to share it to the monthly reports that we did at the same month. And so it was openly shared for everyone in France, and we also do an English version. So there is a French version and an English version today. Picard was designed for employees who deal with emails. So for in company, you have people who spend a lot of time handling all the emails incoming to the company, and these are very vulnerable aspects of the company, because this is where there's a lot of risk of phishing and spear phishing, but we can also take into account phone calls for tools because you can do phishing attacks on emails, but also through phone calls. So just a little reminder, as you know, in the cyber attacks, attackers not only target technical vulnerabilities, but also they try to exploit the psychological ones. In other words, they leverage both system flows and try also, to put it simply, they try to hack the brain of the user if you can help them to get access to sensitive information. So as you can see, the picture on the right side, we have the technical warfare, where the attacker tries to exploit technical vulnerabilities, such trigger buffer overflow that would help him to execute remote code, path traversal, and so on. So this is very technical engineering, but we see also more and more psychological warfare, in a way that they try more and more to hack the brain, and especially not only, but especially a cognitive bias, such as the stress effect, curiosity gap, authority bias, and this is, as you know, known as social engineering. And these psychological vulnerabilities are a key component of what is known as heuristics. So to put it simply, most of the time we try to act with reasons. So we will process information in a systematic way, so taking time to think but it requires for the brain and all the cognitive effort. It requires a lot of resource. So the human mind cannot just rely on systematic way of processing. So it also relies on heuristics, which can be easily defined to put in just as a limited word as mental shortcuts. And this is very dangerous because when we use heuristics, we can be manipulated. So just to give you an example of what we see very often, this is extremely dangerous, is the CEO scam. In France, we call this the l'arnaque au président, which is very, very dangerous. So as you may already know, cognitive bias are unconscious and systematic thinking errors that can influence decisions and judgment. And a very dangerous cognitive bias is the authority bias, which is the tendency to obey to figure perceived as legitimate. So the authority bias is leveraged in CEO scams, where attackers impersonate high-ranking figures such as the CEO or manager or director to carry out malicious action, like in this case, very often it's the fraudulent transactions. So as you can see on the figure below, the attacker will use all kinds of technique. So after conducting reconnaissance, especially today, you can even use AI-enabled cyber attacks. So you can impersonating the CEO by using fake image, fake video, fake voice sounds, and they are doing this very well. And to conduct not only technical, as we saw previously, not only technical engineering, but also they will use all of this to manipulate the user. So we see social engineering in action. During the CEO scam, there is a phase where the attacker will try to elicit or to bring the user to perform a fraudulent transaction, and the money is going to an account that is that belongs to the attackers. So this is a very dangerous scam. And so the problem is we do have a lot of technical protection for make sure the attacker cannot conduct reconnaissance, but it's difficult on the psychological aspect of it. So the goal is with Picard is to help employee to be protected against such scam. It's difficult because human psychology is much more complex as technological technology, and so Picard alone will not work. It's better to have all sorts of measures, of course. So Picard can be used to help employees to react rationally in a way and calmly, along with other protective measures. So just to be careful, Picard alone will never be enough. Try to be as much vigilant as you can and ensure, awareness campaign and a training session will be very helpful with all the tools. The goal is to help to build a shield bubble that will protect psychology of the user. So as you can see in the figure below, you have the attacker who tries to conduct a malicious attempt to hack the brain. But if the employee is correctly protected with all sorts of tools and aid and training, in France, we talk a lot about resilience, la résilience, the resilience, So training and doing, simulation, very important. So the goal of Picard is to be as simple as possible. So my idea was to put it simply in 5 steps. So the first steps will be to help the user to remind, take a pause, do not react immediately. So this is something that we see very often when I'm helping customers with the company. We see a lot of people who just click. They just click on the link within the email, the phishing emails, that they just don't think. I'm sorry to say that, but they act like machine. Even with also calls, when they get calls, they just react without thinking. So always when you have doubt or when you see something, very important emails about transaction, sensitive data that are being asked to reveal, always take a time to take a pause, a couple of minutes, just to think about it. Is it serious? Is it why is this mail ask me to click on the link? Sorry. So take a pause, do not react immediately. I know it's not easy if you have hundreds of mail, but at least try to not to be like a machine. Also, if you can, try to identify if you already see some suspicious, or some, en France we say des drapeaux rouges, red flag. If you see red flag, for example, that is also important. If you have training, if you have also awareness campaign, this is a good step to put this into action. Try to identify what you have learned. Cultivate knowledge. Try to, for example, if you don't have to react immediately to the mail, and you can have, let's say, 1 day to react. It's not very urgent, or you have doubt, and your manager allow you to have more time. You can take some of the time to cultivate your knowledge. Try to look for information. Maybe just look on the way the mail is shaped. Try to see if there is already known suspicion that has been highlighted on the internet, for example. So try to cultivate knowledge. Try to read about cognitive bias if you have some times. That will help you for the next time you will use PICAR. It will be helpful to for the second step to identify. So when you have some free times, try to read a little bit about heuristics and cognitive bias. That will be very useful. The fourth step, sorry. Alternative is probably I will say them also very important. We had a lot of good feedback with this one. It's if you have a team member or colleagues, try to ask them for help. If you are not sure, maybe they will see something. Maybe they have more experience. They will see red flags. They will see something suspicious. So it's very important to be open-minded and to be inclusive to other ideas and opinions. And of course, be reasonable. Don't act emotionally. I know it can sound obvious. However, we see that often. So how PICAR was designed? So it was done during a little bit of free times. As I said, I'm working also in research and development, and it takes a lot of more research, much more complex. But for PICAR, it was more in free time, so it has to be faster. To be created faster. So it was based on my experience with a customer. We were victim of cyber attacks. Sharing of experience and knowledge between analysts, because we work a lot with forensic teams. Discussion with victims, including my parents. My parents were both victims. My mother was victim of pink calls. And my father was a victim of an attacker who was impersonating his bank manager, and he asked for the password to get access to the bank account of my father. And both my parents, like machine, they didn't think. They react immediately. My mother called back the attacker. You know the principle of a ping call. My father react immediately without thinking, and they were both not acting with reason. They were both emotionally. So it's always important to try to put emotion aside and to be. I know it's not easy. It requires experience. So today, that should be to be serious. Today, the PICAR is not as scientific. It was not scientifically experimented or built. Just to be honest. So some of the feedback that we had. So the positive is that PICAR, as you saw previously, the blue square can be easily printed and share and put on the wall and so on. So they like that employee. They like to put stuff on the walls on the office. So that's something that I like very much. It's easy to have with it in the office space. The A, the A is French. The A in PICAR alternative about highlighting the importance of asking opinions. Some employees don't have almost no knowledge about psychology or cyber psychology, on how attackers use all of these psychology techniques to manipulate. So maybe try to be open-minded. There is no shame to not know something, but it is try to ask for help. That's always helpful, and we have a good feedback of this. Some of the negative feedback that we have. was that there could be sometimes confusion with identifying cultivated knowledge that has been reported by some employees. There is also a lack of explanation when to use it exactly. So there were some employees that told us it was after managing the emails. No, it was while managing emails. So that's could be interesting to explain to the not just giving PK, but explaining what PK is all about and how to use it. Improvement ideas, you can see an URL address could be added to guide the user to scientific resource about cognitive bias and so literature that could be interesting for them. There was also the idea of making double-sided so that you can have the first side with the 5 letters and more information behind it. And some have also stated that instead of writing, doing some little pictures, drawings, why not? So maybe in the future, we'll do different versions. So here you have it. So you can make a print screen. I will also share the link to download this presentation and the PK Square. So you are free to use it. You are free to modify it if you want to create a new version, experiment, doing scientific experiment. If you want to, you can do it. You don't necessarily need to mention my name. You are free to to use it as you like and to adapt it to your context. Just example of you can put it on your desk, on the wall, to remind the user do not react immediately. Just a quick look of, I know it's not very beautiful to see. I'm an artist also, but I do much more better artwork than this. These are some of my initial drawings. They're not beautiful, but it was just to show you that instead of a linear process, there was also a time I was thinking of a circular process. And the logo also, I was working on it. So it's still on maybe the future we'll do more. So thank you very much. I hope it will be useful. I will share the link in the chat, and you have also my contacts. So thank you very much. And I also want to thank the University of Portsmouth and Dr. Reid. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Samuel. That's really interesting. It shows also how some how innovative solutions can really help us just as little nudges on the side of our computer screen, I feel. And it would be great to see if there'd be further work in this space to see if there's how people engage with and use it, and it potentially leads to a reduction in susceptibility to clicking on phishing emails and things like that. It'd be really great to see stuff like that down the line as well. But I think one of the benefits of here is it's so simple. It's really easy to use, really easy to do.
Thank you very much.
Okay, cool. Right, moving on from the topic of around cybercrime and but more broadly into cybercrime education and awareness with my colleague Dr. Annie Kirby. You okay to share your screen?
Hi, thank you. I've shared. Does everything look as it should look?
Yes, yeah, it's all it's all come up there.
Perfect. So I think my presentation follows on really well from what Samuel was just talking about, actually, and there's a little bit of crossover. So I'll try not to dwell too much on elements that Samuel's already talked about. So my name's Annie Kirby, and I work for the University of Portsmouth in the Centre for Cybercrime and Economic Crime as a researcher, and also in the Cybercrime Awareness Clinic. And what I'm going to do today is just talk you through a framework that we've developed in the clinic for helping or supporting users build resilience to persuasion attempts in online spaces. So it's going to be a little bit of a whistle-stop tour. So the concept of reflective fortification, this is the name that we've coined for our model. So it's not really controversial, I think, to say that humans are a weak link in cybersecurity, and we all know that cybercriminals use social engineering, and often as part of that process of social engineering, they're trying to persuade their victims to take a certain action or not take a certain action. It's really, really essential that cybercrime awareness education supports users to build resilience to these kinds of persuasive attempts by cybercriminals. Some examples, and the kind of thing we've already heard about today, might be like a phishing email. Is trying to persuade you to click on a link. Somebody who's conducting a romance fraud is going to maybe try and persuade you to enter into a romantic relationship, and then maybe further down the line send them some money, that kind of thing. So it's absolutely crucial and important that we support users to be able to not only recognize those kinds of persuasive attempts, but also to resist them. And one of the things that I'll talk about on one of the later slides is Cialdini's 6 principles of influence. But to keep that really simple, for example, a phishing email, one of these principles of influence is liking. So a phishing email, for example, might employ a combination of liking by imitating a trusted brand or a friend or a relative. It might also then present as or an authority figure or something like that. It might also implement another of the principles, which is scarcity. That might be imposing a really short deadline, reply within 24 hours or we'll delete your account, that kind of thing. We also have the principle of reciprocity. So this is the idea that we have a social obligation to reciprocate kindnesses and favors. So for example, there's research to show that people might disclose sensitive information such as their password in exchange for a gift or a favor, that kind of thing, those kinds of cognitive shortcuts, which we've already heard a little bit about today. I've covered some of those here. Commitment and consistency is the idea that people tend to behave in a way that's consistent with their previous actions. So that enables romance fraudsters or people who are trying to groom young people into sexual relationships. It enables them to kind of rely on that tendency for a victim to continue to behave within the kind of previous actions that they've taken, and to carry on doing the same thing. So these are all kinds of cognitive shortcuts that different types of cyber criminals will exploit in online spaces. So the Cybercrime Awareness Clinic has been ongoing since about 2017, and it's a combination. We go out and we give cybercrime awareness education to local community groups in schools and colleges, to local businesses. We also conduct research and take part in project work as well. So this framework that we've developed has come about as like an experiential result of all of those different experiences and the work that we've done over that period of time. So we've learned a lot, but the things that I wanted to highlight today is just the importance, as I've already said, of building resilience to persuasive techniques, supporting online users to develop critical literacy, to develop emotional intelligence and digital citizenship, and to encourage self-reflection and personal vulnerability scanning. So I think I've already covered persuasive techniques. Critical literacy, what we're really referring to is the application of critical thinking to evaluate information encountered online, and in particular to critically evaluate online discourse. So that might be the persuasive messaging used by cyber criminals again. Emotional intelligence, we're really talking about the ability to identify and understand one's own emotions, but also other people's emotions, to regulate one's own emotions and support other people to regulate theirs in a digital environment, to sort of become part of a digital community and to behave ethically and supportively online. And it's also a key part of being able to resist the emotional elements of persuasion attacks as well, because persuasion attacks often try to play on our emotions. So that's a really important thing that we want to develop in users. And this all kind of ties into digital citizenship and behaving responsibly and ethically and with empathy online. And it helps us understand how both ourselves and other people can become victims, or how we might even become a perpetrator, perhaps of online bullying or something like that. And it helps also to destigmatize victimization as users become kind of better aware of how people become victims to these kind of persuasive attacks and how we might become victims ourselves. So we want to really destigmatize victimization and make it easier for people to seek help and to report what's happened to them. So this is the little model that we've come up with, and I'm going to break it down and go through these layers in order. Again, it's going to be a bit of a whistle-stop tour. Basically, we'll start with a kind of level 0. So level 0 is what we call risk-based safeguarding. And the reason it's level 0 and not level 1 is because we think we need to have some of this in cybercrime awareness education, but it doesn't do very much to build resilience to persuasive techniques. So when we talk about risk-based safeguarding, we're talking about the kind of approach where we're telling people not to do something, not to engage in a particular behavior. So online banking is too risky, you shouldn't do it at all, or should never click on links in emails. Something we might tell young people actually is not to share sexually explicit images, you should stay off the internet. So this is kind of like a fear-based approach, and it promotes avoidant behaviors rather than empowering users to manage their own risks while embracing the positive aspects of being online. So sometimes we do need to have this. It can form a core part of cybercrime awareness education. You know, if you're giving cybercrime awareness education to a group of 15-year-olds, you probably are going to have to talk to them about the legal and ethical implications of sharing sexually explicit images, for example. But what we're saying is that this should be just one very small part of an overall approach. So it's in there, but it's kind of our level 0. It doesn't really help us build resilience in a more general sense. So, you know, we could talk to a young person about not sharing sexually explicit images, but in and of itself, that may not be an effective approach. So kind of in order to kind of really instill that, what we want is all those other elements like critical literacy and emotional intelligence and digital citizenship as well. So I'm going to talk a little bit through those other layers. So the next layer is threat-focused training, and this is kind of level 1. And you can see here that we call this level 1 because this is the beginning of starting to build resilience to persuasion. The original inputs that we used to do in the cybercrime awareness clinic mainly fell into this category. So we might go to a community event and give a talk highlighting the different kinds of threats, phishing, hacking, romance fraud, etc. Give some examples of those, and then maybe some suggestions about how you can protect yourself. Don't click on links or have strong passwords. So it's all really good advice. It's information that people need to know. But what we've concluded after sort of 7 years of doing that is that this should really be the beginning of the cybercrime awareness education, and not the sole part of it. It's not on its own, it's just not enough. So we think it's really necessary, but we think it's just the first stage. But to kind of get a good grounding in this, because it's really, really important, one thing that we can use to help us deliver this is what's known as inoculation theory. So something that we do in this model is that we use proven techniques at resisting persuasion, and we've kind of developed this framework so that we can apply those techniques optimally. So inoculation theory, you may have heard of it before. It was developed in the 1960s by Maguire. And it's analogous to medical inoculation, you can introduce somebody to an idea, and then in a controlled environment, and then when they come across that idea again in the future, they're likely to be more able to defend themselves against that damaging idea. So, for example, you expose someone to an example phishing email, for example, in a controlled environment. It strengthens their ability to resist that same threat in the future. I'll skip over that because we don't really have a lot of time to do it, but we can break that down to kind of 4 easy steps that you can see on the screen there. But it does have its limitations. The effects begin to wane quite quickly, and it may not be transferable between different topics. So again, we have the additional layers of the model that can kind of help us move on from this. So we've kind of inoculated people against some of these threats and some of these persuasion threats that they might come across. And then we can kind of start to move on to the next level of the model. So what we want to do next is to start building up people's critical literacy and other digital skills. So I've already talked about those. That's the critical literacy, the emotional intelligence, and the digital citizenship. I won't go over those again, as I've already mentioned them, but one way in which we can apply this in an education setting is to use something called persuasion knowledge model. So this was developed in the 1990s by Freistadt and Wright. It's also known as advertising literacy. So the concept that we're using here is that we all resist persuasion every day because we're bombarded with advertising all the time, and sometimes we might buy the thing that's advertised to us, but most of the time we don't. So we're actually really quite skilled and adept at resisting persuasion. So what the persuasion knowledge model does is to take the skills that we already have in resisting persuasion and apply them in an online space to resisting the persuasive messages of cyber criminals. It overlaps a little bit. You can see that there's overlap between the different layers of the model. It overlaps a little bit with inoculation theory, but it focuses more on the behaviors of the people exchanging the message rather than the topic. It would be, we would encourage people to think, for example, about who is giving them the message. Who is that message coming from? So if you think about advertising and why advertisers might choose certain people to kind of deliver an advert, somebody that mirrors you, someone that's similar to you, someone that you respect, that has authority, a celebrity, for example. And we can think about that in the same way when we think about how we engage with a persuasive message that may or may not be from a cyber criminal. And we're starting to now build up long-term critical thinking and emotional awareness, and we call it thinking like a criminal, thinking more about how the criminal is thinking when they're developing the message that they're going to give you. So to give an example, we can divide this into 3 stages. So this is our general persuasion knowledge. This is what we already know about resisting persuasion. We do it all the time. We might choose this point to introduce Cialdini's principles, reflect on our own experiences of either resisting cyber crime persuasion attacks or advertising or political campaigning or whatever kind of message it is that we've had experience of resisting. It would also be a good point to think and introduce some specific phishing messages and have a look and start to break them down and understand a little bit more about how they're constructed. And that also overlaps with inoculation. So with inoculation, for example, you might tell somebody, you can warn somebody that even though it's a really good idea not to click on phishing messages, they're going to encounter people online that are going to try and persuade them to do just that, to click on that link. And this is exactly how they're going to do it, and give them example. And this is how you're going to defend. This is how you're going to defend yourself. So that would be inoculation. And then in a persuasion knowledge module, we just take that a little bit further to think also about the communicator, the agent of the model, the agent of the message. And how will this influence how you respond to the message? And how will it influence you if the user turns out not to be who you thought they were, or all kinds of things like that. So, and Samuel's already discussed authority bias, for example, and that would be an example of thinking about the agent of the message and how that might influence the way in which you respond to that communication and that persuasion attempt. So the next stage of the model is personal vulnerability scanning. And this is the part that's new. So risk-based and threat-focused and critical literacy and digital skills, we've incorporated already proven frameworks for resisting persuasion and tried to structure them in a way that's really useful to use in a cybercrime awareness setting. When it comes to personal vulnerability scanning, this is something a bit new. And what we're thinking about here is all of these models seem to assume that our vulnerabilities to persuasive messages are quite static and that they're the same all the time. But actually, we're human beings, and our personal vulnerabilities to persuasion attempts fluctuate very much in all of us. So when we talk about personal vulnerability scanning, we're not talking about victim blaming, but really about the process of understanding our own vulnerabilities and how they might change from day to day, and what we can do about that, how we can protect ourselves from those changing vulnerabilities. So a really good example that happened just recently, Troy Hunt, you may be familiar with the name. He's a cyber awareness, famous cyber awareness speaker. He runs the website Have I Been Pawned, which lets people search their emails to see if they've been subject to data breaches. He recently clicked on a link in an email that he thought was from his MailChimp provider telling him that his account had been suspended because he'd been reported for spam. But it was a phishing attack. And he clicked on it, and within seconds, all the details of his mailing list had been stolen. And that's, he is, he fights cybercrime for a living. That's what he does. But on that particular day, he was vulnerable, he was busy, he was tired, he'd just got off a flight. He was sending out a newsletter the following day, so it was really important to him that his MailChimp list wasn't suspended. So he had that specific vulnerability on that day. And other reasons why we might be more or less vulnerable could be illness, tiredness, being bereaved, just being busy, having an interest in a particular topic. We might be waiting for a parcel. So if we get an email telling us we need to click on the link to be able to pay the extra fee for our parcel or something like that, we're more vulnerable. So our vulnerabilities change. One thing that Samuel's already talked about is Kahneman and this idea of exploiting fast thinking or instinctual thinking, and that we need to kind of take a breath and slow down and pause. So that's something we would encourage. I won't kind of belabor that point because I think Samuel's already covered it really, really well. So finally, so we're starting to think like a victim, but it's not about victim blaming. It's about understanding how any one of us, no matter how knowledgeable or confident we are in being online, can become a victim. So finally, what we do is to kind of encompass that whole model into an experiential learning cycle. So this is Gibbs's reflective cycle. It allows us to learn from experience by evaluating what's happened, considering how we might take something might reach a different outcome if we did it differently. So we're thinking about what happened. What we want is for people to take this away from their cybercrime awareness education training and to use it between trainings, because we already know that what we learn in training sessions fades within weeks or months. And if we have training at work, it's probably only once a year or once every 6 months. So what we want is for people to continue to reinforce their training and to take themselves around this experiential cycle. What happened? What did you feel before, during, and after? In what ways were you vulnerable to persuasion on this particular day that might have been different on another day? How did you evaluate the persuasive message? What could you have done differently? All those kinds of things, making an action plan for future use. So this is our model. I'm sorry it's been a bit of a whistle-stop tour and I've had to kind of whiz through it. Feel free to send me an email if you have any questions, and my details are there. And thank you very much for having me.
Thank you so much, Annie. That's been absolutely brilliant for showing the work that's still being done by the Cybercrime Clinic and the next steps for taking it further forward. I guess that brings us to the end of all of our speakers today, and I guess there's been some nice parallels across everybody's thing, talking about how we can use new technologies to explore cybercrimes, but also how to enhance thinking in security environments. We've considered the challenges posed and how we are engaging with our adversaries in cyberspace in terms of cyber conflict. At the same time, my colleague Dafith has been exploring US cyber diplomacy and how the events over the last few months have potentially going to be leading to radical changes within this space, and how at a global level cyber is negotiated through to presentations from Samuel and from Annie, which taken a moment to step back and consider ways in which we can help prevent cyber attacks at a more individual level, through to how we may tailor and develop cyber security awareness and education training packages. So I think some part of the key here, takeaway message across all of these, is that cyber is massive, really. I mean, you need to incorporate a whole host of different approaches to really understand this area, and it's going to call for greater interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, transdisciplinary approaches to working on these very difficult questions, these very difficult areas to explore. And we're really going to have to, all of us, work together and potentially have a really think about how some of these challenges are addressed at the societal level as well. I'm also wondering if we've had any sort of overall questions come in at all from the outside audience that I may wish to assign to speakers to answer. Have we had any questions come in at all, Melissa? Or is there any thoughts or pointers? I'm aware it's very early in the morning in Canada now at this point. Sorry, we're just holding on a second for any questions which have come in. Yeah, no, it's been great to take part in SECREV for another year. I'm definitely looking forward to the next one. Already it's giving you some further ideas for topics for next year as well. Again, I wish to thank our speakers today, whilst we've had talks from a number of our PhD students, from Martin, from Joe, from Alice and Samuel, through to some of my colleagues, Annie and Dafith as well. So thank you all very much for agreeing to present this year. Ooh, Samuel, first up for you, I'm afraid. I have a question come through, which is, what are the major challenges involved in convincing management to adopt PICA?
Talk about the consequences. When if the company is victim of a CEO scam, I think that is something that happens very often in human psychology. If I understand the question correctly, is that sometimes what we see often, we all have seen that, is that when people become victim, then they realize how important it is to prepare ourselves. So that's not only on the individual aspect, but also for our whole company to understand that there are risks. The consequences are not beautiful to watch, and to be honest, it's always important to talk about it and to talk about it openly with manager and director, and to try to make them realize that the more you are prepared, the more you have tool to protect yourself, the better it is. And sometimes we see customers that they lost a lot, and the company will not survive, and that's hardcore. And so sharing experience from people who are living it, it's also important to make them realize. I don't know if I answered the questions exactly.
Oh, it's okay. So, yeah, we've got 4 minutes left. Is that enough time for any other questions, Melissa? Or okay. Right. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not too sure we've got enough time for answering any other further questions. But of course, you're more than welcome to reach out to myself at ian.reed@port.ac.uk if you do have any questions about any of the talks from any of my colleagues today, and I will be able to direct you through to them as well if you hadn't had a chance to grab anybody's email addresses from their slides. Okay. But yeah, no, it's been really fun to be involved in this yet again. Okay. I think we've still got a couple of minutes left. Cool. Yeah. Okay. Thank you all very much for listening today. As I say, we've been speakers from the University of Portsmouth today, from our cybercrime and cybersecurity research group, and from colleagues across the broader university as well. Thank you very much for taking the time to listen to our presenters today. Thank you.
with me and bring your dollies three. Climb up my apple tree.
Oh, hello, Kay. This is Nick Baxter.
Oh, hello, Nick. How are you?
Fine, thanks. Say, Kay, next Friday, would you like to see Wagon Train at the movies?
Oh, I'm sorry, Nick. I suppose you've got your mind made up to see it?
You've seen it?
We are live. We are live. In 15 seconds. I will introduce Apimpe, then good morning, good afternoon, or good evening to everyone joining us from across Africa and beyond. Welcome to SECREV 2025 African section. My name is Frank Azwaye. I'm joining you from Lagos, Nigeria. I'm the founder of LiveGig Limited. LiveGig Limited is the co-organizer of SECREV 2025. We are a tech company committed to developing AI-powered solutions, chatbot, and image generation applications. Today's theme is especially timely and critical. Aftermath of a cyber best practices, incident response, and digital evidence collection. We are seeing cyber attacks grow more frequent and sophisticated, and how we respond makes all the difference. I'm honored to co-host this section with an accomplished cybersecurity professional, Olabimpe Adelero, who is also a speaker today. She brings deep insight into cybersecurity. She is the CEO and lead trainer, Mobile Cyber Safety Nexus, cybersecurity and data protection specialist, CompTIA and Cisco certified instructor, a cyber workforce developer, author of Encrypted Hearts. Alabipe, please, over to you.
Wow, thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you so much, Frank. It's a pleasure to do this with you. It's nice to know that this program has been ongoing for like 8 years now, and doing it with you for the first time is amazing. Thank you very much for the invite. Thanks to the organizers. We need to do this around the earth. We need to do this globally, you know. So thank you very much for having me. So like you said, yes, my name is Olabimpe Adeloro, you know, popularly known as Cyber Police. So it's good to co-host this event with you for Africa. You know, for me, it's an honor, Frank, to be picked as Africans to represent this great continent on this program. So thank you very much for having me. And it's good to know that we are not alone. It's not just you and I that will be doing this. We have other amazing men with us, and we call on them now. Let them tell our listeners a little bit about themselves. Then we go right in. We dive right in. So to the right, I don't know how you are seeing the screen, but to my right of the screen, I have Mauko Pata, and to the left, I have Adewale Mustafa. So Mauko, do you mind telling our listeners a little bit about you?
Thank you so much, viewers from all over the world. My name again is Mauko Pata, a cyber security professional and co-founder of Makatalk IT Securities. Yeah, I'm very passionate about education and in cybersecurity, precisely, awareness training and skill development. So in Ghana here, I champion a course of training Ghanaians and beyond the borders of Ghana, which is now in a full force extending to the world. It's great to meet you all. Thank you so much.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you very much for coming, and thank you for joining us. Just like me, Mauko is joining this live event and being a speaker on this event for the first time. And I hope it won't be the last. I hope when we call on you again, you will answer us, right? Mauko, will you?
Yeah, sure.
Awesome, awesome. So the gentleman to my left for my screen is called Adewale Mustafa. He's a man that is very dear to the industry, making impact. So Adewale, can you please tell our listeners who you are?
All right, thank you very much. Thank you for having me. My name is Adewale Mustafa. I've been a cybersecurity engineer for a couple of years. I've gained some hands-on experience, and currently I practice as a cybersecurity application security engineer. I have been able to also train students across USA, Canada, UK, and I've also been a co-founder. My passion is because I mentor. I love to add knowledge, so I believe in turning ideas into solutions. So yeah, it's really a privilege to join you here this morning, or whatever time frame it is, wherever you are. So thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. It's good to have you. And the last but not the least on our panel this morning, it's morning for us in Nigeria. I know it might not be so for some of you outside Africa, but in Africa, it's morning for us. Is another gentleman doing amazingly well, doing so great in the industry. Ato Samson, do you mind telling our listeners who you are? Just a little bit about, I know if you begin to tell us everything about yourself, the time will not be enough for us. So can you just tell us briefly about yourself?
Yes. As you mentioned, my name is Ato Samson Nimfa. I've been with the industry for a long time.
Can you help us a little bit more with your audio? If you want to move closer to
do you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So I've been with the industry for a long time. I started with a little bit of IT long time ago, 2002 or something like that. You know, when Windows 7 came out. So I've been around, shifted to cybersecurity, and I met Frank, on a journey, helping another African based website, ADDI. We build a lot of policies and regulations for them together, and I've been doing in and out of some consultations. Soon I will be registering my cybersecurity consultancy agency. I'm currently with the forest fire control and still doing access control in the forest fire. So I'm bringing my cybersecurity into other aspect of the world. So I'm very honored to be invited here.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing. It's a pleasure to meet you. It's a pleasure to have you. And you see, that's one beautiful thing about Africans. It does not matter whether we are home or abroad, because at the moment, Samson is not on the shore of Africa, he's one of our sons outside Africa, but doing great for Africa. Thank you, Samson, for representing us well out there. Please keep doing what you are doing, and we can't wait to see the gem you guys have for us today. I need to take some water. Frank, let me give you the mic now while I grab some water.
All right, so I would like to, can we call Auto for the first presentation?
That's
okay.
Nice. Otto, I'm sure you are very ready. Everything is set. So I know you are one of our first presenter for this event. And
Okay.
so over to you now. Let's have you.
All right. I'm going to go straight to sharing my screen. If let me see.
Please do that.
Yeah, and then we'll take it from there. Okay.
So as you are sharing your screen, I would like to let our listeners around the world, please, as these presenters, the speakers are speaking, please keep your questions popping in, your contribution, your comment. We want to make this event conversational, okay? So please, let's have your comments, let's have your questions. These are experts you're seeing on your screen. So please feel free to ask us your questions. Just put it in the chats and we will relay it to each of these speakers, okay? All right, I can see your screen now, Ato. Do you want to put it in presentation mode, or is this okay for you?
Yeah, there was the template that was given to me was a little stubborn here, but let's see.
If you're comfortable with this, that's fine. I'm only saying that
yeah,
if you want
I
to
said
put it in presentation mode, that would be nice.
Okay, all right. So since we have a little time, let's jump into a few things here. Yeah. So I'm hearing some background.
Please, Frank, if you can temporarily mute your mic for us, please. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. So yeah, so these are some of the very few things, I had to cut down a lot of stuff because cybersecurity is very broad and we have limited time. So these are some of the few things that I have to put in. And then my topic was, impacts of, cybersecurity attack, the aftermath. Well, so we have what it can do immediately here. As we can see, it's, it goes with the operational disruption, which is probably the first thing that will happen. When we say operational disruptions, what does it mean? I put a little meaning here, a little bit here. You know, the systems may be locked by the ransomware, because the ransomware, we understand, you know, what a ransomware is. They have already gotten hold of your system. Although that you own the system, they have found out a loophole, and then they are using it against you. It could be, hey, we have information, we have this, we're going to stop your services if you don't give us $2 million by Friday. They are in control. So what are you going to do about it? Okay. After they have done whatever, maybe you give them money, you don't give them money, you're going to call the police, you're going to call here, FBI, all the agencies that are involved. What is going to happen? You know, data interruptions. Now, it's also with the ransomware, they also have access to intentionally corrupt your data. They can take you offline. It happened on one of the airports recently. So these are some of the things that can happen. We have the data breach, sensitive information, customer data, intellectual property, financial records, which is still under HIPAA. I did not put HIPAA here because, you know, of the time, but HIPAA is also a very broad topic that we can have for hours. Now, people's information, you know, financial records. If I have 3 million in my account or in your stocks, whatever, I don't want anybody to see. You know, I may have enemies somewhere that can use it against me. But when we have this kind of cyber attacks, this information could be sold into the black market. I could be blackmailed just because of this kind of breach. But meanwhile, I trusted the company, let's say Frank's company. I trusted Frank, so I came to do some financial stuff with him. And then now I'm out there. That is another cyber attack that can happen. And then after that, you will have big problems. And these are some of the problems that is coming up. Financial losses. Costs include the ransom payment that I mentioned earlier. Recovery effort. It's one of the biggest financial inputs that you could ever have. You have to call in experts. You have to call in your IT group. You have to call in your cybersecurity group, third party, and you might probably have to call the media too. So, and all these will cost you money. The overtime alone with the IT guys, the overtime alone with the detectives, the investigations, it's enormous. You can run into millions. Like I mentioned also with the HIPAA and other government agencies that regulate cyber businesses, they can also fine you. Oh, this is the loophole. You didn't do this. You didn't do that. $5,000 for just not even updating your system, or $200,000 for not doing continuous education with your staff. It's not a joke. It's something that you don't need to play around. That I believe that's why cybersecurity guys are being paid more than $80,000 now here just because of all these. You could also affect your reputation because you might be maybe one of the biggest financial groups, financial this, agency that, and this has happened to you. You are already popular. People are already coming into you, knocking on your door. They've heard about you. They know about you. They've seen you on TV. So when you have a cyber breach, when you have a cyber attack, after they've put you offline, they've corrupted your data, everybody's going to hear about it. You need to tell somebody. Somebody will tell somebody. You need, if all the board of directors, third party vendors, you need to find a way to tell them. The media is going to come, all type of TVs. Now we have news, TikTok. They are going to rush into the area. They want to talk to you, and news spread like wildfire. And this is where your reputation goes down. And then immediately you will see FBI knocking on your door because they have people's financial records that has been exposed. You need to answer to all those. You need to find your lawyers, pay them extra, let them stay at the office, going through the logs, finding out what happened, finding out what could have been done, prevented in the future. What will you do to stop this issue? On and on and on. So by doing all these, your reputation will be in the mud. But how you're going to come back is going to be based on, how you're going to present yourself. Okay. Are you going to lie about it? Are you going to hide some information? Or you're going to come out and say, hey, yes, we've been breached, but this and that and this is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to do to protect ourselves. So coming back, you should come back on your feet with a serious grand style, better packages, like how are you going to scan your systems? If you were doing it maybe every 12 months, now you're going to bring it like, every night. It depends on how the regulations can allow, or the company policies can also allow you. We're going to go to the legal regulatory, I've already mentioned that, with the reputation damage, with a non-compliance with the GDPR and the CCPA or other law that can result in a hefty fines. You're going to go through board of directors here. The phone calls. You might get some insult. So these are all some of the aftermath of the cyber attack. You will get like good people or big men, if I should say, can say, oh no, I'm not going to deal with you again. I'm going to tell all my friends. Maybe they are all billionaires. They are using your services, for data privacy. They are all out there. You've lost serious client. So you have to find out how you're going to come back. This is another, going on a second short-term response. I call it, short-term. So you're going to have to contain the attack, isolate the affected system to prevent further spread. There's something called a honeypot, honeypot. I want everybody to go look for it. I'm not going to spread the news here. Or standalone system. The standalone system is usually kind of offline. It's very hard to get into and then attack it. People usually use these kind of systems, the standalone system, for recovery. It's kind of like your backup system rebooting, like the cloud management, but it's not online. It's offline cloud management. Or it could be a whole server with the biggest hard drive ever. You put everything you do, you put it in there, you update it, you put it there, but it's offline, standalone system. You're going to assess the damage. This is where your heart will pump. If, let's say, you have 3 million clients or customers, and 2 million out of the 3 have been affected, you're going to have to answer to the 2 million. So you assess the damage. What is it going to do? What has it done to your system? Do you have to buy a new system? Do you have to upgrade? Do you have to get a resilient system upgrading? Do you have to make 3 authentications to each person now instead of 1 or 2? You're going to have to boot up at least your passwords. It's a long list. Assessing the damage alone can take a month or 2, depending. Some can take 3 days, 4 days, 1 week. Doesn't matter. You've been breached. You need to assess the damage. And it can cost, it can even corrupt your system or bankrupt your whole company. Engage in incident response team. I mentioned it already. You're going to call the IT. You're going to call the cyber security expert. Then they will help with the investigation. There could be, and then there must be or will be, a different group of investigators that can come in that is not even from your company. Then you start your mitigation, assess the mitigation damage, and then take it from there. You notify the authorities, the stakeholders. That is where the whole world will hear about you and your weaknesses. You have to report to the regulators. Some companies know. I've come across some company, if it doesn't affect over 500 customers, you don't need to. Things change. Some will say I have to. Some will say no. It all depends, on the state, on the area, the company, the regulations, what even HIPAA says. You got to go through all that to be able to do that. So you have to stand on if you're going to report it or you're not going to report it, depending on the policies or regulations. You're also going to inform the customers, mentioned it already, and partners if their data was compromised. That's why I mentioned that some might be affected, some will be affected. What is the policy? Do you tell the people that it was not even affected, or you don't? You got to talk about it, that one too. This is where you will be sweating. Restoring of systems. Usually, I mentioned this earlier on, use clean backups to recover data. So the clean backups is the standalone system that I was saying, the honeypot. It's somewhere else. Nobody has touched it unless It's internal. The only person that can leak that information is going to come from internal, or the people that worked on the system. So
pardon my interruption, Samson.
Yes. Yes.
Some questions are popping up. Let me just ask you these questions so that
Yeah.
you can incorporate them in your presentation. Okay, is that okay by
Okay.
you?
Yes.
Awesome.
Yes.
Awesome.
I was just rushing because of the time.
Yes, I know, right? I know we can be here for 24. These 2 hours, we have to tell these guys, these 2 hours is not enough, right? I know. Now,
Yes.
a listener asked this question, saying from a technical perspective, what are the critical first steps an organization should take post-cyber attack to secure their system and prevent further damage, while also addressing financial and legal repercussions? I don't know if you get that. Talking about.
Could you repeat that?
So from technical perspective, now, as you know, as a cybersecurity specialist, so talking about technical perspective, what are the critical first steps, not just steps, but critical first steps that an organization should take after an attack? That's post-incident, right? So what are those steps they should take so that they can secure their system so as to prevent further damage, while also addressing financial and legal repercussions? This is like a 3-in-1 question. So you want to do something after an attack. We don't want an attack to take place, but now there is an attack. So what are the steps to take while you consider the legal and financial repercussion?
You may want to, first of all, I think I said it's still here. You contain the attack. Okay, that's a critical first step, because if not, you will still be, because if I'm able to hack you or Frank, I'm not the only person. It's a group, it's a whole market. There are hackers that, like we're doing right now. I can also have a Zoom meeting. Hey, I just attacked Frank. This is the thing, this is the code, this is the loophole. I saw one like maybe port 88. It's also open. Then I'll give it to Malco. Okay. Then Malco will also, bang Frank. Hey Frank, this is the group. Yeah, we need $2 million before we can do this for you, or we're gonna corrupt your file. And then you are, I'm already been attacked by Acto. No, they are in cahoots. You know what I mean? So you isolate the problem first. You pull it aside. They say, hey, port 88 is this thing. Your password are weak. Immediately. You start recovering that. You start creating very stringent password. I used to hate password. I mean, to be very honest with you, I know if you have password on my computer right now, it's a bad practice. Somebody get hold of it. Everything here is out there. Okay, so that is the first thing you need to do, and doing that will prevent you or will help you financially, because then you don't have to go into more debt of sending in more guru cyber aspects, FBI, all that to come in and say, hey, look at this magnitude of damage that has been caused. So when you isolate these, you may have like maybe 10% of your system already breached.
Awesome. I think we got that. Got that. So you isolate the attack. Fine. So is there any other steps you can just quickly let us know?
You can shut down the system.
Oh, nice.
Yes. you have to shut down the system like the airports did.
Mhm.
Right here in my face, you shut down, you cancel all flights.
After all, when I'm not out there, then there is nothing to further attack, right?
No.
That makes sense. Sure.
You
That
know,
makes sense.
yes,
That makes
and then you just people,
very good.
you
Very
shutting the system down.
Awesome.
And then yeah. So
then I have another question just coming up now.
yes,
Can you quickly
okay.
just attend to this? I hope you can do this for me in like 30 seconds. It says,
Oh,
can you
the
share
time.
a real world example of how a cyber attack caused significant operational disruption and reputational damage for an organization, and what key lessons were learned in the recovery? So
Okay.
now talking about real life scenario, what
Right.
happened? How did they reconcile? I mean, how did they resolve it? Maybe like
Okay.
30 seconds.
Okay, so let's just stay with the airport stuff. Okay, I'm not going to mention the flight name. We're going to say Frank Airport. Okay, so this is what happened. It was a busy airport. Everybody was going there. People had business. People had weddings. People had funerals. People had this. This happened. So flights were delayed. But inside, behind the scenes, they were canceled, but on the screen is delayed. Why? Because there was this ransomware going on. On my screen, I don't know if my screen is still sharing. On my screen, you can see the monies here that has been happening here. But this is not even the airport issue, but because of my 30 seconds, that's why I'm putting it in there. As you listen, you can also read, there are billions that are going on here. The government scrutiny alone could cost you $5 million. So to avoid all these things, there's something called patching. When you patch in your system, you need to do it properly. When you want to test your system, you don't do the live testing whilst people are over there. You isolate it and test it. There's going to be a loophole. Maybe I'll come to Malco, and then we can create a system and try to test the system. Then we can find the loopholes, fix it. That's called a patching, and then bring it back to the airport. Bring it with a resilience of quality security system. That yes, that may not cause that a lot of problems like that. So continuous education is part of the how to come back. You know what I mean? So I don't know if my time is up, but yeah. So in general, when these things happens, you isolate, you fix it immediately by all costs. By all costs, put the people back online. 24 hours, you back online, planes are flying.
Very good. Because I mean, the business, there must be business continuity, right?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So we can't wait to do this again with you. Thank you very much for your insights. We've seen what we should do with the aftermath of a cyber attack. We know that will always be an attack. We don't want it to happen, but we know that it will always happen again and again. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for walking us through what we should do when it comes to business, technical or legal impacts, how this impacts us and what measures we should take so that we go back to business while we don't, flout the laws. Thank you so much.
Right.
It's a pleasure having you. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, that was great. That was great. Thanks a lot, Samson.
Okay,
because
I'm
of
going to
time,
give you back the screen.
Yes, please. You're also co-hosting, also presenting.
Okay.
And your topic.
I like to listen to her.
She's nice. Your topic is understanding.
Frank likes adding work to my work. I don't know how I will be co-hosting and I will be speaking. Come on.
Frank is like that.
Excuse me.
Okay.
All right.
You have a lot of stuff to want to hear. Your topic is
well, I can't hear Frank again.
Yes, I've introduced you. The floor is yours. And
please confirm if you can see
yes.
my screen.
Yes, yes.
You can. Awesome. Awesome.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Once again, now I'm coming as a speaker, not as a host. Okay. I hope I will not disappoint you guys. I will try my best. Okay. You know, just like Frank had earlier said, and thank you very much, Frank, for the earlier warm introduction. My name remains the same, no change, Olabimpe Adeloron, and it's a pleasure to be part of this unique event. You know, talking about aftermath of cyber attack, best practices for incident response and digital evidence. I mean, we cannot overemphasize this. Today, guys, I will be walking you through the evolving nature of cyber attack, how they are changing, what tools and tactics attackers are using, and what means of response we should take, and how this can affect digital forensic. Because, I mean, we just need to know how to defend ourselves. If you don't know how somebody is attacking you, there's no way you can know how to defend yourself. And that's why I'm in love with the topic that these organizers gave to me, understanding modern cyber attack, trend, tools, and techniques. But before we go into that, let me tell you why I am in this business. Why am I in cybersecurity? What is my mission? It is simple. The focus of us in mobile, because like Frank said, I'm a founder, and in mobile, I'm a founder of Mobile Cyber Safety Nexus Academy. In this academy and in our organization at large, our mission is to reduce the success rate of criminals. We know we cannot eliminate it, but we want to reduce their success rate. And how do we accomplish this? Well, we approach it through multiple angles. And as you can see on the screen, all we do is consulting services, education, presentation, social media awareness, research, and public speaking. I'm a born public speaker. I love to talk to people about how they can protect themselves. And that is what my organization is focused on. Now, you can imagine, you may wonder, so why do we need to understand attack? Let me just protect myself and go. What is my strength about understanding attack? Well, it will interest you to know that to respond to an incident effectively, we must first understand how modern attacks work, because you cannot protect against what you don't know. Why are people so much attacked today? Because they don't even know somebody is behind them. They don't know how they are looking for them. So because of that, they fall vulnerable. So hence, we are saying that please know the attacks. You must have that understanding of the attack. Because guys, we are no longer dealing with lone hackers just in a basement. No. These days, we are dealing with highly organized groups. They are using advanced tools. And when they are striking, they are not striking lackadaisically. No, they are striking like very quickly and quietly. You might not even be aware of it. I'm glad Samson mentioned a little bit about this in his presentation. An attacker can be there in your organization and you are not even aware that is there. So when you have an understanding that somebody might be attacking you, might be in your organization without your awareness, then you want to be proactive. So the better we understand the measures, the techniques, the tools that these guys use, the better we can respond to attacks. We've seen the rise of ransomware as a service where criminals lease attack kits to others. I mean, those days, it might be a challenge for an individual to launch a ransomware attack. But not anymore, guys. No, 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 no. You have already made kits that you can just get to the market, you buy, and you launch a ransomware attack. And unfortunately, AI is being weaponized to craft better phishing and evade detection. I mean, that is like a minus to us in the industry, but it's good to be aware of this. So instead of targeting companies directly, nowadays, what attackers will do is to go through trusted third parties. So you can be thinking about your vulnerability via your software suppliers, via your cloud vendors. So you will agree with me that we need to stay ahead of this curve. There is nothing we can do. So that is why you must pay attention to the landscape that attackers are employing. Now, who are your attackers? In cybersecurity, I'm trying to be as plain as possible because I know it's not everybody in cybersecurity that will be watching us this morning. So we have what we call attack vectors. Attack vectors are just those mediums in which you are attacked from. So you have your phishing and all other forms of phishing. Spear phishing is one of them. You have your DDoS attack, which is distributed denial of service attack. You have your credential stuffing. You have zero-day exploits. It will interest you guys to know that phishing remains number one way attackers get you. But it is not just limited to phishing. So beyond email, we are seeing credential stuffing. That is, these attackers use your leaked credentials, maybe from past breaches or from exploits, from vulnerabilities that are exploited, you know, and they launch an attack against you. These are often combined for maximum damage. So please, in your efforts to mitigate this attack, don't just focus on one, because attackers combine their efforts. They can combine phishing with DDoS, they can combine DDoS with zero-day exploit, they can combine it with, you know, because their target is just to get you and get you. Okay, so once you know that, you want, you know, to make sure that you don't want to be gotten. Now I've been talking for past minutes. Some that are not in cybersecurity industry might be wondering, what is she talking about? What is she saying? Is it up to that? Is it that serious? Well, it will interest you to know that we have case studies. We have real-world examples. The Colonial Pipeline attack was due to a single leaked password. Just one leaked password. You can check that out. You know, due to time, we may not be able to take much on this explanation. But just check it out online, Colonial Pipeline attack. This attack came up in 2021. How about the SolarWind? It was a sophisticated supply chain compromise. it was massive. It was massive. And the compromise came just because of their supply chain. That attack happened in 2020. And unfortunately, just 2023, we had another attack called the MGM result. The MGM result came as a result of a LinkedIn chat with an IT support that tricked them into giving access. So guys, you can see from these three cases that breaches can come from both humans and technical flaws. So that is why we are saying, please don't just focus on one. It can be this or that. Hence, it's good for you to be aware. We call it cyber awareness. Now, have you ever wondered why somebody would be interested in just destroying your data or ruining your data or grabbing your data or making your data immobile? Why would somebody on earth ever be doing that? Well, it's because of some basic motives of cyber attackers. A financially driven attacker might just want to encrypt your file. All he needs is just that money. He's not after anything. Not that he knows you, not that he is after you. All he wants is money. And the only way he can get money is by grabbing your data, unfortunately. In some cases, it may not be for financial gain. A nation state wants your secrets and might stay hidden for months. For months, rather. So, can you imagine that? You mean a government can be an attacker? Oh, yes. Check the news. For the sake of time, I will not mention example at this moment, but you can check. We call it espionage. So, a nation can be attacking another nation in the cyber world, just to paralyze the system. And some might not be financial gain, it might not be for espionage. Then we have who we call activists. So their attack is called activism. Just the way you have activists on ground that are just bothered about political or social disturbances around and they just want to make their grievance known. Yes, some attackers are like that too. They can go online, it could be for political reason, it could be for social reform, and they just disrupt the activity. You can have this political party doing it against this other political party. Some activists can be attacking even an entire government. They go to a government website and they just want to shut it down just to make their grievance known. And don't forget, one of the worst kind of threat actors we have are insider threat actors. They already have access to everything that the organization owns. Okay? So that makes it harder for you to detect them. So from inside, this one can be damaging your organization, your business, your enterprise. So those are a few reasons. Time will permit me to mention why somebody will be after your data or that of your company or that of your government. Now, what is the impact? What is the implication when it comes to incident response? If we know the attack vector and the likely motive of these attack vectors, then we can respond fast and smart. For example, if it is a ransomware attack, you can isolate the system very fast. You can remove the system from the network. If it is espionage, then you can preserve the digital evidence before alerting the attacker. You will believe, you will agree with me that knowledge truly is power when it comes to incident response. What have we talked about? Don't forget, I've walked you through what happens, why we have attack, and how attacks take place. We mentioned some examples of a cyber attack, of cyber attacks. And please, I will employ you to research more about these attacks and others. What will be my final thoughts? Please stay active. Attackers evolve every day, so you are expected to evolve too. The method they used yesteryears is not what they are using today. So please step up your game. Stay proactive by studying new threats, practicing incident response, and training our people is our best defense. So if you are a business owner, don't be too stingy to train. Don't be too stingy to educate those that are managing your business. Don't wait for the breach to learn the lessons. Let's learn from past breaches. I will always say this: if you think it can happen to you, you might just be the next victim. Please, I don't want that to be your lot. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to me. If you would like to connect with me, if you like to collaborate, or you have questions, feel free to, let me know. Now, Frank has shut me off. I can't see the comment section. He has shut me off. So I don't know, in case there are questions, I'll be more than willing to take them. But if you need to contact me, you can just screenshot the slide on the screen at the moment. You can connect with me on LinkedIn. You can go to my company's website, Mobile Cyber Safety Nexus. You can send me an email at oadeloro@mobilecybersafety.com. I will want us to take our relationship further than this. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And now I will yield the mic to you, Frank.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Aditoro. Thanks a lot for that insightful presentation. Yes, I've got a lot of questions from audience. Because of time, I just pick some. And let me ask the first question I've jotted down. One is, how has the rise of ransomware as a service and AI-powered attacks changed the cyber threat landscape?
Wow.
What new challenges do these trends pose for organizations? That was, did you get the question?
I think I do. I think I do. Can you call me again, most especially with the final parts, please?
Yes, I got a lot of, I jotted one. How has the rise of ransomware as a service and AI-powered attack changed the cyber threat landscape? And what new challenges do these trends, pose for organization? Because you mentioned AI is a threat.
Yeah, I think I got the question. You see, the emergence of ransomware has drastically lowered the entry barrier for cyber criminals. Unfortunately so. Those days, like I said in my presentation, it was, a little bit challenging. If you don't have an idea, there's nothing you can do about it. You just let it be. But these days, because you have ready-made products, you have tools, so anybody can just wake up, PM, and launch. And, AI power attack have also enabled threat actors to automate tasks like social engineering, like what's this one called? Malware evasion, like vulnerability discovery. So, you know, because you have ransomware as a service, it makes some of these things that used to be very difficult now very easy, making people and organizations and governments more vulnerable. And, you know, talking about the challenges, you're talking about increased volume and velocity of attack. You know, now we have more attack than before. Now you have more targeted and convincing phishing campaigns that are AI generated in nature. Now it is even harder. It's harder now to trace ransomware attack as a service actors. So then need for AI-powered defense tools to match attackers is also on the rise now, because you want to live up, you know, when somebody that is pursuing you is this close to you, you know, you want to run farther and farther from that person. So now it has put more stress on us in the industry, because since they are using AI in most cases to generate this attack, we also want to defend using AI-powered tools. I hope that answers the question.
Wow. Yeah, that's fantastic. We have a lot, like I said, I have a lot of questions because your presentation was very insightful and so many questions came. I have one more question to ask you from the audience, and we'll be glad to hear your response. Among common attack vectors like DDoS and zero-day exploits, which do you see as the most prevalent or dangerous today, and what defensive strategies are most effective against them? Do you get the question?
Oh, it's simple. Phishing. Everybody, please just, if you don't take anything from my presentation, just take it. That phishing remains the most prevalent, the most successful attack vector. And I mean, research shows, or data, statistics shows that it is responsible for over 90% of breaches we have today. And I mean, this makes sense. You know, this can happen because phishing is low cost, the reward is high, and it is often, you know, the starting point for other bigger attacks. Like take, for instance, if you have a phish email, somebody, and your email is compromised, you know, it exposes the content of that email to your attacker. So if the email has financial transaction and all, boom, that person is just there, you know, wrecking havoc. Now, talking about defensive, effective defenses that we can employ, we cannot overemphasize awareness. I'm glad that Samson mentioned this in his presentation. The number one thing an organization, an individual, a government can do to help themselves is security awareness training. And when you do security awareness training, gone are the days we tell people, see, you can be phished, be careful, so that you don't click on unsolicited attachment, you don't click on unsolicited link. That's okay, but please, let's add phishing simulations to it. Because when you simulate things, it helps users to know, oh, these are possibilities, this is how it can happen, rather than just stories, and, you know, just like that. So it's good to do phishing simulation. Secondly, I want to mention your multi-factor authentication. Yes, I can fall victim of a phishing attack, but if the platform or the account my attacker is targeting as multi-factor authentication enabled, then that person needs my consent to make the phishing work. You see what we are talking about here? So we say, yes, an attack can be launched and it can be successful. So, but you make it work by whatever you do. And what you want to do now is when you activate multi-factor authentication, on those accounts, then you make it more difficult because that person needs another form of authentication other than what he already has. And if he does not have that, then you just, truncate that attack. Another thing I want to mention, most especially this one for phishing emails, is to filter the emails. Email filtering and sandboxing tools will be very good. So that by the time because most of the attacks have patterns, okay? So when you use email filtering and sandboxing tools, so when they are coming into your email, it will not even get into your email at all. It will be filtered. It's either you don't have it at all or you have it in your spam folder. Then we can employ AI-driven threat detection. When you use AI-driven threat detection, the purpose is to identify anomalies in a user's behavior. So when a user, these AI-driven detectors, they know how a user operates. Probably they know, oh, when I come to work, I work Mondays to Friday, I resume 8 a.m., I go on lunch, I go for lunch by 12 noon, I resume back 1 p.m., and I close work at 5, and I don't do anything again. And all of a sudden, the AI tool notices that there is somebody that is attempting to access my account by 8 p.m. That becomes an anomaly. So the AI will be like, no, this is not normal. Then it can trigger an alarm or even outright block the access to that account or to that resource. So these are measures that can be taken. Of course, we cannot exhaust them at this just one event. So, but like I said earlier, security awareness training, multi-factor authentication, activation, email filtering and sandboxing tools usage, AI-driven tools detection usage. So we don't want to be stingy. And that's what happens to us sometimes for organizations. We know this thing is good for us, but we feel, oh, it's too expensive. Well, which one is better? To prevent or to rectify? Often, prevention, they say, is better than cure. I don't know if that answers the question satisfactorily. Frank, in case you are talking, your mic is muted. We can't hear you. Okay, if we cannot have Frank, we have to move on because our time is like ticking. I told you that 2 hours is not enough for us. I don't know, Frank, in case there are other questions, maybe we will bring them up after. And so, okay, are you there now?
Yes, yeah, because of time. So, like I said, you're also the co-host. For time purpose, would you like to go?
Okay, yeah. Yes, we will move on now to our next speaker, Mr. Adewale Mustafa. It's good. Mr. Adewale has told us about who he is. If you want to tell us again, that's fine. So, but he will be talking with us on best practices for incident response planning and execution. incident response planning and execution. I yield the mic to you now, Mr. Adewale. Thank you very much for coming.
All right, thank you very much for having me, everyone. I would like to confirm that my voice is audible enough to proceed. Please confirm while I proceed. All right, thank you very much. So today I will be taking you through best practices for incident response planning and execution. The major focus is planning and execution. And this, I will try my best to make it as illustrative as possible from experience. I'm working towards how we can master incident response and execution from the concept of the beginning. You know, the target today is the aftermath of cyber attack. While the aftermath is very important, but we cannot overemphasize the why, the reason, what we should have done before the time so that we can proactively protect the system. We are not interested in the incident as much as we are interested in averting them. So I am focusing on preparation, acting, responding, and learning. In the industry, it can never be emphasized that we have to keep learning. So why cybersecurity? Why cybersecurity? Who am I? First, you've met me already, so I won't be speaking much about who I am. I believe in securing the digital world through hands-on training, cybersecurity mentoring, and innovation involving emerging technology. You can see me today talking about blockchain, you can see me today talking about AI, you can see me today talking about extended reality. All I think about is security. I have the privilege to work in Security Operations Center, security engineering, have practiced blue teaming, purple teaming, and I have to. Why? Because my focus is how we can proactively defend. I love turning ideas into global solutions. So I go to events, think with friends, try to bring up solutions, especially as it surrounds cybersecurity. So currently I'm working on DevSecOps, integrating security into the development lifecycle. And you can tell, rest assured, I will do much more. Provided we are going to secure the world through cybersecurity. I am here. That's what I live for, and of course, so before we go into what cyber incident rescue, why incident response? If we are able to effectively define our why, we may be able to address the core, right? So why incident response? We want to prevent the attack. It doesn't matter how many times we want to meet the compliance, which is very effective. It doesn't matter how many times we want to maintain the operation to continue to work. It's very effective. We want to reduce the impact, very effective. We want to make sure we do not want the incident to take effect. Unfortunately, in the industry from experience, I have seen that cyber attackers are usually two steps ahead. In my experience in Security Operations Center, we have a code at the entry of the SOC. You have to read it every time you are entering the SOC. It reads, attackers are never asleep. So you are meant to fill in the blank. Attackers are never asleep. Neither are we. We are not sleeping. And to not sleep means we have to keep learning. We have to understand the tactics, the techniques, the procedure. We have to learn the tool. We have to go as far as the dark web. But we have to see the open web. We have to relate with the developers, and we have to make sure that the 24/7 shift does not break. We have to make sure we prevent the attack. So this is why we are integrating incident. This is why there is incident response, to respond to the attack, not just to respond late, but to contain it immediately, respond it. Unfortunately, incident has never stopped. And in as much as we have the adoption of AI, the adoption of blockchain, the adoption of this emerging threat, security will continue to be needed. This is why you and I comes in, and that's why we are discussing the aftermath of security incident. What it is. What is an incident? What is incident response? Is it a methodological approach to handling security incident? Yes, that's right. Is it about threat management, addressing ransomware, all form of ware? You see a Trojan, you see a bot, you see a hardware, whatever the ware, as long as it's malware, how do we mitigate it? How do we prevent it? What intelligence do we have in place to address this thing whenever it's taking effect? Or is it swift recovery that you believe it is? Is it the method?
You aim to minimize the impact when it happens. Whatever you believe it is, it is. It is. You are very right. What if we combine the structural approach, the threat management approach, the swift recovery approach into a form of preparation to make ourselves ready? Ready. That is one thing that no one wants to forget about this very conversation. The readiness. The readiness is the core. Is the core. Is the core. So I'm going to proceed. Where do we perform incident response? A lot of areas we perform incident response. From experience, whenever incident happen, quickly alert the forensic investigator, pick up with the incident responder. We started doing isolation, we started containing the threat, we started finding the incident manager, the communicating manager, we started finding a way to curb it. We want to know how long the threat has been able to leverage in the system. We want to know who is responsible, what weakling, what exploit was taken. We want to do everything possible, but yet there are instances where we must practice this effectively. So before incident, we usually leverage on simulation environment, the boxes, we call them the boxes. So these are monitoring platforms, right? We can isolate a particular environment for forensic investigation, but not just so. The platform that you can do incident response, you can do it on your same security information and event management system, Splunk, Sentinel, and the like, right? ArcSight, Curator, and the like. Or you can do it on your management detection response, like EDR, XDR, NDR, CrowdStrike, as many as you like, Carbon Black, Netwitness, and half a decade ago, we've been leveraging on making use of AI to detect attack, right? So that it can aid us in incident response. Eventually, we realized that the noises that we got from the AI tool was so much more than the threat itself. So we had to continually refine the use cases in the scene, in the EDR, in the XDR, just so we can reduce the level of the noise to the point that we can spot what exactly we had missed that escalated to the incident, which is usually a weakling effect, vision effect. So you can also monitor incident response through the network architecture, the infrastructure. It depends on how you set up your environment, whether you make use of network detection response tools, your firewalls, or even if you have to make use of your routers, your switches, provided you are able to contain them in an environment where you can test and simulate in a very secluded environment to be able to detect when an attack is taking effect. And also in cloud environments. So yes, cloud is never immune to attack. If it's not DDoS, it is that. And we currently have the adoption of AI, right? We have been looking towards some teams working on using AI to detect DDoS attack. We call it anti-DDoS. So yes, we have security solutions that are monitoring this. Nevertheless, in the industry, we still need to work more in this area. So this is also area where we can practice incident response. And another area is the analysis environment. This is where I love it. I love it in this environment. I love the sandboxes. Oh my, if you have been with me, Madam Lavipi can tell you for a fact, I can simulate up to different environment, Windows, Linux, MacOS. I just want to have an environment where we can practice because we just don't know when the incident is going to hit us. So you have to design a secluded environment. I completely isolate the network where you do your forensic investigation. You can now make use of any tools of your interest, provided you have access to them. Most tools that we have are open sources, but yes, some are proprietary. If you have capacity for obtaining any of them, they will aid you very well and they will be effective for your forensic investigation. So yeah, you can make it of any tool of your interest. I will not be mentioning, right? And next thing I want to talk about is when should we perform incident response? I like addressing things as to why, what, where, how, who, and when should we. You see, when is a question of what many industry practitioners, professionals are seen as upon detection. You see, it's very effective that we should perform incident response upon detection. And it's also effective that we should perform incident response after system alert, because that's exactly when it is called incidents. or when the report hits us that we got the report, whether it's through social media or whether it's through the official intelligence or even our subscribe intelligence platform, or in any way you call it, or just to be proactive exercise. There is one part in the industry that is not as emphasized as I want, which is the part I'm going to touch. This is the part. This part is where we have preparation, the measure of readiness. Look, as much as we want to proactively respond to the attack when it hit us, we want to be prepared enough to proactively hold it by its hand and have it isolated immediately when it hits us. Preparation is learning. Preparation is simulation. Whether we have our red team and the blue team, testing and testing. I've been able to practice the blue team and the red team. So I practice purple team when it gives me. So in testing the network access control systems and the segmentation, eventually what my blue teamers will say is secured will only need me to go there without pre-information. Yes, I'm authorized to test the system. And before I go for my testing, I will have to inform, hello guys, are you there? Let's begin the simulation. In the period that I intentionally decided to choose a spot without saying that is where I'm going to do my test after obtaining authority, that is the day we expect to see something that we haven't really addressed. We haven't prepared enough. We have to prepare. We have to test. We have to simulate. We have to keep the ground running every time. We have to be so ready that when we are hit, we can barely face it. So this part is very core. Preparation. When should we perform incident response? Upon detection, after detection, the user reform. But what is more effective is to prepare for it before it hits us. And our particular issue, you and I, we are professional practitioners, security analysts, forensic investigator, expert, threat hunters, SOC engineers, and legal and compliance, into the extent of the Lego. If you watch movies, you will see performance of forensic investigation in the attack scene. Same way we have in cybersecurity. We adopted the term reconnaissance from the military. If you watch attack scenario where we have reconnaissance to initial access to execution, persistency, defense evasion. If you follow the MITRE attack framework, you will see most of this. So I usually use MITRE a lot for forensic investigation and incident response, as well as tracking the tactics, techniques, and procedure, and the tools that the attacker used to compromise system. It is from that incident, from that environment, that I realized that most people can perform it. Analysts can perform it, and experts, forensic investigators can perform it, provided you know the tactics, the techniques that the advanced persistent threat actors are using, the cyber criminals are using, the nation sponsors are using, provided you can learn what they do, how they do it, when they do it, and who is responsible, and the logic in their grouping. Be able to spot it on time. In the industry, we've been able to decide an area where when we see a tool, we can quickly relate it to a group who has made use of the tactics like that. That helps us to spot the advanced persistent threat actors. And so, yes, these are the people that can practice it. Professionals like you and I can do incident response time to time. So I will try to manage the time. So how do you perform it? I will not speak so much about this, but if I want you to look at something on my left side. You need to detect and identify. You need to contain the incident. You need to eradicate the root cause. You need to recover the system, and you need to document it. As much as this is effective, we cannot overemphasize the right side of this line, where I adopted something from the example, where we have preparation, identification, containment, eradication, recovery, lesson. They are both speaking the same thing, only with one plus. The second slide, the second picture showed an arrow that started from preparation and returned back to preparation. And I love that, because in as much as we identify, we contain, we eradicate, we recover, and we learn our lesson, though the hard way, we want to be prepared again. We want to be ready again, so that we're not just containing, having lost a lot of money, reputational damage, integrity problem. We want to make sure that if it's coming, we hold it by tail or by hook or by head. Just make sure that we perform it effectively. So when you want to perform your incident response, do so much, enough time. Take your time on preparation. It's just like reconnaissance, the beginning of every form of attack, whether it's active reconnaissance or passive reconnaissance. We want to do every bit. We want to do fine-grained preparation. We want to make sure that we lose no guard. And then we will be able to identify the attack. We will be able to contain it on time. We'll be able to eradicate it as much as possible. We cover the system and put it into monitoring and operation again. And then we can table our lesson and see how we bring this back into the preparation so we prepare better. I'll try and round up as fast as I can. So what are the classification of framework, the classification of incident response? This is normal in the industry. If it's not critical, it's high. If it's not medium, it's low. But the first thing you and I want to identify when we see an incident is to first classify. By classification, we know what to do to address it. We know who to communicate with. We know what to communicate with. We know what hierarchy of escalation we should follow. If you are able to classify critical, see, this is critical. You can follow the playbook you want to use to quickly know, okay, this is how we resolve critical event. This is who we call during critical event. This is when we do critical incident response. So that is very key. I want again to building resilience in incident response plan, which is one of the core reasons why we are here today. We want to build resilience. We want to make sure the best practice in the planning and execution is effective. So we want to build resilience. First, we need to define the threat scenario. We want to identify it, relate it from experience with the attackers that we have learned. Is this coming from EPT1 or EPT10 or EPT9? By experience, is it from China or is it from Africa? Is it new? Is it 0 day? Whichever one it is, we want to be able to analyze it effectively and define it. Then we find responsible delegates and ministers who has some form of expertise in an area that can help us to address that particular area. So we assign the responsibility to the team member. And then we prepare a detailed process, a form of a playbook, an escalation matrix that we follow into missing no gap to make sure that we are able to get this thing done, right? And then the next thing is we test the plan regularly through simulation in sandboxes. And then we utilize advanced tools. Yes, in testing, I have learned to use tools. If you see my lab, learning to use the tools, having understand the concept is the pain. Once you understand the use of the tools that the attackers use, you can tell what is to expect if you see something that is related to that. That will be able to address this on time. I'm trying to work with my time. Also, is the last option is to review and learn. Do not forget this last word, learn. We have to keep learning to stay relevant. We have to keep learning to stay organized. We have to keep learning to stay ready. We have to keep learning to stay prepared. So that is how we build a resilient incident response. And I will move to a bit more details on how you and I can build an effective incident response. And first is, this cannot be overemphasized, that Atos did justice to training, awareness. But here is, I want to be specific, train the team. Train the team. Train them so good that you are not scared. Nobody is too good to learn in this industry. It is no longer how much you know, but how first to learn to apply. We're not competing, we're just solving the problem. Train the incident responders. Train the forensic investigators. Train the hunters. Expose them. Do the build. I think I love one thing about the industry in this current country. The industry is adopting the solution that can be used to mitigate the threat, and they are buying big into it. I must say that we have institutions, especially the financial institutions and the fintech, they are really paying the bill, making sure that their expertise, their experts are being trained. And goodness, I must give that comment to the regulators who always look into their back to chastise them to make sure that even the managers are learning. Everyone is learning. train the incident responder, train the employees, train the team. Next is identify the key stakeholders, assigning the role and define the key stakeholders. This is very important. We need to manage the communication control. We need to manage the incident manager. We need to ensure that the manager is able to relate with the technical manager. And we need to make sure the technical manager is able to be in line with the communication manager. So each knows what to do when we have it. An incident manager lead the whole meeting. Technical manager is the one you want to speak to when you want to talk about technicality. And when you want to talk about communication, you want to know who is responsible on our behalf to communicate on the social media, because this is a lot of reputation at stake. If anybody should speak on the behalf of the organization, in a way it's not supposed, the reputation could be damaged. For that reason, we want to manage the communication manager, and we want to continually reinforce the importance of this through learning, through training everyone. And as I round up, a tabletop experience. It is very, very important. Please make sure you run the tabletop experience, a non-biased, open-minded tabletop where everybody is able to bring up their idea, a role that the red teamers and the blue teamers play by simulating a scenario, having taken the response, the feedback from every of the experiences they have gathered during the incident response. And we can now proceed. Lastly, I want to say thank you. I hope I've been able to manage the time. I hope I have not wasted your time. I have learned one or two things, and I appreciate you for your undivided attention. Should you be willing to reach me in any form, that's my LinkedIn account, and that's my portfolio, and that's my email address. Thank you for having me, and it's been a great time with you. Thank you. If there's any question, I'm open so that we can manage it. Thank you.
Woo! If I weren't a SOC analyst myself, I would have said you are inciting me to jealousy, but I can relate with what you were saying. Thank you. Thank you. And as I was relating, our audiences were bringing questions. I think what we would do is maybe we go on YouTube and answer some of these questions, but a quick one. And if you can do this in 30 seconds, because this listener has been like, I must answer, this question must be answered. Now, right. Please, Mr. Dewale, what are the key components of a scalable and repeatable incident response framework, incident response framework, and how can organizations ensure it adapts to evolving cyber threats? If we can just do this in like 30 seconds, please.
I wouldn't mind if you take the question again, please. Can you take it again so that I can understand it better?
Okay. What are the key components of a scalable and repeatable incident response framework? Key components of a scalable and repeatable incident response, and how can organizations ensure it adapts to evolving cyber threats? Did you get that?
I get that question. That's a fantastic question, and I will run straight to this very slide in how we build resilience. If you take this pattern, you will build a scalable incident response plan. And if you see this very slide, where I made a lot of emphasis on preparation, this is another one that can help you to scale, to mitigate, to remediate, and put this back. Thank you very much. I hope I'll be able to answer.
Awesome. So I just hope the person that asked that question, please just go ahead, make a screenshot of what you have on the screen. It's good to see have that slide. Make a screenshot of it, and please try and investigate more, try and research more much later. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure having you, Mr. Dewale. The last but not the least of our speakers will be introduced by Frank. Frank, can you still hear me?
Yes, I'm with you. Thank you.
Please go ahead, please. Our
time
Mr.
is like... yes. The last speaker for today is Mr. Mawuko Kuzo Bata. He'll be speaking on the digital evidence collection and chain of custody, looking at a legal standard for collecting and preserving digital evidence, prioritizing source of evidence, memory logs, network traffic, endpoints, avoiding contamination of forensic evidence, etc. Mr. Makuko, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it's a pleasure to be here this morning. It's morning in Ghana. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all our listeners and those that are watching us live. Yeah, so because of time, let me just quickly zoom into digital evidence and collection and chain of custody. I believe my screen is very visible. Yeah, fantastic. Now, so digital evidence collection and chain of custody, they are very important activities in the forensic examination. And these are very important and very critical to document these evidences that are found during examination in a chain of custody document. So we'll get into it. But first of all, I would like to talk briefly about digital evidence. Now, the use of computer systems and digital technology is rapidly expanding. So we have devices, mobile phone, tablets, smartwatches, computers, and the likes are used to process digital data. Now we need to understand that computer doesn't really forget things that it's some things that are processed. It can keep it in memory for a very long time if they are not those temporal information. So assuming a crime has been committed, a cyber crime, of course, or a computer crime. These are crimes that are not real world crimes like murder, but crimes that are mostly carried on the internet, or that they use digital devices to perpetrate these crimes. Now we need to get into those devices and networks to look for evidence. Now, evidence, they are specific information that are leading to a crime that can give us a clue on a crime. When the attack happened, probably it lays a trace to whoever that committed or perpetrated that crime. So evidence is very important, where we can say that it is a testimony, but it has some kind of rules guarding it, how it should be very admissible in court, and the tools that we need to use in the in carrying out of forensic investigations, and also the team of professionals that are involved. They need to document their findings with timestamp, so that because forensic evidence gathering is not done by one person, so whoever that is involved has to document whatever, what, when, and why of the evidence found. So quickly, let me just get into it. Because of time, this is my missing statement. I've said it already. I'm a cybersecurity professional, very passionate about cybersecurity education, awareness training, and skill development. And currently, we are doing that in Ghana, training the youth, even beyond the borders of Ghana, extending to the whole world. And we are very passionate about that. So as I say, digital evidence, let's bring this so that we can all understand it in the real world. Let's say a crime is committed, a murder has been committed. Now, we need professionals from the securities, especially the police service, to come and carry out an investigation at the site where the crime has been committed. Now, my interest is to know that anytime a crime is committed, the criminal always leave a trace on the crime scene. All right. So maybe someone goes and strangles somebody or shoots somebody with a gun. okay, the bullet of that gun can be extracted from the body of the deceased, and investigations will be performed on that bullet to know the type of bullet, the manufacturer, and probably who bought that bullet. And they could trace all this and then get the person that committed the murder. So it's the same thing when it comes to computer devices and computer networks. All right, we can trace crimes using artifacts to get evidences that are admissible in court to prove to the court that this is what happened. And these are very critical things to do. So there are legal frameworks and court admissible tools that we need to use. If you don't do it right, a crime is truly committed. The criminal will go to the court of law, but this person will not be charged guilty because the evidence has not proved enough that this crime has been carried out. All right, so let's look at some of the legal standards for collecting and preserving digital evidence. Now we have legal standards that are globally used, and we have jurisdiction-wise as well. All right, so when we have Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, okay, it's one of these computer crime acts from the US that can be used globally and or used within the borders of the United States. Then we have the GDRP, which is General Data Protection Regulation Act, that is confining to EU. So if, let's say, a crime has been committed in any country in the EU, they can use this GDRP framework to actually investigate and prosecute. Then when we can look at local privacy laws. So the local privacy laws stated here, they are those from Ghana. We have the Cybersecurity Act, Article 1038, and we have Data Protection Act 2012, and so on. So all this one ensure that we go according to the frameworks and the policies in carrying out digital evidence examination. Then we also have the Federal Rules of Evidence, also from the US, which is global, and this defines the authenticity, reliability, and integrity requirement of an evidence that should or must be admissible in court. All right, so we have also forensic sound tools. We have a lot of tools, but some are not approved by the court of law. There are some tools, when you use it, it will render your forensic report inadmissible. So a tool like FTK Imager from Access Data, NCASE, Autopsy, and Celebrite, I will say they are court recommended ones that we could use during forensic examination. All right. So now let's talk about prioritizing sources of evidence. Now we can gather or examine or fetch, okay, or acquire evidence from a whole lot of sources. Now these sources, some of them are temporal, and the moment these sources go off, then data will be lost. All right, so we turn these data that they are the most volatile ones. Okay, for instance, when a computer system is on, data that is saved in the computer RAM, they are temporal. So we save